dance music.
A very warm good morning to one and all present here. And thank you for joining us today for 3G International Psychology Conference 2021, a platform where psychology meets artificial intelligence. This is going to be a World Book of Records event. We have eminent speakers who are experts in various fields who will be staying with us for the next 3 days, sharing their thoughts, knowledge, and opinions with the rest of us, making this conference a truly international conference in spirit. This is going to be a 3 day conference. And if you haven't registered for the conference yet, register now at www.3gschoolofpsychology.org. And this is going to be a World Book of Records event. And if you haven't registered for the World Book of Records event, you are getting an awesome opportunity. Go and register soon at our website. And you will be also getting a chance to win our giveaway of Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees, 50 free ebooks, and a Canva premium account. All you have to do is go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, and tag 3 of your friends right now. Thank you so much. We'll be playing a couple of videos which will explain about our World Book of Records, even how you can position that in your professional life and how you can gain market yourself. And you will be also watching a video about our master program. This is going to be a master's program of MA Psychology with 100% job guarantee. So apply now in 3G schoolofpsychology.org/masters using the scholarship code of 3G IPC 2021 and get a scholarship up to 40,000 rupees right now. So thank you so much. We'll be playing a couple of videos which will explain about our course as well as World Book of Records certificate. Thank you so much, everyone. Stay tuned and we will be resuming our conference very soon. Thank you. Over to technical team for the videos, please.
Beats Music.
Sorry, Anjali, you are
We
in.
are waiting for a few more participants to join in. So everyone, please wait. We'll be starting sharp by 9:30 a.m. Thank you so much for joining in. Okay, we have participants all from all over the country. Okay, thank you so much. Now over to technical team for the videos, please.
Anjali, you're on mute.
Anjali, are you mute? Please unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you so much, Litish. So we are so happy to announce the revolutionary master's program of MA Psychology with 100% job guarantee. So you can apply for the same now at www.3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters using the scholarship code of 3G IPC 2021, and you can get a scholarship up to 40,000 rupees. So everyone, we are so happy to also announce the giveaway. You will be getting a chance to win a giveaway of Amazon voucher worth rupees 1,000, 50 free ebooks, and Canva premium account. All you have to do is you can log into our Instagram page at 3G School of Psychology, and you can tag 3 of your friends right now. So until that, we will be playing a couple of videos now, which will be explaining about our master's program and how to position yourself, how to apply for World Book of Records and how you can position that for your professional life. So thank you so much. Over to technical team for the videos, please.
dance music.
Meister Eckhart once said, be willing to be a beginner every single morning. We don't wake up every day and get an opportunity to listen to the world class speakers address a live gathering. But today is one such morning. Today will be a day of learnings and insights. On that note, here is a hearty welcome to you all to the 3G International Psychology Conference 2021, a platform where psychology meets artificial intelligence. This is going to be a World Book of Records event, and we have eminent speakers who are experts in various fields who will be staying with us for the next 3 days, sharing their thoughts, knowledge, and opinions with the rest of us, making this conference a truly international conference in spirit. Success in creating artificial intelligence would be the biggest event in human history. Unfortunately, it might also be the last, unless we learn how to avoid the risk, said Stephen Hawking. As rightly said by the world-renowned physicist, the emergence of artificial intelligence is not a joke. And to understand its consequence, we have to look beyond the obvious. It is important that we stay mindful of its benefits and dangers at the same time. When artificial intelligence disrupts the normal functioning of humans, it is bound to result in mental health concerns. Therefore, as artificial intelligence rises, so does our looming need for psychology. Congratulations to one and all present here. You are going to witness a futuristic integration and we are going to create a history together. So are you all excited? Just comment on the chat box. I saw so many comments. Okay, so many participants joined from Philippines and from all over the world. We have participants joined in. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for joining. And now we have hit participants number have hit to 513. Thank you so much for joining in. And yeah, everyone, yeah, thank you so much. We have an energetic set of participants here. Thank you so much for joining. Okay, we have participants from Canada, Philippines, indeed excited to attend. Thank you. We are so happy to hear that. So I want to ask you all, like, when we are beginning any sort of event, how do we, how will we begin that? What is the traditional way for beginning that? Yeah, I'm getting so much of comments. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Okay, yeah. Exactly. Okay, we have to start with the lamp lighting. So everyone will be thinking, okay, this is a virtual conference. So how do we inaugurate by using a lamp lighting? So our technical team has created a beautiful virtual video where we will be lamp lighting and beginning this conference. So I would request my technical team to play that beautiful set of lamp lighting video. Over to technical team. Wow, that was a beautiful video by our technical team. Thank you so much. We have inaugurated our conference with a beautiful lamp lighting. Thank you so much, everyone. And once again, thank you so much, all the participants. So now it's time to invite our chief guest. Okay, like we were thinking, okay, who will be whom should we invite as our chief guest? So we didn't get any other person than this person. Okay, so I'm very happy and delighted to announce that the Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences, Fortis Healthcare, under the aegis of Dr. Samir Parikh, is our official mental health partner. Dr. Samir Parikh is an eminent physiatrist and has played a significant role in enhancing the image and reach of mental health across the country. He completed his MBBS and MD in psychiatry from Civil Hospital Ahmedabad and topped the university in both. The Fortis National Mental Health Program is one of the only comprehensive multi-city, multi-centric mental health care programs in the world with a team of over 80 experts at 20 centers across Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata, Jaipur, Amritsar, Mohali, and Ludhiana. It is my privilege and pleasure to welcome our chief guest for the day, Dr. Samir Parikh, Director, Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Science, Fortis National Mental Health Program, to the conference. Warm welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining in. Yeah. So we all are very excited and it's our privilege having you here, sir. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. All the young psychologists, especially a warm welcome to you. As you're all aware of the fact that in a country like ours, where there's a huge deficit of experts, and if you look at this deficit, you realize that no matter what kind of awareness we do, no matter how much outreach we try and create, if we don't create accessibility and don't create affordable access to experts, we would not be able to deliver our promise of taking mental health to all in our country. So to 3G School of Psychology, I must extend my congratulations for starting a master's course. It's been my firm belief that we need to increase the number of seats and institutes and colleges that give more and more courses for psychology, because that's the only way we'll be able to reduce the deficit. I'm so glad that so many of you are joining this 3-day conference, which has some very, very interesting speakers. And it's important, not just for young upcoming students of psychology, but also any and every student of psychology, no matter what your experience is, to listen to other people, to let your mind go through some lateral development. And these are changing times. Let's understand this. COVID has taught us a lot, hasn't it? Unprecedented times came, unprecedented challenge came, and see how we've all worked together and brought a significant change in the way we've lived. We've used the digital world so well to be able to engage with each other, to be able to reach each other. We've also, at an individual level, we were able to continue care of all clinical work that we were doing through the digital space. We did so many internships and so many awareness campaigns, and were able to reach so many lives, primarily because we were able to adapt the entire change that was happening. I think what school education did is a remarkable story that will be there, that suddenly we shifted from physical to online teaching, and we were able to save 1 year of students and ensure that we gave them a productive, fruitful experience during these difficult months. And how the collective came together. Be very clear, all of you. All of this is psychology. Be it our reaching out to people on how they should have behaved or supported the pandemic, or getting people to support, or ensuring that we take care of senior citizens, or looking at our own anxieties, of uncertainties, of the illness. All of that is psychology. Psychology is not merely what work we do in the clinical space, in the therapeutic space, seeing a client, giving medications, doing counseling or therapy. That's not what psychology is only. Psychology is also an interface of all other fields of healthcare. Psychology is also an interface of values, of social activism, of social responsibility. So if all of us need to contribute to mental health and make mental health a priority, we need to have a whole spectrum where we all need to work from. We need to work to create more and more resources so that affordable, accessible mental health is available. So for that, we need more institutes. So that's my congratulations to you. Then we need to focus on preventive care, which is life skills in schools, life skills in colleges, mental health outcomes in the corporate world, and at most grassroots levels to try and focus on skill building, awareness. Then you come to intervention, early intervention. How do you do that? You create an outreach at primary healthcare centers and using Digital India. And that's where I feel in years to come, the digital interface, artificial intelligence are going to be the key pillars which are going to ensure the last mile connectivity for mental health. There is no other way we'll be able to have enough experts that will be able to reach the entire length and breadth of our country. And that's where I do believe that we all need to have open minds, openly adopt digital space, be open to the changes in the field of AI, and see how best we can utilize these advances that are happening in the digital world so that we can reach out to more people to ensure mental health facilities reaching out to them. From primary, then you come to when treatment starts happening, when people have conditions which require intervention. That's where you ensure that help reaches them in a consistent manner. And then obviously the more tertiary, which is more on the rehabilitation angle as well. Put all of this together. What else you need to do? You need to end the stigma so that discrimination ends. How do you do that? Have positive conversations on mental health. Keep speaking about mental health. Everybody, whether you are an expert or not, you need to be an ambassador of mental health. Remember, 1 in 5 people in the world will suffer from some kind of a mental ailment in their lifetime. We talk about pandemics, but we also need to understand that the epidemic of mental health has been going on for a very long time. So we need to ensure that there is no stigma, because stigma interferes with help that an individual can get, and we need to work on that. So to have consistent conversations and utilizing digital interface, again here social media, use it in a way that you can reach more and more people, but make it a very consistent thing. I've been saying this for a while. For every person who works in the field of psychology, remember that you have a chisel in your hand and there's a mountain through which we need to pass. And if you keep on persistently, consistently with your effort, keep using that chisel. And if all of us collectively keep doing that, we'll be able to create space that people will be able to benefit for generations to come. And I think that's something which is very important. And I'm very, very happy with the effort 3GR School of Psychology has done here. Really, really appreciate this. I can see some very, very young people also joining, including our mind speakers. We run a young mental health advocacy program with very, very young people, and we work with them to create mental health awareness. And I can see some of those young minds here sending you messages. Very, very good to hear from you as well. So one, we'll extend all our support at 3G School of Psychology when you need anything, whether it is resources, whether you need help and support from the point of view of internships. If you need our experts to support your program, we'll be happy to support you. On a separate level, for all of you people, no matter where you are in the world, we are asking more and more people to join our initiatives in creating mental health awareness. Where you are in the world doesn't matter. Just drop me a message or send me an email and join this journey, which has only one purpose, one mission, one vision, that we need to end this stigma and create mental health awareness. Right now, we are doing a lot of awareness work with life skills for children. We are working with life skills for college students, with the corporate world. We are working with various groups. So all of you who want to join this and who want to be a part of an initiative that brings a change, we'll be happy to support your initiatives. We'll be happy to exchange notes, train, help you reach out to more people and support that initiative. So anybody and everybody from psychology background, if you want to be a part of our community programs to be able to create more awareness, feel free. Just you can send me a tweet on Dr._Sameer Parekh. You could just send me an email at sameer.parekh@fortishealthcare.com or to our program mentalhealth@fortishealthcare.com. And we will be more than happy to support all the initiatives that are there. Because I have believed that all of us need to collectively work together. And that's the only way, because all of us have a small little chisel and the mountain is too big out there to climb. So if we all come together, only then we'll be able to make a difference. So on my parting notes to all of you, once again, congratulations, 3G School of Psychology. Really appreciate when more and more educational institutes take this initiative. I truly believe that that's the way forward. And that's why I said that we'll be more than happy to support. When you reached out to us, the reason why we agreed and immediately agreed to be our mental health partners, because I do believe that the field of education, AI, digital world, clinical experts need to come together to make a difference. And like I said, all of you, keep reading, be ambassadors of mental health. Remember that as you grow up in your careers, it's not going to be only the clinical work that you'll do which will count. Take at least 20% time out from your clinical life for the rest of your life and focus on community mental health awareness, because that's where we'll be able to make a collective difference. Remember, mental health for all, and making mental health a priority has to be our goal. Yeah, yes, some of you are asking for the email ID. I'll just type it. And I'll just type it for you. Just drop in a tweet, drop in a message, drop in a mail. We'll be happy to be a part of any initiative and support you in taking your efforts forward as well. On that note, brilliant concept, brilliant effort. I wish the conference an absolute all the best.
Thank you so much, Doctor. It's really our privilege having you here, and thank you for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasions. Once again, thank you. And to honor your time, we have an e-certificate for you as a token of honor. I would request my technical team to please display the e-certificate for Dr. Sameer Parekh. Kindly accept it, sir, and we will be also mailing that to you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and coming and gracing the occasion. Once again, thank you for your time. So I request all the participants to please fill the feedback form. Feedback form will be shared in the chat box. And we are so happy to announce the giveaway of Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees and 50 free ebooks and Canva premium account. All you have to do is go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, and tag 3 of your friends right now. So lined up, we have many interesting sessions, and the upcoming session is by the founder and the brain behind this huge mission. So I am not going to reveal much about the speaker, and to invite the speaker, I invite my co-host, MC Joel, who is the public relation event specialist and head of national leader at 3G School of Psychology. Over to you, Joel.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Joel, you're audible. Yeah.
Okay, so right now we'll be having a session by Dr. Sai Chole on the topic of impacts of COVID-19 and artificial intelligence on the employment ecosystem. To tell about Dr. Sai, he is rightly be called as a humanitarian, egalitarian, and an AI scientist, a futurist, educationist, and a serial entrepreneur. He is also a strong advocate for technological singularity. He is the founder and chairman of Mission 3G, headquartered at IIT Madras Research Park. He was able to develop the world's first integrated career mapping for the global education and learning industry. He is also known as a business enthusiast and disruptive thinker. He has received many awards and recognition for his significant contribution to global education. Some of the notable mentions include Assocham Education Excellence Award of 2018 and World Education Award of 2017 in Dubai. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. Sai Cholail and to the dais, who is going to talk about the impacts of COVID-19 and artificial intelligence on the employment ecosystem. Welcome you, sir. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a virtual round of applause in the comment box. Say yes or a boom. We welcome you, sir. Please go ahead.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Joel, for your kind introduction. I'm super excited to interact with you, half an hour with you, all you guys regarding how artificial intelligence is going to transform each one of our life, how artificial intelligence is going to integrate with the psychology. I'm just going to share my screen. Hope you guys can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir, we can see that.
Could you guys tell me how many of you know what is artificial intelligence, to get an idea? Wow, many knows. Okay. So can you guys tell me what is the connection between the artificial intelligence and psychology? What is the connection? Is there any connection? AI is designed the human mind, yes. Humanoid robots. Very good, very good. So I'll be explaining about a little bit about the company. 1 or 2 minutes, I don't take much time. Okay, here to go. We are an incubated company in IIT Bombay 2005. The entire, the project is designed from Harvard and MIT. You guys know what is Harvard and MIT? Heard about Harvard and MIT? Okay, good. Okay, we launched in ISB Hyderabad. Now we are headquarters, our location is in IIT Madras Research Park. You guys know IIT Madras Research Park, right? Okay, yes. Could you tell me what is the ranking in IIT Madras in India? Which rank? Yes, Priya and Manuel is saying 1. Yes, it's been the number 1 the last 5 years. Okay, now you got an idea about us. Now, what we do basically, that is what is very important. 3G stands for third generation, actually. We are a R&D, research and development company. Especially, I think we are the one and only educational research company in India. What kind of a research we do? We do research on artificial intelligence and education. Why it is having so much of an importance? I'll just give an idea. From here onwards, I'm looking for an undivided attention. I'm going to talk about you. I'm going to talk about me, my family. We are talking about the India, the state, how it is going to affect. So what we are addressing, you understand what is this company is all about. What we are addressing actually. Now we are addressing the biggest threat of the humanity called technological singularity. What is technological singularity in layman term? Before 2030, 80% of the people are going to lose their job. Just imagine, before I'm just repeating the statement, before 2030, 80% of the people are going to lose their job according to the World Bank report of 2016. So just imagine in India, we are having a 600 million youth while rest of the world is aging. India is getting younger and younger. While rest of the world, we have a 600 million youth. By this time, 80% of the people are going to lose their job. Now, just imagine what will be the situation when 80% of the people lose their job before. We are not talking about 2050. We are not talking about 2000. We are talking about 2030. So this is where the psychology needed. The people, it is going to be chaos. It is going to be stressful. It is going to be mess in India. This is where the mental health, the Dr. Sameerji very clearly said that the importance also, right? So mental health is very important, especially while, see, elimination of employment is not first time in the history. Every 200 years, there is elimination of employment. Majority of the people, we people work in the field of agriculture, right? We were agrarian, now many not. So it happened, it's a transition point. So world is in a transition point, which took place every 200 years. Now this time, this is the major part, 80% of the people are going to lose job. Why specific in India? We have done huge research in outside. We've been working a decade in India, more than 5,000 scientists. We are looking only one thing, how to address, how to handle this issue. Just imagine 80% of the 600 million people are going to lose their job. It's a huge. When we come to India, the one question which we were asking ourselves, maybe you can give me the answer for that. Now, what is there to be proud of an Indian in terms of invention and innovation, apart from APJ sir done in the space? I'm not talking the space side. Apart from space side, what is there to be proud of an Indian in terms of invention and innovation in India, which you and me to proud of done after 1947? Could you tell me something? We have all the IITs, we have all the IMs, we have all the rank holders every year. Could you tell me something? Sundar Pichai, we cannot be proud of Sundar Pichai, right? Which done the invention and innovation. Invention and innovation. Because that should be the outcome of education. We are the largest, see, Aryabhatta and all, it is, before 1947, right? See, we have 1.3 billion best brains. Discovery of zero, of course, is ours, but you tell me which year it is. After 1940, see, India is after 1947. So after 1947, what is there to be proud of an Indian in terms of invention and innovation? We are the largest engineering producing country. We all are scratching because nothing is there. It's only imitating, copying, cloning. See, we all are the part of education. We all in many competence. Just think about it. So we need to start from there. We need to understand there is nothing. See, we were together, 5,000 people searching why it is not happened. The same time as many said that the opposite side, what's happened, whether it is a Google, whether it is a Microsoft, whether it is all the company built by us, but we are not able to make in India. Many people said that it's a de-drain of brain. But what we understood that in the research, most of the rank holders of whether it is IITs or IIMs or school or college, they are still in India. It is not de-drain of the brain. There is a systemic problem. So this is where we are addressing. I'm moving a little ahead. I'm going to talk a little about to make you understand how artificial intelligence is important in your life. So as we all know, it's not see, artificial intelligence is not a big deal. it's like any, so you don't need to for a machine learning, you don't need for a, data science. All this job will be like a labor job in the future. It's not a big deal. It's like, people, we are studying something to learn about electricity. If someone want to learn about more of artificial intelligence, is anybody can learn within 1 week of a time. It doesn't need much time. So we will look into what is this artificial intelligence about in a layman term. See, artificial intelligence is an intelligence demonstrated by the machine, unlike the natural intelligence displayed by the human and animals. So how this, it's very simple. Unlike the human and animals, machines are nowadays demonstrating intelligence. This is called artificial intelligence. Okay, how artificial intelligence evolved? We human being always after a productivity. So in olden days, the productivity is all about, muscle power. To get a more muscle productivity, we put more people. To get again more, we were after, the money, productivity always. So we put animal energy. The invention of a steam engine, we started to use machine. Slowly, we used to put intelligence to the machine. Now we reach in a situation, machine intelligence is going to surpass the human intelligence. This is where the artificial intelligence born. So hope all you understand what is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is an intelligence demonstrated by the machine. So how it is evolved, because everything was after energy. To get a more energy from one people to, we put more people. Olden days, Hindustan, we were the 28% because of the number of the people. Then we started to use animal energy. Later said the invention of a steam engine, we started to use the machine. Now we are reaching in a stage, artificial intelligence is going to surpass the human intelligence. See, what will happen when artificial intelligence surpasses the human intelligence? What is going to happen? Guys, tell me what is going to happen when artificial intelligence surpass the human. What will be the major impact? Yes, Prabhu Shankar is. Please interact with me. See, work from home is going to be the new opportunity for you guys. Asia, 40% of the people are going to work from home, according to the prediction. Even the New York is going to be half. All the cities are going to die. Bangalore will be dying in terms of the real estate. Chennai will be dying. See, the new normal, 40% of the people are going to work. Please interact. Okay, so it is going to be a huge loss. See, this slide is very, very, very important. Please pay undivided attention in this slide. Okay, so I'm just going to compare human intelligence, and we know that we human is all about brain, right? So could you, I'll just ask a very tricky question here. We all are part of the mental health, right? How many brains we have? How many brains we have? Sabina is saying 3, Kashish is saying 1, 3, 2, 1, 5. Could you guys tell me what is the number which you mentioned? What is it? The explanation, which is 1? What is this 1? If it is 2, what is the 2? Okay. So many people are giving different answers, right? So 4 is there, forebrain, midbrain. Keep on. Hindbrain and midbrain and forebrain, heartbrain, keep on the answer. Thank you everybody for giving the answer. Okay, so what we need to understand, this is a very good question, which we all need to ask. Even if you go to ask the neurosurgeon, he cannot answer for that. We are having a 3 brain, which is the 3 brain you guys know. One, it is a head brain, gut brain, heart brain. These are the 3 brain. We are using such an outdated curriculum in the world. We are having a heart brain, head brain. Yeah, Zainab said it. Zainab put it. Many people doesn't know. Even the biology doesn't teach this. Even the neuroscience, the doctor who is operating, he doesn't know that. That is the world which we are living. We are having only 5% of the knowledge about the brain. Now we are entering to a world. We are able to understand each billion. See, we know that 100 billion neurons we are having. We are going to understand each neuron, how it is going to function. This is where the psychology is going to break. We have only 5% of the knowledge about the brain. We are going to know 100% of the knowledge about the brain. There we are going to decode the entire world. This is the comparison which we are talking about. So here, please, undivided, very much important to make you understand how artificial intelligence is very important in your life. So I'm just comparing biological intelligence versus technological intelligence. Operating frequency of a brain is 200 hertz, whereas operating frequency of a artificial intelligence 200 gigahertz. It's keep on increasing. Transmitting information speed is axon, 200 meter per second. You guys know axon, right? What is axon? We are receiving all the information through 5 sensors to the brain through axon. So for example, if I touch a place where the hot is there, yes, it will go to the brain and it asks to take an action, to take back my hand. The speed is 200 meter per second. But the AI speed is 3 million meter per second. Just imagine 3 million meter per second. It is speeder than light, which is where AI. The brain is 20 watt, but currently the AI using, I think it is 500,000 watt. Do you guys have watched the documentary AlphaGo? Heard about AlphaGo? AlphaGo. Please watch this. Just please write down, guys. This is very important to understand AlphaGo. Go is a board game which is considered as the toughest. Exactly. Prabhu said that it's a Chinese game. Toughest game on earth. The best brain play. Lee Sedol was the champion. So what happened? An algorithm which is invented by 2 British guys. It's a one-sheet algorithm. They teach the Go. This algorithm defeated Lee Sedol within 40 days. This day consider human brain crisis day. 6 million people watch live. That documentary is available and the guy, Lee Sedol, resigned. The world declared that it is not compatible with technological intelligence with the biological intelligence. So please watch this AlphaGo. Again, I am going. So one more very, very important, I'm going to talk about that. See, please experience the AI. If you are not experienced the AI, you are out. Okay, now AI, artificial intelligence is learning one side. We are also learning another side. We are having 7.6 billion people learning, right? We are also learning, AI is also learning. Now, just let us compare the learning speed of the AI and human being. Now, we all know that the one side, one AI only, we have a 7.6 billion in the other side. What is the speed of a learning? Very, very important, the last point which I'm talking about in this comparison. You need to understand, if you are not understanding, it's a trouble. You are also learning. We all are learning one side. The other side is AI is learning. Let us see the speed of the AI learning. The smartest human on earth, one side, 1 week learning. The other side, AI is learning 20,000 years of a human level research. 20,000 years of a human level research. Can anybody compete with AI? Could you guys tell me? Anybody can compete AI in learning. See, you are learning, you are going to college every day. Now, can you compete AI? See, what you are learning, It is not even a second doesn't need for the AI. Now, this is where you have to think about what kind of education does it really require for the future. Now, please do this exercise, those who are in computer, please, for the sake of everybody, sake of your family, make them understand artificial intelligence is very, very important. If people doesn't know, it is going to create trouble. So please do an exercise. Go to the Google, those who are in computer, go to the Google, open the search bar of a Google, just put psychology there. Just let me know how much data it fetch for you. Go to the Google bar, just put psychology, enter it. How much data it fetch for you and how much second. Please do this exercise. Feel the AI. You have to feel the AI. So 0.59 second, please guys, 0.84 second. How much data, please? Those who are in computer, we are talking about your future. We are talking your brother future, your mother future, your father future. If you are not understanding AI, it is trouble. Now you can see that in AI can fetch, AI can analyze, synthesize the data within not even a second. Trillions of data it can analyze. Now you guys tell me, can we compete in learning AI? Tell me guys, is it possible? Is it possible? Impossible. Now you tell me, what is going to happen to the entire education system of the world? What is the entire education system of the world? You are going every day to the college. There are 1.6 billion children are going to school and college. What is their future? 1.6 billion children are going to college. This is, you need to understand the importance of AI. Okay, I'm moving. I hope you understand the importance. Okay, now we think that, see, these are the two kind of human skill which we have, physical skill and cognitive skill. Both have taken already the AI. So the end result is going to be job crisis. Now we think about how can we upskill and reskill the people. This you will get a more idea. Majority of us were farmers. In first industrial revolution, mechanics, the machine came. So there was no much issue because of it's again a physical job. Then second industrial revolution, electricity came to maximize the production. It was also a physical job. Training was okay. But third industrial revolution happened. That is the first time the cognitive automation came. What happened? All the company, TCS or Infosys or all the company went to the campus, irrespective of their domain. They were looking for IQ people. BBA, no problem. BCA, no problem. BTech mechanical, no problem. Civil engineering, no problem. They take the people, they train. Now they are the the people, those who are into the IT. Now, what is going to happen? Anybody heard about Yuval Harari? You heard about Yuval Harari? The speech, World Economic speech, last year's speech. Anybody have listened? What he said, Girish? Yeah, Girish said, useless class. The people above their age, 40 age, it is going to be useless. Why they are going to be? Just imagine. They are the expert of today. They are going to call us a useless. Why it is like that? I'll tell you why it is like that. Now, my age is 46. My entire value system is established. My parents, my grandparents, my school system, all taught by, say, to go to city to buy things. It's all my father. Now, if, for example, the age of the father is 50 now, okay, if he want to make an electricity bill, now what he is going to do? He's going to call his son and daughter. Here is the change. This is called reversal parenting. Reversal migration, reversal parenting. Everything going to be reverse. It is going to be very difficult to upskill and reskill. See, fourth industrial revolution is all about fusion of technology, artificial intelligence, robotic, automatic computer, nano computer. It fundamentally changed the world. Now, just imagine a cashier is going to lose their job. Can we upskill and reskill him to an analytical job? I'll give more idea also, then you understand that. I'm just adding through a little bit of education side. We got a 21st century kids are being taught by 20th century teachers using 19th century curriculum and technique of 18th century calendar. This is the situation. This never aligned now. Okay, this is the situation which is happening, right? We'll go to the school, we get book by tuition, teacher, from parents to others. End of the day, we omit, we graduated. If someone asks what you learn, he doesn't know anything. See, one size fits for all. Here the problem is examination is the problem. We know we born for a different, by looking all of our face, we know that what teacher is asking to climb the tree. Now, we are not failing. The schools are making us fail. Keep in mind, the biggest human, the world of education today is the biggest human resources tragedy. 70% of the students chasing dying career. One world of education system. We are preparing 1.5 billion students for yesterday, not for today, not for tomorrow. So we need to redesign, we need to reimagine, we need to reinvent, we need to redefine the entire educational system. See what Stephen Hawking is saying, the development of a full artificial intelligence will end the spell of the human race. You can see here, what is Sundar Pichai is lightly said that we have to be fear about the AI. Elon Musk, how many people are following Elon Musk? How many people are following Elon Musk? Please, if you are not following Elon Musk, you are not living in this century, guys. He is the one who even disrupting psychology, open AI. So please ensure that you all are following Elon Musk. What he said that artificial intelligence could be an immortal and fundamental risk to the human being. What is the Jack Ma saying? Tech revolution may bring third world war. Walt Disney put it, the superpower guy, is saying, who control the world of AI is going to rule in 1 year. 100 years. Now, what is going to happen that machine can now learn, sense, experience by mimicking the sense. See, all the 5 senses is already with the AI. See what we human do, perceiving, inferring, gathering evidence, making hypothesis, even reasoning. This is all AI can do now. So what is the outcome? End of the day, job loss. So we are going to lose this is going to happen. So see, world 80% of the people are going to lose their job. Job is going to, let us analyze a few industry to make you understand how it is going to be. So fourth industrial revolution, we know that this is the first industrial revolution. Second, third, we already explained this. So it is a fundamentally changing everything. See, we are exiting from the fossil fuel era to behavioral economy. See, $6 trillion industry was the fossil, which was the last year. But now it's all about behavioral data. Who is the richest man on earth now? You all know him now, right? Every day nowadays in the newspaper is coming. Who is the richest man? See, all the company. Yes, Elon Musk is the richest man on earth now. See, all these people, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, all these people made the last 20 years. Just imagine, fossil fuel era was there. Now, these all people are making money from behavioral data. So behavioral data is the game changer. Now, fossil fuel era was, we know that they control the nation, government, economy, war, policies. This is out. So you can understand, you can feel the Middle East. We all live, even now, I'm talking from Dubai. I know what is happening here. I was having a 14 company. I closed almost, 10 company. I'm having only 3 company in UAE now. So that's the kind of a situation which are, see, fracking technology, you can extract the oil horizontal and vertical. And 2035, we don't need a oil. See, one day, sunrise is enough to cater the entire planet. So energy is going to be absolutely free. Now, the biggest, another industry where the jobs are giving, you know, which is the biggest industry jobs are giving? Which is the biggest industry? Automobile industry. Yes, Rashi said that. Yes, Anjali said that. Okay, every 6 people, 1 guy is there in the automobile. We are having a 2.5 billion vehicles. Just let us keep 0.5 billion vehicle as a personal vehicle. We have a 2 billion commercial vehicle. Now, this is very important. I'm just repeating because you need to understand the size of a job it is going. You understood the 6 trillion already from the oil. We don't need oil at all. Now, the second industry is the automobile. That is the largest industry, which is 2 billion. We have a commercial, means 2 billion driver is there. 2030, 100%, you will not find any vehicle with a driver. So what is going to happen, this 2 billion people? Who is going to give the job? 2 billion people. It's all analytical job is available. Who will take care of these 2 billion people? Now, the kind of things are coming. Hyperloop is started. You know, Dubai within, they can take around 12,000 passengers. I think 12 minutes in 200 kilometers. And we think that, okay, India, it never happened. Guys, it's already there. India, only government need to be approval, which is drone is going to be the major player. It's almost free. You don't have any traffic or anything. You just call from your mobile, the app, the drone will come and pick you and drop anywhere. It is almost free. Roads are going to be monument. Future children doesn't need license. You can play the road. See the rocket in commercial. So many companies are working in rocket in commercial. Anywhere on earth, you can only 40 minutes, maximum 40 minutes. You can go and work and come back to anywhere in the world. So that level of a redefine, redesign, rediscover in the automobile. But I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about what will happen 2 billion people job. That is our concern here. Now, if you really look at this is the real scene, the real image of Foxconn, where our Apple mobile created. Within a day, how many people they changed? 60,000 people. If you really look into CMI report in India, how many million people we lost the last 2 years, 3 years? It is scary. Okay, we think that agriculture, there is no scope because of the precision farming which is going to happen. No human intervention. It's completely automated. There is no scope there. Look into the 3D printing. What and all 3D printing? Yards are printing. These cars printed by. Even 3D printing is going to remove the hunger of the world. Buildings, 5-story building which is done in Dubai. All the dresses are going to be 3D printed. Even the diamonds are going to be 3D printed. So everything is going to be 3D printed. So no scope in the manufacturing side. Supply chain, again, another job. There is no scope. Now people think that, okay, artificial intelligence, even 60% of the people, those who are working in an IT industry, their job is into trouble because AI can create a better code. The guy who found the code. This is not my word. Go to the Google, you can see that. So there is no much scope in the the IT level also, IT side also. So what is happening that, see, we have a human have a scope here in the designing, in the design stage, but manufacturing and 3D printing is robot. It is going to be robot and 3D printing will be manufactured. Delivery will be drone. So end result, massive job loss is going to come. Here, where we have to be careful here. See, we have seen fascism, even though it's exploited, it was human-centric. We have seen communism, it's human-centric. We have seen religion, it is human-centric. We have seen maximum, we enjoy democracy, but the twin revolution which is happening, information technology plus biotechnology, which is merging, human not consider yet. This is where the psychologist has to come. So where 3G stand for, why 3G is fighting for this, why we are making this kind of awareness. The reason is that whatever we design, it should be human-centric and naturalistic. All the software engineer, similar like doctors, they have to pledge, they have to do oath. Whenever he design a code, you need to ensure that it should be human-centric and it should be naturalistic. That level of ethic has to come to the world. So it is going to be very difficult in the future. Now the question is that, will you survive the fourth industrial revolution? What skill will guarantee you the future? Are we equipping ourselves for what? Will your education save you in this disruptive era? Are we equipping our children for what? This is the big question which we are asking. Could you guys tell me what is the product of these companies? I'll be ending within few minutes. Sorry for taking delay. Within few minutes, I'll be ending that. Could you guys tell me what is the product of all this company? I just want to connect with the psychology now. Okay, very good. Many people given a, how many of you guys watch Social Dilemma documentary, Social Dilemma? Please watch Social Dilemma. Social Dilemma, very, very important for psychology student. Social Dilemma. Then you will understand where the world is heading. See, we are the product of all this company. What they are taking your belief system, your emotion, your behavior, your religious behavior, everything they are taking. They are keeping all your attention on the screen. You are the product. They are changing your behavior. This is called surveillance capitalism. Capitalism profiting of infinite tracking. They're 100% tracking. All these companies, the richest companies on earth now. Okay. What we need to understand, human being is a hackable social animal for artificial intelligence. This is what you have to learn. We are a hackable animal. Not only do we have the technology today to decode what you think and what you want, but it also possible to predict your choice and manipulate your desire in the way that were never ever possible before. So what we need to do, let us create an artificial intelligence antivirus for human mind. This is where the psychology is coming in. So new era of psychology, brain-machine interface is going to happen. This is called BMI. The scientific study of a human mind and its function, especially those affecting behavior in a given context. Could technology be hacking human feeling, attitude, belief, behavior, keep people engaged on product? This is what is happening in the social media now. So what is the future? See, the last century was all about, who get the maximum money, because oil economy was the biggest economy. So oil engineer. Now, this century and coming century, what is going to happen? The biggest industry, behavioral data. So who's supposed to get the maximum salary? Psychologist is the one who's supposed to get. Keep in mind all the guys, those who work in WhatsApp, those who are working Google, they are all basically psychologists. So that is the future for you guys. Here we are starting. First time we are integrating a platform with psychology and artificial intelligence. So the future is all about psychology. So we are exiting from the from oil engineer to human behavior engineer. So keep in mind all the emotions, even don't think that human emotions are not decodable. It is decodable. So we are entering to a world where artificial intelligence, neuroscience, philosophy, and engineering meet. The convergence of psychology and machine learning is the new future of customer experience. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
To all the participants, so if you guys have any doubts or questions to ask, please type in the chat box. So we'll be asking Syed sir to answer them. Sir, one participant has asked, what is the role of the psychologist in AI?
See, the largest industry is going to be, it's a very good question, okay, which everybody want to ask actually. Whoever asks, it's an amazing question. See, which is going to be the largest industry? It is robotic industry. So who is going to work with the robotic industry? Psychologist is going to work the robotic industry. If we really create a curriculum, this is the new role of a psychology will be coming, more opportunity. Basically, see, it's artificial intelligence is all about the human psychology. So who knows the psychology the best? All the algorithms are psychology. So they got the best scope, which they don't know, because there is nobody created a curriculum yet. This is where 3G is coming in. Hope I have done the answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your amazing session. We are really were able to know more about the behavioral data, how the artificial intelligence is going to impact us in the future, and how most of the jobs will be replaced because of artificial intelligence. Thank you so much, sir. So thanks a lot. So moving on to our next session, we would like to introduce the topic is scope and nature of psychology as a career choice. So there'll be two speakers here, Nishipriya and Sobi Johnson. So let me introduce Sobi Johnson first. Sobi Johnson is a counseling psychologist and a career counselor who helps adolescents to make informed decisions about their future. She is a dedicated professional who helps young adults waiting to embark on their adventure into the world to choose a career path that matches their ambition, passion, and vision. Sobi is passionate about children and also helping them and make career decisions. Sobi has 15 plus years of experience in teaching and mentoring and has inspired her to create a vision for the young adults. Her venture is Sai Kadam, continues to enlighten, motivate, and guide the budding youngsters. Moving on to our next second speaker, I'd like to introduce Nishipriya, who is an energetic student and an ambitious soul, currently pursuing for her bachelor's in psychology. She's also our head national leader. This hardworking and a determined youth has presented 3 papers at national and international conferences. She is also a member of Junior Council and the head of Speakers Club. We welcome you both.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you for the lovely introduction.
Thank you, Joel.
Welcome.
Yeah, you need to put on my video.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you will be getting a request now. You can switch on your video, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, Thank you.
Yes, ma'am is here. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
A very good morning, ma'am. It's such a honor for me to conduct this question and answer session with you. So the first question that I would like to ask is, there are certain people who offer their MA degree after they complete their undergraduation, and some go to some offer MSc degree in their for their post graduation. So please tell me, what's the basic difference between the MA degree and the MSc degree?
So the basic difference is that, look, both are degrees, postgraduate degrees in psychology. Okay, so it is the way that the universities offer. So there are certain core subjects, and it is said that MA is more theoretical and the science is more mathematical. Well, this is a misconception there. Okay, the thing is that there are core subjects. In that core subject, there is research and statistics, both in MA and MSc psychology. Everybody has to do a dissertation or the mini research. Now the difference comes where now there are certain subjects in psychology, the branches in psychology that deals with that has got biology component more there as neuropsychology. Okay, the branches of neuropsychology as neuropathology and neurophysiology, then neuromicrobiology, and these subjects need a thorough science base. That is, you need to know the biology behind it.
Yes,
So this is where the difference comes. Means if the universities or the students want to take these subjects, they need to have a BSc in psychology and need to have a good science base in biology and chemistry like subjects. Okay, so this is the difference. But the misconception regarding counseling psychology, clinical psychology, organization psychology, almost all of these subjects are similar in the courses under UGC curriculum. Okay, so I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It was very clear. So my second question is, there are certain people who complete their masters and they establish themselves as a proper psychologist, whereas some people study, they complete their PhD and then they prefer to call themselves a psychologist. So please tell me that what is the maximum qualification one must possess to properly, get the title of psychologist, and how much time does it take for oneself to establish completely?
Okay, the thing is that here means psychology requires a good amount of formal education plus practice, that is practicals, internship, volunteering, etc. Because psychology is not a subject, means you need to grow in this subject. Clear? So the basics, at least you need to have a post-graduation in psychology plus a PG diploma or something, at least in whatever field you want to grow. And plus, and the more exposure you get, the more you are exposed to real life experiences, the more you are into it. Because psychology is not a subject, it is more, it's kind of experience, practical and experiential subjects where your experience, your observation, and your real life exposures matters a lot. Hope I have answered.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, one must have more practical knowledge, and with the help of practical knowledge, they can establish completely.
No, you need to have a good sound theoretical knowledge first.
Okay.
And on the basis of that, you need to have a good practical and that is experiential knowledge.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. All right. Ma'am, so my third question is, there are many people, I have seen many of my friends who drop becoming a psychologist just because they think that there is no stable earning in this field. So, and can you also tell me that if there is any company that can hire psychologists, and also what are your comments on it? Is there any stable earning in this field or not?
Yeah, the stable earning means our Indian society is just started to accept psychology, psychologists. Okay, so that's the point here. Once we are accepted here, once mental health is accepted here, it is an important component of being to lead a healthy life, then the things will be easy. Means the psychologists, the psychology aspirants will have means more opportunities there. Now here the point is that we are just started accepting that mental health is important, and I'm hopeful that the time will there will be time for psychologists also. But now as such, it's just in an evolution process, or it's it is coming up only. What I have seen and observed. This is my experience.
Yes, ma'am. So, like, there are certain students, there are engineering students, after they complete their graduation, the company comes for campus placement and such. So, is there anything available like this for psychologists? Is there any company that hires them, that can hire them?
As far as I know, I haven't seen or observed a company that is hiring psychology students directly or placing psychology students into their company.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much. So my next question is that most of my seniors, either they offer clinical psychology or they offer counseling psychology. For some of them, they believe that, it's more like a status symbol and it can fetch them more money. But certain people do opt out of it for passion. So how far is this perception correct? Just is counseling psychology can be, considered in the top of the hierarchy? Does it, really is more stable than compared to other fields?
Actually, counseling psychology is in demand because we are accepting the factor that mental health is important. It's the same with the clinical psychology. But it is not a status symbol. Money, I will definitely say that money is not much therein. But of course, you will get whenever you, this is like a service to the society. Okay. So whenever you do your job in a good manner, you get content, you get satisfaction. But yes, there is struggle to establish yourself as a good psychologist, as a good counseling psychologist, because people go after the hype, okay,
Yes.
and the pseudosciences related to psychology, and such people gain a lot of popularity and money.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
the real psychologists, they don't gain much money. Yes, of course, there is what when you do your job in a good manner. Yes, respect comes.
Yes, ma'am. So my next question is: there are a lot of people they prefer going to foreign for their post graduation. Certain people go because they think that like going there can earn them a good reputation in the society, as well as there are certain courses that are not available in India and they are available there. So it is necessary that holding a foreign degree by holding a foreign degree one can become a good psychologist, because I've seen the hype among people.
Yeah, look, in MBBS, many of the students go abroad and study MBBS. Okay, but what happens? If you want to, what do you say? If you want to practice in India, you need to get a certain certificate from India, and you have to practice here because
Yes.
you need to know the diseases of India, the geography, the climate, and the disease pattern in India. In the similar way, means ours we are still lagging behind in psychology subjects a bit. For example, we are still in our curriculum there is still DSM-4,
Yes.
whereas DSM-5 has been adopted in 2014, I think, by APA. So this is the lag behind. So what is happening here is, if you go and study abroad, of course your knowledge will increase. You will get to know more about psychology. But the thing is that if you want to practice in India, you need to understand the cultural, socio-cultural components and its influence on the mental health and the mental disorders, and the way people perceive these disorders, and how to help them. You have to understand the socio-cultural background uh, of our country. So this is the difference.
All right, ma'am. Okay, my next question is, how will artificial intelligence affect the field of psychology in upcoming years? Because as Shahid sir thought and most of the people started asking, I thought to put this question here. So how will artificial intelligence affect the future of psychology in upcoming years, ma'am?
So, look, artificial and intelligence, these are two different, these two have got different meanings, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So, artificial means man-made, that is not natural, something that is not natural, that is made by man, and intelligence. And this intelligence is a psychological concept, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And the concept intelligence has no universal definition yet. Means we define intelligence the in psychology itself intelligence is defined variously. There are different concepts that as multiple intelligence, general intelligence, cognitive intelligence,
Yes, ma'am.
then social intelligence, emotional intelligence, and so on. So what is happening here is artificial intelligence means making machines more smarter to think and work like human beings. So
Yes.
here the emphasis is on the cognitive part. That is the information processing part. Okay, the psychologist comes into view in the emotional and social part. That is the empathy, the creativity. So here again, the what do you say? This cognitive, that is artificial intelligence, is mostly based on algorithms, and these algorithms are data gathered by the behaviors of people, that is consumer behavior or on the social media or etc. There are different, so psychologists are needed for collecting this behavioral data. Psychologists are needed to make the machines more smarter, to think like, means to really think like human beings. So there is there are in the future there will be more, what you say, more avenues. You can't predict future, what type of jobs it will, or what type of careers it will come out with the integration of AI into psychology.
All
So
right.
there is a joining hand, psychology and AI.
Right. Yes, ma'am. So will the career become more research based for psychologists in future
It
after
will,
artificial
yeah,
intelligence?
it will become more research based, and also because artificial intelligence is because coming of artificial intelligence is creating a disruption.
Yes, ma'am.
Many are, what to say, many are losing their jobs. The things are getting automated. Okay, and also if we make the machines think like human beings, okay, then they too will have, their mental health is also needed to be taken care of. And so that is the thing, means we cannot predict now what type of avenues will be opened now, but yes, there will be more futuristic jobs regarding psychology when AI comes into more action.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much. A very good friend of mine had this question. How do we make a career in feminist psychology?
Yes, feminist psychology has the concept of feminist psychology hasn't come to India yet. Okay,
Yes.
there isn't a special branch in psychology called feminist psychology in India, in Indian curriculum. Okay, so yes, we need our social system. You know, our social system. There is a lot of gender bias,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
and the women folk are still uh, they still face a lot of problems in a socio-cultural like context. You see, they still face a lot of mental challenges, means psychosocial challenges, emotional challenges, and they are not, means they are not ready to speak up, or their voices are, or they can't speak up for themselves. So we need to work out for we need to work in this area to for equity and equality. We have got the concept of equality, but we need to come up with the concept of equity, where the chances are given to both of them, and the means Equity means where the both equality and also the means to come up in the upfront. Okay, so yes, there are means as feminist psychology, we don't have a concept still in India.
Okay, ma'am.
We
Thank you
need
so
to
much.
work for our women gender.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. That should be developed in all the fields, not in psychology.
Yes.
So yes, ma'am. So my next question is like RCI gives license to clinical psychology. So how do we authorize or validate other psychologists like educational psychologists or other psychologists like forensic psychologists? So is there any license for them to get validated? No,
No license for other branches of psychology.
only for counseling psychologists
No,
restricted.
not for counseling psychologists, only for clinical
Clinical
psychology.
psychology.
Yes, and that too, they have to at least complete their master's degree, and they have to do the diploma in PG diploma in clinical counseling from RCI recognized institution to get the license, or do MPhil, or take doctorate in psychology, that is PsyD. Okay, and or they have to do PG diploma in rehabilitation counseling. So these courses, and that too in RCI recognized institution.
All right, ma'am. So my next question is there any stiff competition among psychologists who wish to qualify as a professor? Because from what I had seen, UGC is pretty tough and the people who are appearing for the exam is more.
Mhm.
So
No,
how can, yes, ma'am.
yes, you continue.
So how can, what can the tips to be given to students to crack this examination? How can they apply?
They need to focus on the subject matter more. When they are study, don't just by heart it, understand it, what the concepts are, and apply means you need to relate it to your real life. And means psychology becomes enjoyable you relate it to your day to day life, or relating it to day to day life becomes uh, more easy. So it helps you to be more, what you say, it helps to understand you more the concept. So this is the manner, and the competition is there because now more number of students are there in psychology, because psychology has somewhere it has become a hype.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
it has become a hype because of media or the films. Okay, so this is why more of the students opt for psychology. Actually, they don't know how to go about with psychology as a career. So, and also there are the people who are passionate about psychology. They will definitely crack the net exam, and also will move forward.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
those who come just for the hype sake it is a common misconception that if you study psychology, you will be able to read the mind of people.
Yes, ma'am.
You will be able to do hypnotism, etc., etc. So these are just misconceptions. Psychology is a very scientific method of studying human mind and behavior, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. All right, ma'am. So here's my last question to you. What challenges did you face in your career to become a proper psychologist and how did you overcome it? So we'd love to know your journey, ma'am.
Yeah, my journey is I have completed my post graduation way back in 2000. Okay, so even my parents, I was passionate about psychology, and I was adamant that I'll go with psychology. My parents, they suggested me, but uh, they never put their things on me. They just suggested me, you don't have a career in psychology. So because of the suggestion, I took B.Ed. I finished my B.Ed, and mm, I couldn't appear for net exam because there were some reasons behind it. But I wanted to, but I couldn't. So I became a teacher, that too in social science. And I taught for 15 years, but yes, psychology helped me to understand my students in a better way, and has helped me to guide them in proper way whenever they needed me, wherever they needed me. Okay. And after that, there was a break in my career, and I took my, that is after 15, 16 years, I completed my postgraduate diploma in counseling psychology. And now I'm a counseling psychologist. That is, there is a struggle because people are not very receptive about psychology.
There are taboos.
There's a taboo, still the taboo that if you speak about your mental health, it is not good for you, all these things. But now people have started up, especially in the COVID, because of this COVID, people are coming up with their problems, real issues, and are talking about it, and helping them give a real fulfillment. Yes, my purpose is being fulfilled. Yes, this is it.
Ma'am, so before we depart, would you like to give some tips for all this budding young psychologist that's listening to you?
Yeah, you need to, for all the budding psychologists, you need to develop some skills. That is, you need to develop empathy, compassion for people and their problems. Okay. And empathy means keeping yourself in their position and understanding from their perspective. This will help you to this will help you to be not to be judgmental. Okay, so you need to have empathy, compassion, and you need to have good listening skills and communication skills. Plus, the other thing is that you need to work hard. You need to dedicate. You have to be committed in your passion if you have passion for psychology. These are the things that are necessary. Okay,
Thank you so much, ma'am.
some of them have raised hand.
Ma'am, they can very well put their doubts and queries in the chat box, and we'll answer them, ma'am.
Nishi, like they have asked some questions in the Q&A column, so you can read it out and
I'll read it
Shobhi
out.
ma'am can answer it. Yeah.
Ma'am, there's a question. What about students who are interested in biopsychology but have a BA psychology background? Do they have an opportunity and scope in the field of neuroscience, biopsychology then? As you said, we can grow in different branches of psychology by doing internships and volunteering, etc. So then won't a BA degree suffice instead of BSc one?
No, I'm afraid you need to have a BSc because biology requires bioscience, biopsychology requires a strong base in biology subject. You need to study about the biological means. Biopsychology is explaining psychology in terms of genes and hormones and through means everything is brain chemicals, etc. So you need to have a good background in biology, and so you need to have BSc. You need to have BSc for
All right.
that.
So the next question is, with so many people interested in psychology, how are we supposed to stand out to get the best?
Yeah, your commitment and your passion, your authenticity, and the way you put yourself, the way you give to psychology will it will make you stand out.
All right, ma'am. So the next question is asked by Dr. Sudhakar. He has said that, I think the question is removed. For being a psychologist, does entering into a reputed college matters?
Yeah, entering into a reputed gives means when you get hired, there means they will look into when they look into your profile, maybe it will help you a bit and help you in some way, but this is your internships, your real life exposure that matters, where you develop the skills needed for being a psychologist.
All right, ma'am. So next question is how to stand out to get Ivy League colleges, especially for psychology.
you need to get, you have to do internships and volunteer programs more for
Yes.
Ivy Leagues, and your profile needed, your profile, you need to have a good profile for that.
All right, ma'am. Next question is which has a larger scope of earning, clinical or counseling? I think you have answered that.
Yes.
So next is what about a career counselor? Can you be more specific? He has asked what about a career counselor?
So career counselor deals with careers, that is world of work. Plus there are some psychological concepts, but basically they are dealing with how to direct or guide a student to their interested field or career careers.
Yes, ma'am. So next question is what's the difference between clinical psychologist and counseling psychology?
Okay, clinical psychology is they are mainly dealing with the mental disorders, various types of mental disorders and intervention. Counseling is helping. Is counseling is a helping job where you are not to means you are not dealing with the serious issues, mental health issues. The serious mental health issues are dealt by clinical psychologists because they are specialized in it. Here you in counseling psychology you are helping them. It is a helping job rather than you will be applying certain types of interventions in counseling psychology, but it is a basically it is a helping work.
All right, ma'am. So next question is can you suggest some institutions which are RCI recognized?
You can find it. This NIMHANS is, there are many courses in NIMHANS, and also there are, I think there are many courses in top. The Delhi University has got many courses. You can find it on the RCI website. The institutions and courses recognized by RCI.
Yes, ma'am. So the next question is it good to do PhD in educational psychology or artificial intelligence in psychology?
It depends what is your interest more. Both are interesting subjects. Educational psychology will mostly deal with the educational theories and how students can be helped through psychology, etc. And artificial intelligence is a different thing. So you have to sort out, you have to find out your passion and your interest and what suits you.
All right, ma'am. So somebody has asked the scope of organizational psychology in India.
Organizational psychology is mainly dealing with the type of problems of type of issue in workplace. So many have done. You can do MBA HR in MBA and HR. They are, but so this is regarding to organizational psychology, and it is also a good. It is also coming up as a good subject opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. So Garvita has asked that what necessary skills that we do you think are necessary to be an effective psychologist in the armed force?
Effective psychologists in the armed force requires, yes, basically every psychologist requires to be, there are many skills as I have pointed out. You need to be, I think I have answered it. That is, you need to have empathy, compassion, good communication skills, listening skills, and on top of that you have to maintain the confidentiality.
All right, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So Nishi, thanks a lot for, I mean, we have been closing to the end of the session. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for answering all our questions. Like, it was a great opportunity to know and the difference between the courses and what not a person can do for, you know, it's been very useful for the present youth and college students related to psychology. So thank you, ma'am. So we will be presenting you an e-certificate from Physics Close Psychology. Technical team, please present the screen.
Thank you, 3G team, 3G School of Psychology. I extend my gratitude to Shahid sir and Irfana and 3G team for giving me this opportunity to be with wonderful psychology aspirants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And we would like to present an e-certificate for Nishipriya also for asking those amazing questions from participants. And she's always been enthusiastic and bubbly throughout the start until now. She has been doing an amazing job. Thank you, Nishipriya.
Thank
Cheers.
you, sir. Thank you, Sobi ma'am, for answering all my questions.
Thank you, Nishi.
So thank you, everyone. So hope you have enjoyed all of these two sessions that we are having. And we will be updating the feedback forms in the chat box and also in a YouTube live. It's being streamed. So moving on, I'll introduce MC Anjali here to move on to the next session.
Okay, thank you so much, Joel, and thank you so much, Sobi ma'am and Nishi. So it was a very detailed session about various courses in psychology. I hope it was useful for everyone. So just share your feedbacks in the comment box, as well as please don't forget to fill the feedback form. So we want to know, okay, how does how the speaker actually sounded? Did they add any value to your life? So you can just comment on the chat box, as well as you can fill the feedback forms, and you can also request what all topics you want in the future. Everything you can mention in the feedback form. So please do fill the feedback forms for all the speakers. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for that appreciating comments which we are getting. Okay, everyone enjoyed the session. We are so happy to hear that it added value to your life. And thank you so much. I hope everyone enjoyed the session. And are you all ready for the next session? Just comment on the chat box. Session was informative, fun. Thank you, Suresh. Thank you. Yes. I'm getting so much of comments. And we are so happy to announce the giveaway of Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees, 50 free ebooks, and Canva premium account. If you want this giveaway, all you have to do is go to our official Instagram page at 3G School of Psychology. Tag 5 of your friends, and don't forget to tag our CEO, our young CEO, Irfana Izzat, at Irfana Izzat Chole. So we will be sharing the Instagram ID here in the chat box. I request my technical team to post the same. And without further ado, I would like to invite my next speaker. And it's my privilege inviting the next speaker, who is a result-oriented and responsible youth and career counselor, counseling psychologist, psychotherapist, career coach, NLP practitioner, and a yoga therapist. She is dedicated in improving well-being, behavior, and coping skills of at-risk youth and public in general. She possesses understanding of the psychological, developmental, and emotional problems people face at various stages of their lives, including personal as well as professional spheres. Her experience includes working directly and empathetically with youth populations, being a creative and innovative thinker with effective people management and goal-setting abilities combined with superior communication, intrapersonal, and presentation skills. Self-motivated with the ability to excel in the fast-paced environment and changing environment, communicate effectively at all levels, manage competing priorities, and adapt readily to new challenges. It's my privilege inviting Ms. Bhuma Krishnan to speak on the topic 3G School of Psychology. Let's welcome Ms. Bhuma Krishnan with a virtual round of applause. Guys, please give a virtual round of applause in the chat box to our very own speaker, Ms. Bhuma Krishnan. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Nishi. But please, on my video, you cannot start the video because the host has stopped.
Okay, ma'am, I will do that. Yeah. Don't worry, ma'am. Yeah. Are you able to do that, ma'am? Can you please try now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, things are clear at your
Yes,
end?
ma'am.
All right. Okay. Good morning to all of you. You're all budding psychologists, and this is a grand international conference, Revolution in Psychology. Are you all ready? There's going to be a lot of deliberations, lot of takeaways. Why only the Amazon voucher or the book? There's going to be a lot of deliberation. It's going to be a life-changing conference, my dear young friends. Believe me, just take away everything. Knowledge is power. Yes, knowledge is power. Be ready for the 3 days of a grand festival, food for thought. And this is going to be a real life changing. I want you all to answer a few questions before we start off with our grand conference. Are you all ready? Yes. Okay. Are you all excited about this conference? Yes. And do you feel that whatever you are doing now as a psychologist, I believe that most of you who are here are all psychologists. Are you all doing the relevant things for the upcoming future, for the dynamic, fast-changing world? Think. It's just not a quick S. Are you doing things relevant for your future, in your interest? Are you equipping yourself enough? It's just not about your degrees from some college. Are you equipped to face to deal with the practical, dynamic, and ever-changing world. This decade, the decade 2021 to 30, is going to see a lot of changes. It is the technological singularity is going to happen unless we are going to upgrade ourselves. We're going to be relevant to the present day. We are lost in the game. Okay. Now, this is a general question. As a psychologist, have you faced this question? Are you a mind reader? Can you tell me what is in my mind seeing my face? Are you a face reader? Oh no, I don't want to go to a psychologist. Am I mad? Going to a counselor and a psychologist? Have you heard such things? Yes. And have you felt visiting a psychologist is a big taboo? Then somebody, you have taken psychology as a subject. What do you think you can earn? Yes, you may be knowing the human behavior, but for what? You have to, you're doing service to society. You may have a passion, but can you earn enough? Can you earn enough as a psychologist? Are there campus interviews? Is your job assured? Come on, please. These are the questions which should be popping up in your mind, and you are for sure going to find an answer in this conference. So keep all your senses open and try to grab as many things, and this is going to set the route for your trajectory for your life ahead. Yes, so this is very interesting, and at the outset I should thank 3G Institute School of Psychology for giving me this opportunity to address the youngsters. To address the youngsters is my passion. I have been in this field for last 2.5 years, and I work with the premier institutes, and my area of research, even my PhD research, is about the adolescent behavioral aberrations. Yes, see, during adolescence or young adulthood, you will all have the questions popping up in your mind. What career to take? What somebody asked, I just joined a few minutes ago, and somebody asked, I heard by my friends that she just need to eat, sleep well. What is it? I don't know. Okay, the question is not clear. If you want any questions, I will answer at the end. Okay, so what happens is this. Okay, so when you want to be relevant, you need to upgrade yourself, upskill yourself. Okay, and it's not about blaming how relevant I am and am I equipping myself. At the outset, let me thank the 3G Institute for giving me this opportunity to address young adults. I believe in serving young people, empowering and enriching young India. That is how I feel that I am serving the future generation. You need to be relevant. See, my generation may not know what it is to even operate an iPad, iPod, or what is artificial intelligence. I cannot sit quiet and say, I haven't learned it. I need to upgrade myself, upskill myself to be relevant to the present day. If I am going to talk to youngsters, especially from the premier institutes, I need to say, yes, I am equipped. I should talk online, on par with him. When can I talk on par with him? Is only when I have some knowledge. So be open to acquire the knowledge. All right. Now you tell me, they say, yeah, AI is going to engulf, and it is all going to be AI, and there is going to be no scope for human beings. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? Just because AI is going to take over, we as psychologists are going to take a back seat? No, don't be pessimist. Anybody can be relevant when you are going to upgrade yourself. See, yes, AI is going to take over. There is going to be technological singularity. However, the best in the field, a person who has knowledge of AI, the person who is practically relevant, cannot be done away with. So you need to equip yourself. How are we going to do it? See, most of the colleges now with the UGC accreditation in India or in abroad, what they do, they give you the theoretical knowledge, of course, to some extent the practical knowledge, and the internship happens. But to what extent you are going to be relevant. Many things. Now we have the Google Guru. It's just not about the theory. Anybody can just Google it and you can get the answer for anything you want. It's just not the theory. Yes, theory is the basic foundation. You need to have it. Along with it, you need to have the practical aspect. You need to get, see, I have an advantage in the sense I have a rich experience in the field which can talk volumes more than your text or more than what a Google can give. See, it's all the real life incident. So when you are in a course, when you are choosing a course, you need to choose a course wherein you interact with the experienced person. You interact with the best in the field. Plus, you get the material to learn. And with all these combined together, it is a package. And you should, it's just not the passion. It is the passion combined with hard work, combined with the right direction. It is where you are going to blossom. My dear friends, be ready. Here, this 3G School of Psychology is going to come. It's been an extensively researched curriculum, and wherein we are going to offer theoretical knowledge, which is going to be self-based, which is going to have the learning management system or the LMS. You are going to have something called the book review, movie reviews, talk from the expert, and there is going to be a panel discussion. You are going to be a motivator speaker. On the whole, during the course of this 2.5 years, your personality is going to be chiseled so that you're just relevant to take. And I also heard a question a few minutes before, ma'am, is there a campus interview? Are there any colleges happening giving the campus interview? Is the job assured for the psychologists once they graduate? And the answer I heard was no. Not all of them who are graduating are going to find a job, and no, it's going to be. So be ready to get a lot of information about the School of Psychology from my CEO, our young CEO, Irfana, and more to talk about psychology, the future of psychology, how we are going to equip yourself. Let me meet you tomorrow at 2:15. I hand over the stage to Madam Irfana. All the best. Thank you so much, 3G. Thank you, audience, for your hearing. Let's meet tomorrow again.
Wow, that was a very well explained talk. Lovely, ma'am. Whenever Booma ma'am comes in, there is a lot of energy. And thank you so much for joining in. Thank you so much for your time, ma'am. And next, I would like to invite our next speaker who proves that age is just a number. Like anyone can do anything at any age. In her early 20s, she is right now. She has become an youth icon and inspiration for many. And of course, currently the CEO of 3G Institute of Research and Policy Studies, IIT Madras Research Park. She is firmly committed to upskilling and reskilling the youth of India, touching the heart of billions. It's my privilege inviting Irfana to speak on the topic 3G School of Psychology. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Anjali. Hi, everyone. It's such an honor for me to speak to so much audience. So before we begin, I am the person with the most exciting news for you. I will be officially launching 3G School of Psychology. So if you are excited for our launch, comment in boom. Comment boom if you're excited to see the big reveal of 3G School of Psychology. You all are the most luckiest people to be able to witness such a revolutionary curriculum that has ever created in psychology. I keep on telling everyone this. People who's listening to this are going to get such a big opportunity. They will be the only people who's able to get few benefits, especially from 3G. So, listen to me, take some time, be a little serious for a while, and I'm going to be revealing what we have to offer, and you will be getting some benefits just because of joining through the International Psychology Conference. I'll be sharing my screen, showing you regarding the course, and once my session is over, we are going to have a short Q&A, and ensure you are focusing and listening what exactly I'm saying. Take screenshots of the program. I'll be sharing few different things which you can save, and you'll be able to get you will be getting scholarship later using some code that I'll be giving, but you have to stick up to the end of the session to see the scholarship code. Meanwhile, now I'm going to share my screen. Just pay attention give me 30 minutes and I'll show you what we have to offer from 3G School of Psychology. Now, before I begin, I'd like to know where all you are from, right? And what you're doing. Tell me which state you're from, and if you're studying, tell me which year you're in. And if you're working or if you're a psychologist, please tell me that as well in the comment section. So if you're studying, which year in psychology? Are you a psychologist? Are you a working professional? Okay. Great. I can see a lot of answers coming up. Okay, then now I'm going to begin. You can still keep on commenting where you're from, what you're studying, and which year you're in. So yes, I'll be beginning talking about 3G School of Psychology. Now we are going to enter and talk about the most important part of 3G School of Psychology. This is why I said you are the most luckiest cohort to be able to witness what we are going to offer, which is 100% job guarantee. Now, to everyone that's listening to me, tell me, is there any course in the world that is offering you a job guarantee? Take the top institutions, Harvard, Stanford, IIT, IIM. Who is offering you job guarantee? Anyone? Have you ever seen an institution offer a job guarantee? Yes, only 3G will offer a job guarantee. And this is especially for the first coming 3 batch. After that, we will not be offering job guarantee. Only for the people who's coming through the conference and for the upcoming 3 batch, we will be offering a job guarantee. Now, this is the most relevant things about psychology domain that even Booma ma'am or Shahid sir, everyone was addressing. Psychology domain, however, however good it is and however people want to help out the society, there is still a lot of issues where people are not accepting psychology as a career, or people don't accept psychologists. However, everyone knows that we require a therapist or a psychologist in our life. They are still not ready to go visit one, right? Yeah. And psychology is still a taboo, still underestimated and undervalued. And more importantly, they don't earn much and their career ladder is quite low. So they'll be not able to switch from multiple positions towards up. And there's a surplus in the market. It's still disregarded and unappreciated. I don't think we all want this to be the future of psychology students or psychologists. And this is exactly where 3G come in order to make a solution, in order to create a community and to be able to stand together and once again create the platform of artificial intelligence and psychology. So this is where the future is heading to. Psychologists' future is in AI. And we at 3G want to support you towards that. Yes, so now we are going to begin the psychology revolution. 3G is trying to bridge the gap between AI and psychology. So what have we come up with? We have come up with a brand new and upgraded curriculum that focuses on self-paced learning through practical exposure. So this is just a theory. Now, usually in wherever you're studying, how do they teach you? What is the method that your teachers teach you through? What is the method that your teachers normally teach you through? Yes, I can see slides, lecture. Correct. So how much retention rate? Now the percent here is retention rate. Tell me how much retention rate does lecture and reading have? How much retention rate? Meaning how much will it stay in your head after you learn or after you listen to someone? The answer is actually written here. Yeah. So lecture has 5% and reading has only 10% of retention rate. So imagine you spending all this time on bachelor's and on PG and not able to, sustain all that information in your head because the method people are teaching you through is lecture and reading. Now, let me tell you how 3G is different. 3G teaches you through practical and through teaching others. Now you tell me how much retention rate will you have if you are teaching to someone else? What is the retention rate if you're teaching someone else? Yes, it's 90%. This is how 3G has planned to teach you in our psychology curriculum. So this is the highest retention rate, which means you will be able to sustain all the knowledge that you're learning with 3G in your brain itself. Now, these are the generic careers in psychology. We have added a new one, which is the 10th point, psychology and artificial intelligence. This is the future. The whole domain of psychology could be automated, but however, there is a future for psychologists in AI and designing AI. These are all the topics that we will be covering in our psychology program, and we will ensure that all the students go in depth in each topic. If we are learning about a topic like abortion, we would ensure that you are doing your research paper, you're having a presentation, and we'll also call a doctor who is having patients who's doing abortion. Then we'll also call a client or a patient who has gone through abortion, and you would directly ask them regarding this topic. So you are not just learning from books or just videos, but whereas you're learning from the right people who has gone through all this. Similarly, we'll learn all the topics that is mentioned here. Now, these are all the topics in psychology. I think some is still pending, but we will cover all the topics in psychology. This is how you'll be mastering every topic. So first you'll select a topic, then join a group, you'll have orientation, you'll have resources and presentation. We'll be giving you a framework by your mentor. Then you'll do ultimate research on the topic and master it. Then you'll also be taking 5 expert interviews to enrich a YouTube channel. We will ensure that your YouTube channel has already videos and everything by the time you're done with a master's program. You will also be creating journals and blogs on the topic, present your research to mentor and guide, record the presentation. You will be having presentation, debate, and discussion. Then you will be identifying 2 expert speakers and bring them for a session. Work with 2 real-time patients and do case study. Now, if you noticed, all this is done by the student. In any other normal scenario, the student would not be doing this in a college. The teacher would be taking on the leadership role. But in our program, we have ensured that the student is the one who goes, learns, bring the people, connect with them. This means that their connection, their network, their learning is already practical, and they're better at doing, they're better at communication. So many of their skills will be improving with this exercise. Now, this is what 3G School of Psychology would be focusing on. This is the domain that we would be focusing on. One is artificial intelligence and psychology. Second is cognitive psychology. Third is social psychology. And fourth is educational psychology, counseling psychology, and developmental psychology. These are the core topics in our psychology program. So in our program, what we have planned is you will be learning from the most 50 influential psychologists in the world. Now, these are the people that are renowned, they prove themselves, they have established in the domain. If you aim to be someone like them, you have to learn what did they do. So we have kept all the 50 psychologists, which you will be learning. And I'm just going to show you which are the 50 psychologists. Yeah. So this means you'll be covering basically most of the topics that is in psychology. This is again the list of the psychologists that you'll be covering. Now, for example, we'll be learning from Daniel Goleman. We'll ensure that we read his books, we are checking out his websites, his articles, his journal. We'll go through all that. This is an example. And we'll also have international lecture series. Now, Robert Jarvis sir is an advocate of emotional intelligence. He is going to directly come to you and teach you about emotional intelligence. And you will be able to ask him questions regarding that topic. Now, this is a very interesting part that I am so happy it was added in the program. And I'm also very proud to say that when we were designing such a program, we ensured that we took the perspective of the youth or the perspective of the upcoming psychology students into consideration. And that is when we realized a lot of movies use psychology theories. So why not learn that from movies? So we have kept this interesting aspect in our curriculum where you will be learning psychology from movies. And these are the movies that we have listed out which uses psychology theories. Yes, now we have something that is so exciting. When I saw this, I was thinking I want to join the program myself because of how fun this looks like. Our program is a virtual program, right? In the 2 years, the 3rd year is going to be practical. In the 2 years, you will be planning a month or 2, a trip. So basically, this would be planned by the students, and the student will have the freedom to plan a trip to any location. as a team, they'll be planning, and the location could be somewhere like Goa or in the mountains. It could be in Manali, somewhere where they can go and relax and learn. There'll be workshop, there'll be talks. You could do nature therapy, art therapy. So this is the time where we all come together and socialize. This again proves the point that college doesn't have to be a place where you go in the morning, get bored, come back tired, the same process again and again. It could be different. It could be where you're going to multiple locations and learning from people. So we have come up with this new model. And the best part about our curriculum is we consider what the student wants. Even during the program, you are free to give us feedbacks, and we'll ensure that we are switching up the curriculum in order to make maximum learning for all of the students. We'll also be launching 3G Psychology Club. Now, this is the beginning of 3G Psychology Club. We have already got 10,000 registrants in this conference, and we all will be in the 3G Psychology Club from now on. Our students who's in the master's program will be able to lead the psychology. Now imagine India has this community of psychology students and psychologists. You are going to lead that. You will be leading all that. You will be creating events for them. All the students will be given high priority for leadership position in 3G Psychology Club. This is again the internship program. In the third year, we'll be focusing on research-based internship and skill-based internship. This is what the third year would consist of. This is again regarding research. We'll be researching on associations, psychology association, hospitals, education consultancies, and sports associations. This is an example of how, for example, how we would teach HRM skills in maybe industrial psychology. We would give you an opportunity to work real time in an organization where you'll be part of the HR team in recruiting and onboarding. We will be going through compensation. So all this will be real time. And obviously there's going to be a mentor and someone to support you throughout it, but this will be real time. Now, this is an example of how we would teach such a theory. Now we'll be entering to what exactly 3G's job will also be oriented in, which is industrial and education psychology. We have Blue Book, which we have come up after 10 years of research. Our students would be learning from this regarding all the job KRA, what is the job expectation, salary. Yes, so they'll be learning regarding the Blue Book. This is an image of the Blue Book. They'll also be working as a career counselor and a career coach with us, which I'll be showing in further. So all this about Blue Book and careers will add up to that. We have added career coach also in this program because as a psychologist, age really matters. So you would only be considered a psychologist, by clients when you're maybe about 30s or 40s because of the age. But you can also be a career counselor meanwhile, and that doesn't have a age, matter. People are okay if you're a career coach early in your early years itself, which is why we have added the career counselor program in this. So you will be earning with us, and this is the process of how it will be done. You will also be getting our psychometric engine. So when you're a career counselor, you will have to have psychometric assessment. This is all proving to you that 3G will give you everything enough to equip for you to be a career counselor. Now, beyond all that, we have to not just teach you about psychology, but we also have to teach you about 21st century skills. This is skill sets that's required for anyone, be it from any background, right? They have to learn a bit of designing, communication, collaboration. They have to know how to do digital marketing, social media. Now, we'll be teaching you all this because this is required for survival in this century. And yes, the normal, we'll obviously be having lots of events and competitions. We'll be helping to build your portfolio. We'll also be giving you lots of different certificates from 3G and 3G's various organizations. This will all help you in your profiling. We'll be giving you a certificate on entrepreneurship, on digital marketing, postgraduate diploma in psychology. We'll also be giving you in artificial intelligence and career coaching. These are different certificates beyond the MA psychology degree. This is basically what you would need for setting up for being in the program. And I have also not mentioned a point. The degree would be connected with Suresh Gyan Vihar University, which is NAC A grade and UGC accredited. So we are also accepting students from different backgrounds. If you're not having bachelor's in psychology, that is fine for us. But you will be getting MA psychology degree from IGNOU. So this is the university, 3G School of Psychology is collaborating with that university. Now we'll enter into the admission and how the scholarship works and how we'll be selecting you. Let me remind you, we have a very strict selection process. We just don't look at the academics, we look at you in 360 degree. So you have to be good in various aspects in order to get selected for our program. We'll be looking at all of this personal attribute of yours. This is again just about our career coaching program, what all we'll be providing in that. We'll also ensure that you are digitally onboarded. Now, this is very important. Any designation or any career that you're going to do, you need to know how to use social media platforms. We will not just teach you what to do in social media. We will ensure your profile is updated, that you know what is LinkedIn, you know how to use LinkedIn, and we'll create profile for you so that by the time you're done with the program, you're ready to go out in the industry and thrive. You will be having your own website from 3G, vision and mission, your services. So imagine, I don't even think such a program, or even if you go right now, even if a psychologist want all this, it's very difficult for them to get this sort of service from anywhere. We are looking into you as a person one-on-one and building your profile, your website, your social media, your video gallery, your slogans and quotes. We look at personal profiling for you would be done wonderfully. By the time your program is done, you could be compared to a psychologist who's maybe in their 50s, and you'd probably look better than them. This is what all we'll offer in the social media. Now, again, your business card, profile video, letterhead, this is all what 3G is going to do for you. We'll be giving you a learning management system with all the basic videos for career counseling. We'll be giving you presentations so you can use it to conduct sessions. Now, the most important part is we'll be giving you 3G's 10 years research-driven psychometric engine. This psychometric test would be used for you in your career coaching journey. These are the tests that we are having. And one of the most unique tests that we are having is artificial intelligence risk finder test. This test would be used for understanding the rate of automation for every designation. We'll be giving you books. Now, beyond all this, we'll be giving you support. We'll be giving you mentorship, what to do after the program, and we'll be helping you to organize webinars. We'll be helping you to, get interns to work with you. Now let's get into the admission and scholarship criteria. These are the scholarship criteria that we have kept. In our program, everyone is getting a scholarship. Everyone will be able to avail these sort of scholarship. We have kept various opportunities. We are not just looking for UG students. In fact, we are open for PhD students, PG, both regular and distance, and UG graduation is a must for us. Other than that, we are open to all sorts. And why we are open is because we are looking for serious people. Okay, we don't want someone who just want to go through masters and just chill and relax. That's not the kind of people we want. We're looking for serious people who want to establish a career in the psychology domain, or who wants to work with psychology and artificial intelligence integrated, who want to make a revolution, who want to stick with a company like 3G, who wants to take a stand. That is the kind of people that we're looking for. And just because of that, we have kept all openings. It doesn't matter your academics, what your marks are, 3G will still take you. If we think you have basic skills like learnability or your communication, we look at all those different aspects. So we are not like any other university which would just look at your academics. So if you want, you can take a screenshot of this and keep, and you can see how all you will be able to avail the scholarship. Now, once again, just summarizing, the course is MA Psychology. Duration is 3 years. Exam will be semester-wise. We'll have formative and summative. The exam would be either from Suresh Gyan Vihar, you take their exam, or from IGNOU. Now this is the fees. Again, you can take a screenshot of this and keep. The application fee is 2,500 rupees, admission fees 50,000, and the tuition fees 85,000 per semester. Then we are having all the different fees. The third year would be where you're having practical internships. Okay, I think my screen went. Yeah. So the third year is where you'll be having practical experience internship, and we really focus on building you as a psychologist. Now the scholarship, this is an opportunity to how much you can get. Okay, so based on how you're working for your scholarship, if you're a PhD student, you'll be able to get 1.8 lakh scholarship. If you're a PG student, regular 1.3, and PG distance 1.2, and if you're a UG also, you can get 1.1 lakh. So we have kept a lot of easy criterias like letter of recommendation or your marks. So based on that, you would be able to get the scholarship. Now, just for your understanding, let us just compare our program to different programs that you might be considering. Most of the students I have seen, they would like to go abroad for psychology masters, maybe because they feel like India is not accepting psychologists or there is little career opportunities. And now we look at how much is the fees compared to India, or what we are offering on what other, colleges or other countries would offer. If you're going to US, you would have to pay around 18 lakhs to 43. Now this is just your tuition, your living expense, everything would come extra. And do you get internships? No. Do they offer you jobs? No. Is there practical experience? No. But you still have to pay so much. So basically what you get is just a premium environment and maybe able to connect with students from across the globe. Now this is the same that goes with UK and Europe and Australia. Now Australia, you have to pay around 16 lakh to 27 lakh, and you still don't get any sort of guarantee. And now if you would be hired there, or if you get work visa, there is another question, right, which you still have to consider after going there. Now this is abroad. Now if you're planning to even study in India, I'll just look at a couple of universities. Christ is one of the best. Now Christ fees for PG is according to the internet, it's 2.55 lakh. This is just the tuition fee. Now I have also put the hostel fee below. So if you're staying in triple, or depending on what you are, 86,000, this much amount will come. Now this is without the food, and food plus all your expense, it would come up to 4 or 5, 3, approximately around that much if you want to study in Christ for your masters. So this is Christ. I picked out this university because it's one of the top in India. And next, I'll just also look at Manipal. Manipal, the total fee is 5 lakh. And why I'm showing you this is because even after paying so much, is there campus placement? There is no campus placement. Is there internships? There's no internship. Is someone going to mentor you one-to-one? Is someone going to profile you? Will someone care about you after the program is over? There is very less chance. And this is, you can go check it out on your own, talk to the university, talk to all of this. And then it's up to you, obviously. Now, this is the offer that we have came up with for all the students who's watching this through this conference. You are going to be able to get a scholarship of up to 40,000 rupees if you use the code of 3G IPC 2021. Now, this is for the 30 students for our first batch, okay? For our first batch, 30 students. This is only for the 3 days of our conference, which is January 30, 31st, and February 1st, you'll be able to get. Now, we will only take 500 applications. In that 500 applications, we would only choose the top 30 students to join first batch. So when 500 application is done, we'll be closing the application portal because we can only look at 500 at a time. If you use this code, you would be able to get scholarship up to 40,000 rupees if you get selected. I'll also show you where you have to use the code as well. So this is the code. Take a screenshot of it. This would be only there for the coming 3 days. Talk to your parents, ask people, talk to different psychologists, talk to universities, do all the research. And then if you think this is the best option, and if you have what it takes, right? We are looking for people who is serious, who can make a difference, who can join our platform, that sort of students. If you are that, you can apply using this code and avail the scholarship. Now I'll just show you where to go and use this code. You can go in our official website, www.3gschoolofpsychology.org, and you can click here, Master's Program. So once you click the master's program, you'll be reaching here. Now fill in your details, fill in the scholarship code here. Let me remind you, this is for the 3 days only. If you use the code 3GIPC 2021, you would be able to avail scholarship up to 40,000 rupees. This is only by using this code. And obviously you will be getting the other scholarship as well, which we have mentioned in the table. This is only using this code. For now, we have kept for the first batch. We will only be taking 500 applications. In that, we will select the top 30 students who would be joining our first batch. Let me remind you once more what we have to offer: 100% job guarantee. That is what we'll be offering to you. And now that I have said this, I'll just show you the code one more time. You can take a screenshot and we'll go into a Q&A. Meanwhile, you can think of what all the questions are there to ask me. I'll just show you. Okay, so I'll be having Dr. Shahid also, who will be answering the Q&A with me. Now,
I invite Joel, the national head of 3G School of Psychology, to answer the Q&A sessions, to handle the Q&A sessions. Welcome, Joel. Thank you.
Welcome all.
okay, yeah.
So somebody is asking, is
Sadia
it
has
totally online or totally offline?
Sadia, if you missed out, our program is online, but in the both years, we have a month or two where we'd all be going on a trip. Joel, I think you can go above, and if you see relevant questions, just ask them that, okay?
Ma'am, I would like to ask you a question. Most of the questions, most of the participants were asking, okay, who all can apply? Is that only UG or only PG students? Can you just tell the targeted audience who can attend this program? So this was one question which most of the participants were asking. Yeah.
Yeah, we are looking for basic criteria is UG graduated. That is the basic criteria. If you have a PhD, you are most preferred. PG also is preferred. As we are giving job, we are looking for people who are serious, and if they have PG and PhD, that is also good. But UG is minimum criteria for us, and it doesn't have to be in the background of psychology. You can come from any background.
Okay, so we have a question. Do we have to pay to enter the master program?
Yeah, I did show the fees. Later on after Q&A, I can show the fees one more time.
Okay, so what are the job offerings 3G will be offering after completing this course? This is our next question, ma'am.
Okay, you will be working with 3G's initiatives of psychology and artificial intelligence. We'll be launching a lot of our projects. You'll be working in the research end of our projects.
Okay, so
are we asked what they have to do after they're doing their 11th standard currently? So what they can do in the next future? What they can do towards 3-school psychology?
Counseling question.
Okay, so one person is asking, presently what are the, okay, so do we get internship opportunities as well in 3G School of Psychology? That is one more question.
Yes, in the master's program, you will be doing various internships.
Okay, so what is the basic pay of the job?
The basic pay scale of job is we'll be starting from 15,000 rupees. So that is basic. For everyone, you will be guaranteed this much. And based on your performance, like any other organization, you will be having a career ladder. But with us, there is a much better career ladder which we have planned. Based on your performance, we'll be giving it to you.
Okay, so ma'am, they're asking about the certifications. Can you please brief about the certifications they will be getting? Yeah.
So they will be getting, obviously, the MA Psychology from Suresh Gyanviar or IGNOU. Beyond that, I have shown 5 to 10 certificates. They'll be getting on artificial intelligence, entrepreneurship, digital marketing, etc.
Okay, so yeah, of course, these PPT will be you can always find this in our YouTube channel, Dr. Shahid YouTube channel. Everyone is asking for the recording, and even you can take the screenshots of the same. So, okay, yeah, what is the basic pay and any job openings at 3G now? Not after the course, but currently they're asking.
Yes, we are having job openings. What you can do is you can connect with any of our admins and we look into it.
Okay. So like how long this code is active? One student is
The
asking.
code is active up to February 1st, 12 a.m. in the night. From 2nd, it won't be available.
Okay. So like do they have a discount if they are coming in a group or something like that? Another question.
No, not really. This is a MA psychology program. So, however, you can discuss with me regarding your doubts and I can answer it in person.
Okay. So how to connect with admins? Okay. I request my technical team to please post the contact number.
My WhatsApp number. If you are interested regarding the program or want to inquire about it, you can text me in WhatsApp.
Okay, ma'am. So like when this academic year will be starting for this course? That is next question.
So we'll be starting in the next academic year itself. For usually when psychology, MA psychology program starts, around that time only we'll also be starting.
So is there any age criteria for job and for joining this course?
The age criteria would be from, there is no age criteria. We are okay, actually. We are very flexible. Yeah.
Okay, so this is completely online, pure online course, right? So they are asking.
It's online, whereas in both the years we'll be having a trip, which is 1 or 2 months, where we'd go to a location and study from there. Other than that, it would be online.
Okay, so are there any internship only for students, or already are we offering for students studying somewhere else also, or only we are offering for those students who is pursuing masters in 3G?
Okay, so we'll also be launching an internship platform soon. If you join tomorrow, you will be able to understand how that works. In that, we are trying to launch internships with various psychologists. So we are trying to do that too.
So do we have a curriculum for clinical psychology? They're asking.
No, as of now, we are our core domain is not clinical psychology.
Okay. Okay, how well is the institution for the ones who are still in their first year? Okay, already they are enrolled in some other institute. So
you are in your first year, second year. What you can do is you can still apply and keep. And once you are done with your third year, you would be able to come for the selection process. You can apply right now and keep. And then when you're done, you will still be able to come for the selection process.
Okay, in what mode will be the exams? Will it be online mode or offline mode?
Give me a second. Dr. Shah.
Okay.
Yeah, the exam is going to be online, but it is going to it's a formative and summative mode. More than the the end of the exam, it will be formative and summative will be taking more, because it's more on a practical side than the theoretical side. We'll be assessing, because every 10 member will be controlled, monitored every day. They're assessing them by communication, movement, because we are building everybody as a brand. So it's a continuous assessment. We will ensure that each one of them, they are a brand. Now, if, for example, when they come out from the 3G, they'll be having a 30,000 LinkedIn contacts. If they'll be communicating. They might have done at least 100, 200 webinars. They might have spoken in various international conferences. So that level we are developing them. Each one of them for us, they are a brand for us. So it's a continuous evaluation. It's not about the exam. That era is gone. This is not exam. This is a pure practical. Or each one of the student is going to be above all the psychologists. You'll be seeing above all the counselors. They are going to be the brand. They are going to leader. Hope I answered the question.
Yes, sir. So thank you so much. And everyone is asking, could you please share that code, scholarship code, because everyone they missed that code. Yeah, and they're asking, how do I apply for other scholarship that was mentioned?
Okay. I think Anjali, during the end of the Q&A, I'll share that code one more time.
Okay, sure. So will the timings be flexible for this course? That is the next question.
It's a full-time program, so we expect your undivided attention. The timing is flexible, but if you're planning to do multiple things at a time, then it wouldn't be possible. you have to be available all the time to join this program.
Okay, so like there are psychology aspirants who are desperately, they want to join. They are very curious and they are asking, like they are doing third year of their psychology. So do they have an option to do the same course here?
Yes.
Like, can they do? Yeah.
You are currently in the third year, then you, as you are looking for masters, you can consider 3G as well. Apply, and you will be going through the selection process that we have planned for you. So our selection is very strict because we are giving job guarantee. We have kept it strict. Third years you can apply, and for the next academic year you will be able to join with 3G if you are selected.
Okay, ma'am. So like they're asking, how do I apply for other scholarships?
Yeah, I just want to add over here the kind of a, the salary also they are earning. Even though 15,000, the basic guaranteed. Here the difference is we are not going to place them outside of any company. They are going to work with 3G only, inside the 3G, inside the R&D. They are working with us in various of 3G ventures. So it's not like any other, college offer someone come, give the place, and no, they are with us only, the one side. And also the possibility of making money, it goes from 15, it's a base guaranteed, but it may go to 100,000 rupees in a month. And this is not like the normal college. It's a real-time transformation. It's a new kind of education which we are coming up. Everybody is going to enjoy. We ensure that the physical, the social, and social physical kind of a model to. This is only the when we think about the lacking. So we'll go in such a place. We'll be have a classes will be there, talk show will be there, seminar will be there, workshop will be there. Everybody will have a close relationship. It's more than a college, more than a school. You all are going to have a very, very unique experience on this.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So like we have other questions, like they are doing their BA, LLB, and so they are asking those students who are not from psychology backgrounds, can they apply for this program? Is that open?
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. It's open. Basically, it's not psychology.
Okay, so they are asking, is it accredited by RCI? This course is accredited by RCI.
No, not exactly. It is not accredited by RCI. See, we are offering MA Suresh Khan University, which is UGC, NAC A3+ university.
Okay, so thank you, sir. And they're asking, how do I apply for other scholarships which were mentioned?
Okay, I think Irfana can share the your brochure also, whatever it is. So you can share. Even the code can be mentioned over there in the group. It is possible. I think the code already shared in the group, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this code can be shared, and you can download the brochure. Also, will be available. You can download the brochure. Irfana already put the number. This is the amazing opportunity. See, we have done the comparison, including Stanford, including Harvard, all. And we are vetting on it. This
so
kind of
yes,
go ahead.
So we have one more question, one student is pursuing psychology, master's in psychology now. So can they simultaneously apply for 3G masters, like psychology masters program with that? So can they take both the masters simultaneously?
See, I don't think it is possible, because the kind of assignment model they are working together. Now, for example, we said that there are a core topic which we are talking about, 58 clinical topic which we are discussing. Even though we are not talking about, we are not clinical psychology, because we have to remove that. But they will be learning more clinical than anybody of the clinical psychologists. So each topic which we are mentioning, the 58 core topic is there. They are working like a group based on the topic. Now, let us say I have taken along with someone 3 people. The first topic is in alphabet abortion. So what we have to do, we 3 have to go together. We have to do master inside. So from the 3G will be giving the framework We'll be giving the mentor. We'll have an in-depth study about that. What and all the abortion causing the mental or physical or emotional health illness, early abortion. There are a lot of things. Then after, while we are doing our thesis on this, we need to have at least 5 doctors interview from 5 different cities. We have to take that one. Then we have to create a journal on that. We have to create a, posters, various kind of posters. Then we have to come and present to our mentor. He will do certain tweaking on that. After that, we have to present this to the class for the discussion and debate. And this is where the real assessment coming. After that, we have to bring at least 2 speakers for the same topic to the class. And we have to bring at least 2 to 3 the real-time cases into the class. So each one of the student, nobody of this student can compete any clinical psychologist, because they are practically done that level of a research. At least they have based it on the topic. Even though we are not saying clinical, this is above the clinical psychology.
Okay, thank you, sir. So there is a question. Is there any course for PhD students?
See, the same they can opt the same course for the PhD student.
Okay. So next, are we offering any MPhil course?
No, currently we are only starting with the MA now.
Okay.
We are soon starting the UG and PG and PhD. PhD later stage, but it will be a far different from the market, because without artificial intelligence, there is no psychology. Finish.
Okay.
If the people does it, because artificial intelligence is all about human psychology, which is taking over. If they don't know the artificial intelligence, no use psychologist.
Okay,
what and all we are learning in the colleges, which is outdated curriculum. Why do we need that?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Definitely. So, yeah, we have many requests, ma'am, how we can apply for the same. And could you please show the code, scholarship code, and can you please show the procedure? They are requesting multiple times, and they're also asking about the fees.
Yeah, I think they are asking the courses. You can. Yeah.
Anjali, could you repeat the questions? Sorry.
Ma'am, they are asking about the scholarship course, and could you please show the procedure, how they can apply, go and apply for the same?
So you have to go to our official website where you registered, which is 3gschoolofpsychology.org. If you go there now, www.3gschoolofpsychology.org, our official website. If you go there, on the top, you'll be able to see masters. This is it, master's program. If you go over here, just click that. There'll be an application form. And in the application form, here, scholarship code, enter in your details. And there is this very relevant question that we have asked: why should we select you? Don't just put some random answer. It would create an impression of you on us. So enter the correct answer of why you want to join. And here you can put the code 3G IPC 2021. This is the code. Okay, Anjali, I think we have answered most of the questions.
Okay, so we have one more question. What will be the medium of language, medium, in which the course will be taken?
English. It's mandatory for all the applicants to also know English.
Okay, so thank you so much, ma'am. That was a very, a very descriptive session about 3G School of Psychology's master program. Thank you so much for joining in with us, and thank you so much, Dr. Shahid, as well, for joining us and sharing that information. I hope all the participants enjoyed the session, and all the it just added value and more information to you. Just you can comment on the chat box. And meanwhile, I would like to invite Bhuma Krishnan ma'am over to the stage to we, as a token of honor to value your time, we have a certificate, e-certificate for you. Bhuma ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you so much for joining in, ma'am. And you are the very energetic speaker we have in our panel. Thank you so much for joining in. And as a token of honor, we have a e-certificate for you from 3G International Psychology, 3G International Psychology. And I would request my technical team to please display the certificate.
Thank you so much.
Once again, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time. Okay, and thank you participants for being so interactive and you all are very energetic, or everyone is commenting on the chat box. Please keep up with this energy. And if you want to win the giveaway of Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees, 50 free ebooks and Canva premium account, all you have to do is go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology. Then tag 5 of your friends, and don't forget to tag our young, beautiful CEO, Irfana Izzat, at Irfana Izzat Chole. I would request my technical team to please post the Instagram ID of Irfana Izzat, so you can go and tag her, and you can just share your comments. How was the conference? How well you enjoyed the conference? So that let other people also know about this conference, and that let other people know that you are a part of this huge mission. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. And if we were having many queries about how to apply for the World Book of Records e-certificates, so go to the website and you will be seeing a button called Apply Now. So you can click there and apply for the same. And if you have any queries, please contact our support number, which will be shared in the WhatsApp group. So I request everyone, please don't exit our WhatsApp group. All the information related to the conference, related to the certificate, everything will be shared in the WhatsApp group. So please stay in our WhatsApp group. And if you want to become a futuristic and new age career coach, you can join 3G Advanced program. So 3G will be providing all tools required for career coaching, including ranking kits, psychometric tools, learning resources, presentations, and websites. So you will be fully equipped to be in your career coaching journey with after 3G Advanced program. So you can also apply for the same in our website. So thank you so much, everyone. Now it's time for a small break, and we'll be playing a couple of videos which will explain about the World Book of Records certificate, how you can apply for the same, and how it will be useful for you, how you can position that in various platforms like LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp, everywhere, and how you can increase your brand value. So also we will be playing a couple of videos which will explain about our master program, okay, revolutionary master program. So thank you so much, everyone, and join back us after the break. So yeah, I request my technical team to please play the videos. Over to technical team. Yeah, so we were having many queries. Okay, we will be resuming our next session from 12:45. We have many more interesting sessions and many more interesting speakers. So please don't log out. You can walk, you can be live here. Okay, we'll be asking many questions in between, and we'll be playing a couple of videos which will be adding more information to you. You will be getting more information about the conference. So I request everyone to please bring your lunch. Stay on live, and you can watch the videos, and we'll be also sharing some cues as well during the break. So please watch the videos, and if you have any queries, please reach out to us in our support number, which will be shared in the WhatsApp group. Now over to technical team for the videos, please. Thank you.
School of Psychology. Let's do something interesting now, shall we? I hope you all have seen Superstars the Robot movie. The Chitty in the first half was super amazing. He was nice, he was protective, he was fun. Now let's fast forward the movie to the second half. Chitty 2.0 definitely scares us. He was everything that Chitty was not. He was violent, he was dangerous, he was destructive. Now let's come back to the reality. The development of artificial intelligence, especially that of humanoid robots like Chitty, is happening so real. But we have to be wise enough to choose the right chip, feed it with the right information, and put it to right use. It is now time for us to psychologically prepare and equip ourselves for this change that's coming. And let's do this together. On behalf of the entire 3G team, I feel thrilled, excited, and delighted to welcome you all to India's largest psychology conference. Presenting to you the 3G International Psychology Conference 2021, a platform where psychology meets artificial intelligence. Join us on the 30th and 31st of January. Let's be responsible and be the right bridge between the past and the glorious future that awaits us.
Hi all, we'll be resuming our session by sharp 12:45, and meanwhile you can watch our national leaders of 3G conference. They what they want to share about the conference. So everything will be shared. Okay, when you will be getting the certificate, everything, all the questions will be answered. So please wait, and everything will be answered in the videos. And after once we resume the session, all your queries will be answered. Thank you so much, guys. So please over to the technical team for the videos, please. Thank you.
Just imagine you're going for a therapy and there you find a robot who will be assessing you. The robot will be asking you a set of questions and you will be answering them. And based on the answers, they will be giving you therapy based on that. So right now what I said, does this make you feel a little bit uncomfortable because it's a machine who is handling you for therapy and all? If yes, then why do you say, okay Google or hey Siri to get your immediate answers? 97% of the mobile users are already using AI-powered artificial intelligence. So here I am, Joel Christy Raphael, the head national leader of 3G School of Psychology, here to open the new portal where psychology integrates with artificial intelligence through our International Psychology Conference. Be a part of India's biggest revolution in psychology.
Beats Music.
Once again, welcome back everyone to 3G International Psychology Conference 2021, a platform where psychology meets artificial intelligence. So this conference is conducted today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow. That is January 30, 31, and February 1st. I hope you all enjoyed the sessions and I hope you all enjoyed a good meal. So I'm so happy to announce the giveaway. So you will be getting the Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees, 50 free ebooks, and Canva premium account. So in order to get this, all you have to do is go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, tag 5 of your friends right now, and don't forget to tag our young CEO, Irfana Izzat at Irfana Izzat Chole. So yeah, good morning. I'm just joining. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you. I think many more participants are joining in. Thank you so much for joining in. And I will be making a couple of announcements. We were having many queries about, okay, what is World Book of Records certificate? How we can apply for the same? So you have to just do this. Go to the website and you will be seeing a button called Apply Now. So you can apply your World Book of Records certificate, e-certificate, participation e-certificate. You can apply there and you will be getting that within 25 business days. So we it's already 450 World Book of Records is already sold out. We are giving World Book of Records certificate for the first 500 participants. So please go and apply for that soon. And I would also like to introduce to our revolutionary master's program, MA Psychology with job guarantee, 100% job guarantee. So I'll be just showing, I'll be just screen sharing and showing that. So you can apply for our master's program at 3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters. And here you can apply for our scholarship code IPC, scholarship code 3G IPC 2021. So if you apply for the same now, you will be getting a scholarship up to 40,000 rupees. So you can go to our website 3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters, and here you can enter our scholarship code 3G IPC 2021, and you will be also getting a scholarship of 40,000 rupees if you are applying now. So let me brief you about the program once more. It's a brand new curriculum of psychology and artificial intelligence that focus on self-based learning, encouraging students to focus on self-based learning and to indulge themselves in extensive research and participate in debates and discussion. Also allowing them to get in touch with various professionals with experience in the art of social networking. And the best part is it's open for all UG, PG and PhD students. So what you're waiting for, go and apply for that soon. And please don't forget about the giveaway. Go and tag 5 of your friends in our official website, official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, and tag 5 of your friends right now. And I would also like to introduce you about our advanced program, Advanced Career Guidance Program. You can join 3G Advanced Program, which will be providing all tools required for career coaching, including branding kit, psychometric tools, learning resources, presentations, and website. You will be fully equipped to begin your career coaching journey right after 3G Advanced Program. So please go and register for that as well. And you will be, okay, all the informations, all the links will be shared in the WhatsApp group. So I request everyone to remain in the WhatsApp group. All the informations related to the certificate, related to advanced program, related to master's program, everything will be shared in the WhatsApp group. So you can, you can all ask all your queries in the WhatsApp group, and we will be also providing our support number. I request my technical team to please post our support number. So if you have any queries related to master's program, psychology master's program or advanced program, you can definitely reach out to us in our WhatsApp group. And for more information, you can contact our support number. So thank you so much once again, guys. And now we will be playing a couple of videos which will brief you about the master's program, master's psychology program, as well as how to position that World Book of Records participation certificate in various platforms like LinkedIn, and how to brand yourself. So over to technical team for the videos, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had an amazing lunch. And now we're going to start an amazing session right now. So I would like to call upon Vinesh Sukumaran, who will be talking on the topic, applying positive psychology for a better life. So we have our next speaker lined up for the amazing topic regarding this. So I'd like to call upon Vinesh Sukumaran, who is a positive psychologist and a leadership coach. He's an organizational development consultant who has trained and coached over 20,000 individuals and consulted with over 100 of the Fortune 500 companies. He has helped them use behavior change and positive psychology for better performance and leadership. He has a master's degree in positive psychology from the University of Missouri and has authored From Behavior to Well-Being, a book that helps you understand and use human behavior as a way to live a good life. We welcome you, sir. Sir, you're not audible, sir. Can you?
So could you please try turning on your audio? Yeah, thank you, sir. Sorry, sir, we are not able to hear you in case you are speaking. Okay, yeah, no problem.
Okay, sir, sure, sir. You can log in again. So stay tuned, everyone. So we have been sending all the feedback forms. After every session, you can fill in the feedback forms. And also we have been live streaming it on YouTube. So if the room Zoom meeting is full, you can also watch it over there.
I request all those participants who are watching in YouTube, please come and join our Zoom, because like you can interact with the speakers. It's a golden opportunity where you can ask direct questions to our speakers. So all those young psychology aspirants who are watching in YouTube, kindly switch over to Zoom platform. We will be sharing our Zoom link. Yes, sir, we can hear you. Welcome, sir. Warm welcome.
Help me put the video on. It says that
yeah, sure, sir.
The host has stopped.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Sure, sir, we will do that.
Okay, can you see me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can see me and you can hear me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Next thing, let me just share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. It's loading, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, sir, it's coming in black screen. Could you please stop the sharing and share once more?
Hold on. It's going to come.
Sure, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Now, yeah, perfect, sir. Thank you.
All under control? It's good to start?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. Thanks for that marvelous introduction, Joel. So
thank you, sir.
What I decided to speak on today is applying positive psychology for a better life. Now, before I begin and get into any of this, I want to just tell you that this being a very short session, it's going to be about 45 minutes. I will share a set of things with you, a set of ideas with you. Look at it as a box of brushes or a cup of brushes. You will pick up and use what works for you. And I think that's the best way to squeeze out as much as you can from this talk. If you have questions, you can put them up on the chat screen. I'll keep looking at the chat screen, and I think so will Joel. I'll pick up the questions in the end in case they are not answered, by the end of my talk.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay, so that's the universal symbol of positive psychology. For those of you who are hearing this term for the first time, I remember once when I was traveling to the US, I stopped by at Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam. This guy was looking at my passport and he asked me a few questions. He asked me what I do. And then when I told him I'm a positive psychologist, he said, so is there something called negative psychology? Well, there is something called negative psychology, which is about looking at problems, looking at trauma, looking at issues. And there is a school of thought which says, do look at problems, and that will also give you useful solutions to live a better life. But today, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to look at how positive psychology and looking at flourishing and the good things. So this is one simple way for you to define and understand positive psychology, which is it's a study of what makes life, study of a good life. That's also what I mentioned and talk about in my book. I think any understanding of psychology is incomplete without these two names, and I'm a big fan of putting putting faces to names. So that's what Martin Seligman looks like. And that's what that name is pronounced as Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. So he's a Hungarian American psychologist. So these two are leading names in the field of positive psychology. And those of you who are, I know that a lot of
I think you're on mute, sir. Okay, the speaker will be joining back. I think there is some technical glitch. So meanwhile, participants, you can fill in, you can just comment on the chat box. How was the session? Those who attended the morning session, how was it?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, 1 second. I don't know what happened. I think I just got disconnected. Yeah, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir, it's loading, sir.
It's loading, sir. Yes, sir, now it's visible.
Visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so let me just go back. Yeah, so this is where we were. So I was saying that Martin Seligman and Mihai Csikszentmihalyi were leading names in positive psychology. Those of you who studied this, there are also other names. There's Barbara Fredrickson, there's Abraham Maslow, there's Carol Dweck, and so on. So I won't go into those details and bore you with it. But I want to say this. While Seligman and Mihai, they said sometime you should remember that the whole field of positive psychology came into the picture, was accepted as a field of psychology only around 1998, which I'm sure is after many of us here were born. So it's a pretty recent affair, okay? And sometime in 2000, these two gentlemen defined positive psychology more accurately and said that, look, it's a scientific study of flourishing at multiple levels, and performing well at multiple levels and so on. So having said that, I'm a strong believer that positive psychology has, though this books would say it happened in 1998 and that's when it became a part of the formal field of psychology and so on. I think positive psychology has been there forever. For example, in many of the religions, which I'm sure some of us follow, where we are taught something like gratitude. If you're taught to be grateful for what you have and what you've been given, I think that's positive psychology, and that's been around forever. If your parents told you, maybe a lot of our ancestors told their children, do what you're good at, focus on your strengths, well, that's positive psychology. Any approach to living a good life is positive psychology. So all the Stoic philosophers, Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, I think what they were really talking about is nothing but positive psychology. Maybe it wasn't called that back then, but that's what it was. So for a history, just remember it's been around forever, and anything else that you read is just formal agreement on how things have changed and when it became a formal field and so on. Okay, so let me start with the introduction of positive psychology there. I think that's more than enough for a start. Here's something for you to understand. Going back to that guy at the security check or immigration at Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, the traditional psychology basically looked at bringing people who had a problem back to zero. Many of the psychologists realized if you take a depressed person and you sort of remove the depression, you don't necessarily get a happy person. You probably get, you bring a person from -6 to 0, and you probably get a neutral person. But what positive psychology does is that it's about bringing people from 0 to +6. Most of the time, my clientele are people who already doing things in life. And even in that category, I mostly work with performers. So there are a lot of psychologists out there who think traditional psychology is outdated and psychotherapy doesn't hold water and so on. I'm not one of them. In fact, I'm a strong believer that psychotherapy has its own place. It's like saying, if you're getting coached on running faster, but suddenly you have an accident and you break your leg, you have to come back to zero. You have to be able to stand up, to walk, and then start running again. So if you have a breakdown, if you have a problem mentally, you have to first come back to zero. And for that, perhaps, psychotherapy and traditional psychology is more helpful. So do keep this in mind. Positive psychology is not saying throw the other things out of the window. Okay. One big idea in positive psychology is, this whole session is about how do you use it to live a better life. By the way, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger, in case you didn't recognize him. So it's about identifying strengths, and he's I think one guy who's really looked at his strength, became Mr. Universe, became a bodybuilder, won the Mr. Olympia several times, then used his strategy and the same strengths to become an actor. And the strengths were basic things. They weren't about bodybuilding. They were about working hard. They were about being committed. They were about thinking big and so on. And then he used the same thing to become a politician. So this idea of strengths is very fundamental to positive psychology. Now, there are a number of ways to do this. A trained coach or psychologist will be able to take you through a structured interview to identify your strengths. You have assessment and development centers which help you do that, which many organizations run. If you want to do a psychometric sort of assessment, the Clifton Strengths, there's an assessment called the Clifton Strengths, which is one of the most popular ones. That's something which you can do. But the fact is that many times the regular Joe on the street does not have access to these things. And if you still want to find out your strengths, just try this out. So look at what kind of compliments do you keep getting. If people keep telling you, oh, wow, you always solve problems when I come and tell you, or people keep telling you that, you're so good at this, look at the kind of compliments that you receive. That's a great indicator of the kind of strengths that you have. Secondly, look at what people seek you out for. Do you have a lot of friends who keep calling you for advice on which restaurant to go eat in? Do you have a lot of friends asking you, which book to read next? So this is another good indicator of what your strengths might be. All right. Here's another big thing to find out your strengths. What do you feel you're good at? And this is what I've noticed with a lot of people. The people who are doing well in a field and who have a particular strength, forget about the strength. They first of all feel that they're really good at it. Like Usain Bolt feels that he's a good athlete. And I think that feeling is very foundational to it being a strength. And finally, you can also try this out, which is what do you really enjoy doing? What do you look forward to doing on, say, evenings and weekends? I think these are good ways to find out what your strengths are. So before I continue, it'll be good to watch some of you, share your strengths on the chat screen. I'll take a look at them. Meanwhile, I have paid do we have to cure for mental illness? Okay, there are some questions here. I'm going to pick them up later. I think some of them might be answered while I go through this. Gravita says assertiveness is a strength. Somebody else says empathetic. Somebody else says multi-phase, quick learner. Another person also says, Dr. Rashmi says assertive. Somebody else is time management. So there you go. So that's an easy, simple way for you to find out what your strengths are. Okay. Look at compliments, look at what people seek you out for, look at what you feel that you're good at, and what you really enjoy doing. And then, look at ways for you to use that strength. And I think all these things about finding the right field, career counseling, looking at getting into the right job in your life. I think this idea of looking at what you're good at, what your strengths are, and finding a way to deploy that or to make money out of it or to live out of it, I think is great. Okay, now look at this couple. What it reminds me of is a date. this is another interesting idea, which is related to positive psychology and the idea of strengths. And I think I should just share this with you before we move ahead. Let me just share this with you. I was at this pub restaurant called Hard Rock Cafe in Bangalore. I live in Bangalore. So I'm sitting there, and on this neighboring table, there's this guy who's listening to every song they play. It's Hard Rock Cafe. So those of you who haven't been there, they play a lot of rock music. Okay, and they also particularly play a lot of classic rock. So this guy sitting there, I think they were boyfriend and girlfriend or husband and wife, I wasn't sure. And he's enjoying the music. And this girl is sitting there not really enjoying being there. She's quiet. So he's not talking much to her. Everything that he's saying is about the next song. He's saying this song is by Bryan Adams. This song is by the Beatles. This song is by somebody else, and giving her some facts and factoids about the song. And this girl is sitting there getting bored. And each time a new song comes, he's singing along, he's having a great time, and she's getting bored and she's becoming quieter. And I could tell from her face, she's probably also getting more, irritated. Now that's the opposite of a strength state. What happens in a strength state is, that's a date, what I just described to you at Hard Rock Cafe. That's a date where the guy is getting to use his strength because he understands rock music, he enjoys it, and he's listening to it. But the girl is not getting to do any of it. She's probably getting to feel more and more miserable about her ignorance about a certain kind of music. Imagine this. The guy really likes music, and maybe what that girl really liked was to cook amazing food and entertain guests at home. Maybe that was her strength. So if that's the case, a good strength date to have would be to call people home for a music afternoon where the wife cooks, and then she can talk about what she cooked and where she got it from. And the guy gets to play music for all the guests. Now that's what is a strength state. So if you're in a relationship, try out a strength state. And by the way, if you're not in a relationship, don't think this is not just a relationship thing. You can have a strength state with your grandmother. So if your grandmother was, maybe your grandfather was an army officer, and your grandmother got to travel with him to various parts of the country, and she's had these amazing set of experiences living in different parts of India, perhaps living in Kashmir and cold places and being part of different stories. Army people have a lot of stories. You can have a strength state with your grandmother by calling all your friends home and allowing your grandmother to speak, allowing her to share her stories with everybody. Even that's a strength state. So one of the great ways to use positive psychology in the area of strength is to have strength dates with people, and that's a great way to improve relationships. Okay, so that's something about strengths. This is a meme that I saw recently. I want to just introduce you to this idea of paradoxical intention. And, I was telling you that positive psychology has been around forever. Thanks for all the lovely compliments on the chat screen, by the way. I'm looking at them. I'll look at them more closely as we move ahead. Okay, so I was telling you about positive psychology being around forever. So here's this cat saying, come on, inner peace, I don't have all day. Now, this idea of paradoxical intention was created by, at least well defined and written about by this writer called Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl was in the Auschwitz camp, and he's written this very popular book called Man's Search for Meaning. If you have time, you should read that book. It's a great book on personal development. If you search for it on Amazon, you'll find one or two books. There's another book called Man's Search for Ultimate Meaning. That's not the book. The book to read is called Man's Search for Meaning, by Viktor Frankl. So what paradoxical intention does is it sort of helps you heighten a particular symptom eventually to get rid of it. Okay, now here's this cat trying to experience inner peace, but he's getting irritated that inner peace is not coming. I'm sure you've seen this gentleman off late. Now, you can use paradoxical intention for a number of things. You can use it, for example, I've helped a lot of my clients use it to fall asleep. Those of you who have insomnia, try this out. If you don't have a medical condition and if you don't need medication, this is a good thing to try out. we tend to fall asleep faster when we don't want to sleep. Okay. But when you go to bed and you're trying to sleep, you just don't fall asleep. And then you're getting stressed that you're not falling asleep. And then you're saying, oh my God, please help me fall asleep. And the more you do this, the more tensed you are and the more unlikely you are to fall asleep. And then you're feeling disappointed with yourself that you're not falling asleep. And that further reduces the chances of you going to sleep. So instead of that, if you go to bed saying, I want to stay awake till 3 o'clock. And I shared this with somebody over the phone last week. He hasn't gotten back to me yet, but I know that it works for a lot of people. You go to bed saying, I'm not going to sleep before, suppose you go to bed at 10 o'clock, say, I'm not going to sleep before 3 o'clock, before 3 a.m. And when you're awake, you're feeling good because you have time. And when you take off that load, people tend to relax. It's also very popularly used. I've used it with a lot of people to get over performance anxiety, any kind of performance anxiety, whether it's being on stage, whether it's not being able to play a musical instrument, whether it's sport, whether you're just about to run and you have performance anxiety, whether it's sexual performance anxiety. When the pressure goes away, and I've noticed this repeatedly with people I coach, when you tell them, look, it's so difficult to play the guitar in front of my friends and family members, but when I'm on my own, I can play the guitar so well. How interesting, right? So when you say that I'm going to play the guitar and I'm going to play it wrong, and it's okay, I'm going to have fun playing it wrong. That's exactly the time when the anxiety goes away and you start playing it well. By the way, the reason I went into this brief psychology lesson on performance anxiety, on positive, paradoxical intention, is to tell you about this and how it's connected to positive psychology. This is one of my own theories. It's called the 5 levels of happiness. There's, of course, being happy, which all of us know. And sometimes you're not happy all the time. Sometimes you're sad, right? And in between these two, there are days when you're just feeling neutral. Okay, these are the indifferent days. You finish the day, and was it a happy day? Not really. Was it a sad day? Well, not really. It was just another day. These are the days that you really forget. But beyond this, there's something called being sad about being sad. And I've noticed this. Sometimes people are sad, they're not feeling great, but worse still, they are disappointed about their sadness. They're feeling sad and they're disappointed that they're feeling sad. This makes you feel even sadder. And there's also another state, which is above happiness, which is called being happy about being happy. Have you ever had the feeling of, you've got this really bad stomach, your stomach is hurting, okay, for whatever reason. And you take a tablet or you drink a lot of water or you do something, and then the stomachache goes away. Now you're feeling relief that the stomachache's gone away, but you're also feeling happy that you're relieved. So it's like a meta model of happiness. And the point is that a lot of times I see people trying so hard to be happy, because there's so many messages online. People are posting pictures on Facebook talking about their happiness, how happy they are as a family, as people with their passions, with their interests. They're putting up stuff on Instagram and so on. The more you try to chase happiness, the more it sort of eludes you. Sometimes when you're just feeling neutral, you might make yourself feel miserable by trying hard to be happy and saying, oh God, why am I feeling neutral? I should be happy. And you're trying everything possible to be happy. And because it's not working, you're going to feel bad about it. And then you come down the scale. To use paradoxical intention, instead of trying to sleep, try to stay awake. Instead of trying to be happy, when you're feeling neutral, say, wow, this is good. Or better still, if you're feeling sad and down on a particular day, you get back from work, you get back from college, you're feeling lousy. Just tell yourself, hey, I'm feeling lousy. So what? Maybe today's a lousy day. I'm going to move on. This takes the pressure out of you and makes you feel comfortable feeling lousy, feeling bad. And that actually kickstarts a process of positive feelings, which will actually take you to happiness. And maybe then you're so thrilled that you're happy, you're going to feel happy about being happy. All right. So try this out. Don't try too hard to be happy and feel good. Sometimes it's good to just let yourself be, and you'll feel happier by just doing that. Okay, wow, very positive approach. Wow, I'm just reading all the messages. Does this mean accepting the state we are in? Well, that's what Zen and a lot of other philosophies said. Just accept things the way you are, then there's no pressure to be anywhere else. And it automatically moves you to a better state. Okay. All right. Now, I briefly alluded to this idea that there's so much of positive messaging out there, correct? You wake up in the morning, you open WhatsApp, people have sent all sorts of positive good morning messages. This, unfortunately, sometimes the people sending the messages are the ones who need it the most. So what do you do? What do you do to move positivity from ideas to action? In fact, just put up on the chat screen. What's today? Today is Saturday. Yeah, Saturday is a weekend. I'm sure a lot of people have time to send messages. Those of you who got some message today, any interesting positive message, please put it on the chat screen and keep watching the screen. I'm going to read out some of them. Okay. So who's this? Kishore Kiran, thank you very much for putting my Instagram link on the chat screen. That's a lot of free promotion. So here are some things which I've seen off late. This is Tony Robbins saying, stay committed to your decisions, but stay flexible in your approach. Okay, very good. This is Elon Musk. I heard somebody earlier this conference mention, if you're not following Elon Musk, you're not current enough or something to that effect. He says, I think it is possible for ordinary people to choose to be extraordinary. Now, let me not proceed just by looking at these two. Okay, I have some things on the chat screen saying this early in the morning, I went on a sabbatical from my work today. So my colleagues talked about, okay, yes, I get most purposeful message, have a victorious weekend. I'm not even a princess. I'm priceless. A prince don't even on my list. Okay. How to accept negative traits like being, okay. So thanks for those messages. Now just look at these two things. I'm reading this message. I think it's possible for ordinary people to choose to be extraordinary. And I'm an ordinary person. Now I'm looking at this and saying, okay, this is great. This is a great idea, but how do I do this? How do I become extraordinary? This is Robin Sharma saying, we are all here for some special reason. Stop being a prisoner of your past, become the architect of your future. Okay. This is another one saying sad, angry, upset, anxious, overwhelmed, unsure, afraid. And you can be all of this and still be positive. Now, here's the point that I'm trying to make. Many times these messages are just ideas. And one of the ways for you to bring positivity from being an idea into action, into your life, is for you to keep your eyes open for things to do. Happiness is a mood, positivity is an emotion. By the way, none of these are my things I've written. This one just says, stay positive. Okay. A positive mindset comes from making a conscious, continuous decision to choose positivity. Once again, how do you do this? How do I make a continuous, conscious decision to choose positivity? Now, here's something interesting. And this is what I mean by look out for action. Today will be amazing. So wake up and smile. Positivity is a choice that becomes a lifestyle. In this entire page, on this entire slide, there's one thing for you to pick up. Just this line, wake up and smile. Wake up and smile is something very specific. When I read it, I know what to do. I can wake up in the morning and smile. If I tell all of you smile right now, you know exactly what to do. Here's something else by Tony Robbins, which says, create a vision, never let the environment or other people's limiting belief or what has been done in the past limit your decisions. Once again, doesn't tell you what to do. Here's something by Robin Sharma again. Out of this list of 8 things or 8 ideas, I will speak of solutions versus problems. This gives me some sense of what to do. I'll outmanage, outimagine, and outwork all around me. I'll find time for beauty, joy, and peace. These 3 tell me somewhat what to do, but all these others, like I'll elevate my vitality, it doesn't really tell you. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to just freeze the moment. These are people like Elon Musk, Tony Robbins, and Robin Sharma, all of who I admire, and people who I like. But I want you to be aware that even such people put out there many times just ideas. And I want you to make a fundamental distinction between what is an idea and what is a specific action. Here's something which I picked out from earlier this year, which said, to be happy this year, do all these things, out of which do something you love makes sense. Listen to music makes sense. If I tell you listen to music, you know exactly what to do, right? Go for a walk. It's a very specific thing. It tells me what to do. Go gadget free once a week. Well, tells me what to do. I can get rid of my phone, live without my phone once a week. I mean, it's questionable whether I can actually execute that, but it tells me what to do. Write 5 good things about yourself every day. Now, do you see the difference compared to, look at this, look at point number 10, 11, 12, and 13. Love yourself, love your body, let go of the past, forgive and forget. I think 4 nice ideas, but very, very difficult to execute. And I think if you could tell somebody, somebody who's overweight and ashamed of the way they look, and they've had unfortunate incidents in the past, if you can tell them, love yourself, love your body, let go of the past, and forgive and forget, and they say, wow, perfect, I know what to do. If this is the case, I don't think you need psychologists and therapists and coaches in the world. So my point to you is, there are a lot of ideas out there. If you can look through my Instagram profile, you will see a lot of them are ideas. Be aware that some are just ideas, some are things to do. And it's your responsibility to look at the world of positivity and draw from it things that you can actually do, because that's what will help you take it to action. Most of the time, you end up with junk, which are things which don't tell you anything specific, right? Okay. Wonderful presentation. It's very helpful. What's your Instagram ID? I'm sure somebody just put it up earlier. Just go up the chat screen. You'll see it. Okay. In the meantime, let me move ahead. What time is it? Okay. So it's pandemic times, and I am really sort of glad with the way India's dealt with this. Our numbers have been steadily dropping, but this being an international conference, I know that there are people from other countries. And we have numbers rising in places like Spain. I spoke to somebody who said they've gone back to where they were in April. And I think UK numbers are increasing. So I think my presentation would be incomplete if I don't say some things about the pandemic. And especially in keeping with the theme of this talk, using positive psychology to live a better life, but particularly during a pandemic. Okay, so what do I have to say about this slide? Okay, so this is, I just watched the video that you just played. This gentleman's picture is also there. The one on the right, his name is Aaron Beck. So Aaron Beck was a psychiatrist from the University of Pennsylvania, and he's still alive. He's about 99 years old. He was really known for what's called cognitive therapy, okay? And the one on the left is who I spoke about earlier, Martin Seligman. This is, I think, a great picture of both of them. But there's an idea that Aaron Beck came up with related to cognitive therapy, which was later picked up by Martin Seligman, and which he wrote about and developed into what's called learned optimism. And they looked at what optimists do and what pessimists do. And they saw that there were some clear differences. And I think in those differences lie some of the secrets of dealing with tough times, not just like a pandemic, but any tough time in your life. Anytime you're going through bad things, this is something which you can do. I always encourage people to tell themselves the right thing. And when I say tell yourself the right thing, in your head, if you like, also aloud, but particularly in your head, you become what you keep telling yourself. You keep telling yourself you're an idiot, you'll sort of live up to that philosophy. If you keep telling yourself that you're awesome, if I keep telling myself I'm awesome, I'm going to keep doing things which match that. So the first one, this is what pessimists do. When things are not going well, suppose they get fired, because of the market condition, they lost their job. this loss of a job becomes pervasive. It enters all areas of their life. They say, I've lost my job. So, my working life is gone. Now I can't go meet my friends because they have jobs. I don't have a job. So my social life is gone. If I don't have a job, what will my wife or husband think of me? So my personal life is gone. It goes into all areas of their life. One of the things that you could do as an optimist and to deal with tough times, if something bad happens, if you lose your job, say, hey, I still have a great family. I still have money in the bank. I still have great friends who will support me. Realize that this is not your whole life. This is just a job. So this is one of the things you can tell yourself. Tell yourself things which reaffirm the idea that bad things are not pervasive. Second, personalization. Pessimists tend to do this. When something goes wrong, I lose my job. And then I say, I'm useless because I lost my job. I break up and I say, I'm a lousy boyfriend or a husband or, or whatever. So the problem becomes you. So sometimes it's good to realize and tell yourself, oh, I lost my job. What do you expect in a market like this? And things are going to get better. So that's something which you can tell yourself. Remember, it's not personal. Not everything is your fault. People who have this problem, if somebody doesn't call you or return your call, you tend to think that you're not call worthy. But that's not the case. It's likely that that person's just busy. And thirdly, permanence. This is also something which pessimists do. When things go bad, I don't have a job. They think I will never get a job. Have you ever had a migraine, a headache, or a hangover? When you're having that hangover, when you're having that migraine or that headache, you feel it will never get over. This headache will be there forever. You think it's permanent. So tell yourself things like, this too shall pass. Things are getting better. I can feel it getting better. This sort of positive self-talk helps you get over tough times. So I hope that gives you an idea of dealing with pandemic. Let me give you one more thing. This is about what you tell yourself, tell yourself the right thing, but also make sure you do the right thing. What do I mean by that? This particular slide became extremely popular during the pandemic with people who attended my sessions. Without getting much into the details, I'll just tell you briefly about it. Dopamine is a hormone which is a feel-good hormone. It's a pleasure hormone. Let me just simplify the explanation so that just remember it as a pleasure hormone. Okay. Serotonin is a hormone which is generally used to help you stabilize your mood and get a good sense of well-being. Okay. Endorphins are pain and stress relieving hormones, and oxytocin you must have heard about. It's the love hormone or the cuddle hormone. The beautiful thing about hormones is if the hormone gets into your bloodstream, it's going to do its job. Like adrenaline. When adrenaline is pumped into the blood, it's a fight or flight hormone. You feel like attacking or running away. Okay. Just like that, if any of these hormones are released into your blood, you have no choice but to feel good because they're happy hormones. So here are some things you could do. Laughter. Watch anything that will make you laugh. Talk to a person that will make you laugh. Watch some stand-up comedy show. Watch some previous recording. Think about a time which made you laugh and you'll laugh again. So this releases dopamine and endorphins. Meditate. Those of you who meditate, you can do this. If you don't know how to meditate, you can just go look at my podcast channel. It's called the Positive Behavior Podcast. There are a couple of different types of meditation and you can listen to it. So when you meditate, dopamine and serotonin are released. Walk. So you can just walk and exercise. When I came up with these things, I particularly picked things which people could use during a lockdown by themselves without the help of another person, or do on the phone. So you can try this out. Sunlight. If you have a balcony, if you have some place in your house which has sunlight, just go and expose yourself to the sun. That releases endorphins and serotonin. Cuddling and having sex. So if you want to release oxytocin, cuddling, not just with a person, also with a pet, sometimes also talking like that over the phone with somebody. If you have a son who's in another city or a daughter who's in another city, very small, talking and petting them over the phone will release oxytocin. Great music. Every once in a while we have these songs which we want to listen to, and listen to again and listen to again and listen to again, till it stops sort of giving us that orgasm. That's the kind of song you should listen to. That's what I mean by great music, not necessarily, what the internet classifies as great. What is great for you? What makes you feel good? That releases dopamine. And finally, if you're listening to this saying, oh, I don't have a girlfriend or a boyfriend, I'm not in a relationship, what do? I don't have a pet. Well, you can just eat together. Sharing a meal is a great way to release oxytocin. Also watching, doing acts of kindness, being kind to somebody, donating money, even these things would release oxytocin. So these are things that you could do to help you get over turbulent times. Okay, so I want to just end with one or two ideas before I take questions. Okay, so we have about 10 more minutes. Any discussion about positive psychology, I think, is incomplete without talking about relationships. Okay, and I already told you about Aaron Beck and Martin Seligman. I know there are a lot of sciencey people here. So if you have a great interest in reading more about it, you can read there's a very popular research paper by both of them and Stephen Mayer and a bunch of other people. It's called Beyond Depression. You can read that research paper. It's a fantastic paper. It's not recent. It must be almost 10 years old now, but it's a great foundational piece of work on which a lot of current research is happening. Like that, there's another interesting piece of research which happened at Harvard, which is called the Harvard Study on Adult Development. You can search for this on Google, you won't miss it. Harvard Study on Adult Development. Okay, it's by this gentleman called Robert Waldinger. Essentially, they caught a bunch of people who were studying at Harvard in 1938 and they followed their lives. And they realized relationships are one of the big things which makes you have a good life, makes you live happily and so on. So this is something which came to me. I have a friend called Varun Sharma. Varun right now he teaches, he's a professor in the University of Tejpur, but this is many years ago. I met him once, and every time we meet, we have a great time. And then the next time I met him, he was married. So I met him and his wife. Again, we talk about great things. We were schoolmates. We studied in the same class in school. Then I met him another time after 3-4 years. And then we spoke then and we said, look, in the last 10 years, I've met you just thrice. And we matter to each other so much. And that time we just turned 30. So imagine we lived till say 70. Okay. So that's 40, 50, 60, 70. We met 3 times in 10 years. We just have about 12 meetings left. And this idea sort of shocked him. I also shocked myself with it. And I realized sometimes the people we care about most, we underestimate the number of times we might meet them before they die, or before you yourself die, right? So here's what I have to say to you. Make a list of those top few people in your life. If you're spending every day with them, fantastic. If you're not, if you live in Bangalore or if you live in the US and your parents are in India and you come once in 3 years to visit them and they are 70, it's likely that you have just 2 or 3 meetings left with them. And that's something for you to worry about and think about, and pick up the phone and call those people who you care about. Tell them, hey, how are you doing? What's happening? Let's plan to meet. Let's make plans. I'll visit you. You can visit me, and so on. So those handful of 10 or 12 people, if you're not spending quality time with them, I think then we're all missing the plot. That's something for you to take back, because the key to this business is human relationships. And if you can have better quality relationships, especially with those people who matter to you, it doesn't matter that you have a great relationship with some random Joe who you're running in the park with, or who you meet in the neighboring office. What matters is how good your relationship is with the people you live with, your close friends, your immediate neighbors, and your inner circle of your life. Okay, so before I take questions, let's try this exercise. I want you to, let me just look at the chat screen very briefly. Thank you. What if the people who matter and mean to you don't show the same interest? Well, whose question was that? 1 second. Okay, Nilofer, here's what I suggest. You have limited control over what other people can do. You have a lot of control over what you can do. I recommended a book earlier in the session called Man's Search for Meaning. That's essentially what it's about. You do your part. And, after some time, if you feel that that person's just not responding, hey, there's another bus every 15 minutes. So build new relationships while you're still young with people who matter to you. I know some people who don't have a great relationship with their life partners, but they've sort of substituted that while still being married to the same person. They've sort of substituted that with other people in their lives. It's not the best thing possible, but it's what's possible. And sometimes you have to choose between what's available to you rather than worry about what's not available. Okay. All right. So here's the exercise, which I want you to do. Now look at this girl. I want you to smile. Okay. Don't do this yet. Let me just tell you what it is. And you can keep doing this while I also take questions. Just listen to me first. Don't start doing it yet. I want you to smile and keep your eyeballs facing up. And this is a great way anytime in life, if you're not feeling good, if you're feeling a little down, if you're not feeling upbeat, if you're feeling like, oh, I'm not feeling great. I don't know why. Nothing happened, but I'm still not feeling that great. Here's what you should do. Just smile. Okay. And look up. Okay. Don't do it yet. Just watch me. I hope you can see my eyes. Don't look up that much, because when you do that, your head's going to start hurting. Don't smile so much. If you have this unusual, huge smile, you're going to feel artificial about it. Smile very slightly. Just look at this girl. You can almost look at her and wonder, is she really smiling? But she is smiling. She's smiling very slightly. So smile slightly. And then look up. If you were in a room like, an 8 by 10 by 10 room, you should be standing and gently looking towards the ceiling. So comfortably up. That's it. So look up and smile slightly. Okay. Now you can do it while I keep talking. So as you smile and look up slightly, okay, don't worry about looking at me in the screen. I'll just keep talking. As you smile and look up slightly, you're going to have the sensation like, what am I doing? Oh God, this is not, this is so funny. It's okay. Just stick with it. Stick with it. And if you're doing it right, you're going to slowly start feeling like smiling a little more. Okay. You're going to slowly start feeling like smiling a little more automatically without you trying to sort of push it. Okay. You're going to automatically start feeling like smiling a little more. And then keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. And then you're going to feel like smiling a little more. Okay. Those of you who are doing this from wherever you're watching, I don't know, there are like 500 plus people here. And I think there are a few thousand people on YouTube Live and Facebook Live and wherever this is being, live cast. So if you're doing this and if you're doing it right, you should already be feeling slightly better than when you started doing it for no reason. And that's okay. Right. So keep doing it, keep holding on to this. And after a while, you'll realize that you're smiling like this girl on the screen or this woman on the screen. You're feeling like really smiling and, you're really feeling much better. So it's an experiment which I've done with large groups, small groups, with individual people I've coached. Sometimes a lot of my clientele is corporate. They walk in after a distressed meeting and they're sitting in the coaching session. So I get them to do this to start feeling good before they talk to me. Okay, so keep doing that for as long as you're comfortable. I'm happy to take questions. I'm going to look back at the chat screen and look at all the questions. Before I say thank you, I'm going to just share some of my details with you here. If you want to get in touch, well, that's the fastest way to get in touch with me. That's my mobile number and that's my Gmail ID. Do stick on for the Q&A session because in many of my sessions, people have come back and said, I learned much more from the Q&A than the rest of the session. So do stick on. So that's my mobile number and that's my email ID. You can also go to my website to get a sense of what else I do and what values I bring onto the table as a consultant. I keep telling people, one of my roles as a consultant is that, the world is and the internet is full of theories, concepts, research papers, TED Talks, videos. One of my jobs is to filter that nonsense and bring to my clients what's useful to them, right? So it's nice to have somebody else offer that service to you. if you're a very young person like Joel and his extended team, and you prefer texting than talking, then you can go to my Instagram profile or my LinkedIn page. That's a good way to get in touch with me. You can also, by the way, this is all free content, guys. You can go to my podcast. There's at least a few hours of free material there. You can listen to it. You don't have to pay for it, but please send me a message if it worked for you and if something helped. It might just feature in my upcoming articles. You can go to my blog, which is psychologyofhumanbehavior.com. There's a lot of stuff out there which is free, a lot of articles. You can buy my book. It's not free, but there's a Kindle edition which is very cheap, very inexpensive. You can pick that up, or you can buy the hard copy of the book and you can read it. It has a lot of things I've been talking about. So let's take some questions.
So like one person has asked, what are the therapies that include in positive psychology?
Come again.
What are the therapies that are included in positive psychology?
Yeah. So here's the thing. I don't even know if the word therapy is appropriate. It's a malapropic statement, right? Saying therapy when you're already working with people who don't need therapy. Okay. But here are some things which have worked. And one of the realizations that a lot of the teachers and psychologists had with respect to positive psychology is, if I'm teaching a normal person about depression or acute neurotic depression or mania or paranoia, it's very difficult for me to tell this person what that feels like. But one of the great benefits of positive psychology is I can tell you to do some exercises. So normally, if you're talking about what a development intervention, I wouldn't call it therapy, what a development intervention would look like, it would be exercises. One of the most popular ones is what's called a gratitude list, making a list of things that you're grateful for, reading it from time to time. You should look up the work of this gentleman called Robert Biswas Diner. He has a course online. He has also a number of things that he's written about this. Some of the other things would be looking at your strengths, identifying your strengths, looking at ways to explore your strengths, looking at your values. What is it that you value the most? And can you live a life where those values are expressed? Imagine one of your values is honesty. And your life will be miserable simply because you're a sales guy in a company which promotes dishonesty. So a lot of the things that you will do in the form of improving people's lives, or if you want to call it therapy, is about helping them use these things. Some of the stronger ideas, if you want to explore, there's something called as post-traumatic. We keep hearing about PTSD. There's something called as PTS, or post-traumatic PTG, or post-traumatic growth. Okay, saying going through tough times doesn't mean you'll be bruised after that. You might actually come out stronger. There's an entire field of mental toughness. You can look up the works of Barbara Fredrickson. I think she's written a book called Grit, where she's done a lot of research on that. That's maybe a good book to read. Okay, next. Joel?
Sir, what would be the reason for one searching for happiness?
Yeah. I made a podcast about this. It was an idea inspired by Eckhart Tolle's book, The Power of Now. And somebody asked him the same question. He says, why should I be happy? What's the problem with not being happy? And Eckhart Tolle says, well, there is nothing wrong with not being happy. But the point is, if you have a choice, if you have to choose between happiness and sadness, or not being happy, and if you're still choosing sadness, then that's something for you to think about. So Eckhart Tolle says that if you have a choice, it makes sense to choose happiness. But here's what I would say. If somebody is saying that, I don't want to feel happy, I want to feel neutral. Okay. And if the whole intention is to feel neutral. Now, if you choose neutrality or indifference, okay, sometimes this happens, when you're having a fight or an argument or a disagreement with somebody in your life, a friend or a partner or a business associate or a client, you kept calling the client. Okay, the client never picked up the phone. Now you're saying, I'm not going to be happy about this. I'm going to be indifferent. Let the client call. I am going to be indifferent. I'm not going to pick up the call. Now that indifference actually makes you feel good. So eventually happiness is more of a default state. Even if you try to be neutral, that neutralness will make you happy. You'll be happy that you're neutral. Okay. I don't think you'll be sad that you're neutral, because you'll be going after what you want. And when you get what you want, you're likely to feel happy as a default, movement of energy levels or feelings or experiences. And I think we have to accept at some point that we have less control over that. Okay.
Sir, I have a doubt regarding, you told about positive psychology, how you have been applying them. So you told that there are a lot of information in this world in internet, like TED Talks, lot of information. So as a person, how can we choose which is right for us? And how did you come up in your profession, positive psychology? What made you feel that, okay, this is what the client needs. This is where we should supply from, this is where we should provide. How did you find out, sir?
See, it's, I think more than what I studied or worked on the research or my master's degree or whatever, one of the things that has really helped me understand positive psychology is the number of years of meditation that I've done. So I was just sharing with my brother recently, when we were sitting at home and chatting earlier this week, that I started meditating in the year 1998. Okay. And I've meditated almost every single day since then. Okay. And I think that's taught me a lot of things, and some things just come to you intuitively. So I really don't have a black and white answer. I can't even promise that I chose it. I probably realized it later when I look back and say, what really helped me do this? And then I realized that, I think I made these choices because I was more relaxed at that point. And I was more relaxed because I meditated. So that's what happened in my life. So my life is probably a bad example for somebody else to follow, because it was a series of accidents which came out right. But if somebody was to really do this now, I think maybe doing a strong program in positive psychology, like an undergrad degree in psychology, would help. I mean, I don't even qualify for that because I have an undergrad degree in mechanical engineering. So I would consider myself as a wildcard entry into the world of positive psychology, But if somebody really wants to do it now, I think an undergrad degree in psychology is great. And if you realize that you enjoy the positive psychology dimensions of it, some of the programs to do, UPenn, University of Pennsylvania, has a program called MAP, Masters of Applied Positive Psychology, MAPP. You can look that up. It's a very expensive program, but many people I mentioned here teach in that program. Then you can look up a program called, the oldest program in Europe is a program from the University of East London, also called MAP, or I think it's just called, it's called MAP. I think it's called MAP. You can look up University of East London. They have a program. If you're still undecided at the master's level and you're wondering, is this for me? Then UCLA has a program, which is a program on applied psychology. They have a great master's program on applied psychology. And then you can decide what you can do. And that, Joel, will answer the question of how do you learn something? How do you apply? Because for me, I've been using positive psychology even before I realized that it was called positive psychology. Later, I just had an epiphany of sorts saying, oh, wow, now there's a name for it. Okay. So great, maybe that's a good program to do.
Before sessions and all, in psychology, if you're having college lectures and all, they'll be teaching okay, let's breathe. Let's think most positive thoughts. These are the things that we can, slightly we can control on that, thinking about what we should think. So here, during your session, we were able to practically kind of exercise it. Actually, the quotes that you showed, the points in the 10 points or 15 points of life to have a good life, that whatever things that we can work it out. And that all you explained it so really well, sir. It was the practical thing that we can follow in positive psychology.
Sure. Thanks, Joel. It's nice to hear that.
Thank you, sir. So I'd like to, end the session, I guess. So I would ask the technical team to present an e-certificate.
Sure. Sounds good. So you want me to stay online, Joel?
Yes, sir. Please stay online.
Yeah. Feel free to get in touch with me. You have my contact details. And if you have any other questions, I know this is a short session. I was probably unable to answer every single point here, but I'll be happy to answer them.
Yes, sir. Sir, we have presented e-certificate. So thank you so much once again, sir. It was an amazing session.
Thank you very much.
Each minute was really worth it. And I'm very lucky to invite you for the International Psychology Conference and the way you've planned. There's so much planning that you have done to give the best towards our participants in the audience. Thank you so much, sir, once again. It's an honor to have you here.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you to the rest of the coordinating 3G team. I mean, thanks for all your kind words. I mean, how flattering is that? Okay, thanks, guys.
And also
have
the nice promotion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye. See you.
Bye, sir. So now I'd like to introduce MC Disha to take over to our next session.
Before that, we have announcements, and thank you so much, MC Joel, and thank you so much, sir. That was a power-packed session. Our chat box is now bombarding with messages. We are so happy to have you here, and we are so happy that participants really enjoyed the session. So, guys, this is a small announcement about the giveaway by 3G International Psychology Conference 2021. And if you want the giveaway of Amazon voucher with 1,000 rupees, 50 free ebooks, and Canva premium account, all you have to do is go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, and you have to tag 5 friends, and don't forget to tag our young, beautiful CEO, Irfana Izzat Chole. So you can see here, and I will give you 5 minutes. Please go and tag 5 of your friends right now. Let's see how many of you are doing that. And I'm also curious to know who will be that lucky winner who will be getting all these vouchers. Okay, so just go and tag, guys, and let us know. Tag Irfana Izzat Chole as well. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for being so participative. And I hope you all are excited for the next session. If you are excited for the next session, just comment on the chat box that you are ready. RTG, ready to go. Ready to rock and ready to listen more, ready to learn more. Okay, so please comment on the chat box. Okay, I'm getting so many messages. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So without further ado, let me invite the next MC, MC Disha, to invite our next eminent personality. Thank you.
Thank you, MC Anjali. And now, one of the most complex and least known concept about human beings is that of mind. For a few, it is in the brain, while for others, it lies in their heart. I would like to now invite Dr. Pooja Jhan Nair to talk about the theory of mind. Dr. Pooja is a psychologist and a co-founder of Total Solution for Learning, a world of passionate and a professional approach to manage learning issues for children with developmental disorders. A Total Solution is a group of committed people who
Okay, so it's my privilege in inviting one of the most complex and least known concepts about human beings is that of the mind. For a few, it is a brain, while for the others, it lies in their heart. I would like to now invite Dr. Pooja Jhan Nair to talk about the theory of mind. Dr. Pooja is a psychologist and the co-founder of Total Solution for Learning, a world of passionate and professional approach to manage learning issues of children with developmental disorders. Total Solution is a group of committed people who are chasing the dream of providing learning opportunities to children of our society. We once again welcome you, ma'am. Warm welcome. Yes. Thank you.
That's a wonderful intro of mine, but I would like to tell everyone that, my intro is slightly more, difficult now, because if you all can see my name, I think many of you would have started making a good guess that I am a deadly combination. So I am Pooja Jhan Nair, just that, in front of you. And I am Pakka Bihari, born and brought up in Delhi, married to a Malayali. I settled in Andhra, which became Telangana. So I think that talks a lot about me and also the topic, what has been given to me. I was very happy to listen to some of the aspects which my last co-speaker was talking about. It's so wonderful to know that, yes, positive psychology is doing so much great. And what I'm going to talk about is also quite similar to that, because I feel that before talking about artificial intelligence, which is becoming so much, a topic of talk nowadays, I think we need to really understand that how our own human brain is thinking. So I have given it my own very sweet word to it, that theory of mind is nothing but software of our own human brain. What we are going to discuss right now is more about how does it develop, what it is, what makes it complex. So right from the childhood, where when a dad is asking over phone to a child that what are you doing, and the child keeps the toy in the hand and says, I'm playing with this. What the child is trying to actually indicate that child is thinking, what I am able to see, my father is also able to see, though he is not present in front of me. Right from that innocent stage, theory of mind is actually developing to a stage where you are a grown up and you start assuming that you know what other persons are thinking. Yes, to some extent you are right, but many a times your assumptions actually are deceiving. They are not the real truth, and you become fool in certain situations. There is a very simple test which generally we use for our pediatric population to evaluate whether a child is actually developing theory of mind or not. This is called as Ann and Sally test. And this test is basically with an explanation that this is Sally's basket and this is Annie and this is Annie's box. Sally puts her red ball in her basket and then she goes out, leaves Annie alone in the room. What does this Annie is doing? She is just shifting this ball from the basket in the box. And now what happens? When Sally comes back, where she should search for her ball. Do not get surprised. Very recently, I asked this particular test from a 45 years old professor. She is a parent of a child with social communication disorder. And immediately she said, oh, Sally should look into the box. I hope at least some of you, or maybe many of you, would have understood that no, Sally was not there when Annie actually changed it. It's you who know, it's not the person who was not present over here. I think I would have been blind to this concept of theory of mind if I had not started working with children who are having social communication disorder. I realized that how easy it is for me and you to be so fortunate to understand what the other human being intends to do, or what their body language and the words are integrated with. It was so difficult at the initial stage to understand why some children are saying A, B, C, D so easily. They are able to identify the colors, they are able to identify the numbers, the shapes, but why they can't call their own mother by addressing her mama or ma? What was so different in the speech of articulating A, B, C, D, or red color, rectangle, circle with that particular accent? What was so difficult to call a mother mama, who is feeding me, who is taking care of all the needs, whatever I have? And then about 10 years before, I had started reading about it, what we can do. And I'm so happy that 3G has picked up a topic like artificial intelligence. But I would really request all the participants over here, before making a robot, kindly make our own human children. Help them to develop this theory of mind, which is missing. This is basically defined as ability to recognize, understand, infer other people's mental state, in their thoughts, their belief, their desires, their intentions, etc. And the ability to use information to interpret what they say. This is a process to make sense of their behavior, what they are doing, and predict what they would do next. Mind it, prediction. When you are able to predict in a given situation, that gives you a control and you feel so much comfortable in that given situation. If you are not able to predict, you feel miserable. You feel as if things are just not going according to your way. I hope you would agree if you are sitting in a group where people are talking to each other and they are just indifferent to you. You feel out of the place. You don't want to be part of that group. And if forcefully you have to be, you actually end up showing some of the other difficult behaviors in your own self. If I say theory of mind, there are main basic three simple concepts. I don't want to get into detail of that. This PPT can be shared with you all. The very first point is social cognition, also known as social thinking. I'm happy because there are many people who are working on this concept. This is a form of intelligence that basically allows you to interpret any of the communication which is happening in the social context. Second one is perspective taking. Yes, many of us, even we are so-called matured, working, independent people, we still do not know how to take the other person's perspective. And it was so wonderful to listen when Joel was asking that some of the participants have asked how to be happy. Wow, that's a real philosophical question according to me. Like, if our perspectives are not right, if we are so much affected by others' action, if we have not gained experiences in a very secured manner, definitely any action is going to affect us, and misery starts right from there. If social cognition and perspective taking are not in the right manner or not in the productive manner, yes, you are going to have mind blindness. We will understand this concept in a little more great detail. Social cognition, there is a beautiful acronym for that, I laugh. It helps you to initiate your language because you look at other person, you start observing, you don't only pick up your speech, you don't only articulate ABCD, you actually articulate your emotional conversations also. Anyone has any answer that why a child would say or would have the speech for ABCD, but wouldn't have the speech for the social talk? Because ABCD or the color or the concept of shapes, they remain same. There is no variability for that. But my mother, who looks every day same, but oh my God, she's changing her sari. She sometimes changes her jewelry also. Oh, this lady talks in different way at 10 different times. Look at her face, her expressions are changing constantly. So much of variation. What should I link my language or my speech with? That's why there are children with developmental disorders. You would notice that they are able to articulate so many things about factual information, but they do not like to address, or they do not utter by addressing their own mother as mama or their own daddy as father or as papa. L is for listening with I. That's very, very important. You need to do that. If you are not able to listen with the eye contact and all, it's not going to work out. Abstract and inferential language. Oh, I think I am still poor at that. So we have one child who is 14 years old, and mother told her very nicely right after Diwali that, look dear, why don't you share the sweet box with your neighbor, because we have plenty and we don't eat so much. And don't forget, she always shares with you so many other things to eat. So why don't you take the sweet box and give it to this neighbor? My girl took that sweet box and gives to the neighbor and says so sweetly, Auntie, we are not going to eat so many. That's why this is for you. She could not infer that her mother wanted her to be diplomatic and not to say the truth. I think many of us, we have done that. I do that. I do share, sometimes a gift given by anyone, and I just pack that and give very nicely to someone else. Understanding perspectives, getting the big picture, and the humor. My kids, they don't understand humor. They don't understand that this person is just trying to tease me, and they take it very seriously, and they can get into a lot of other issues. Perspective taking starts with common space, thoughts about another person. Own thoughts are just the framework. You try to look at other things with your own experiences. There is no rocket science in that. We all understand this part. But yes, the successful person is the one who monitor their own frameworks and they try to modify that. If you are a kind of person who is trying to get fixated at one type of framework and you want to apply it to everyone, definitely you cannot be a person who will have variability or very easy adjustments, which we generally make on our day-to-day basis. If you have that, then you actually end up developing your very first concept, that is yourself. Let's look at this tiny video. Acha, ruk jao. Kavya kahan hai? Such a cute and a quick video. By the way, that's my daughter. She's now 1 year old. She was about 7 months and I was struggling very hard with about a group of 27 kids who are not able to respond to their name even at the age of 7 years. What is so different? Why Kavya could identify that this body has a name? Only because she has certain things which is going fortunately right with her. In terms of joint attention, in terms of certain other steps. And let's look at those steps, how it goes on. By the age of 12 months, generally children, they start understanding that someone else are attending to something, to the same thing, which is joint attention. And that's why if I look there, the child automatically turns and tries to see what the adult is looking at. There is also known as something 3-point attention, which is when two people are talking, child may look at the first person, the second person who is listening, and then comes back to the first person. Such a small thing, but it develops. Read people's action as directed at goals and as driven by desires. By the age of 1.5 to 2 years, children, they learn how to test the thresholds for adults. By 2 to 3 years, pretend play would become very, very complex. They know how to pretend in a very beautiful and fine manner. They begin to understand that they are different from others. 4 years to 7 years plus, that's the age group when the theory of mind, we say that is kind of full-fledged developed. People's mind contain different sets of information based on their own experiences. They learn how to manipulate others' mind through their own action, and they are aware of how others might try to manipulate them. Like a 4.5-year-old child, if he takes his costly toy outside, he would be so much clear that he doesn't want to share that at any cost. And even if he shares, he would be so careful that how others are playing with that. They know how to manipulate. They become more empathetic and responsive for the needs of other people also. In fact, they also know how to anticipate. Now, anticipation in a very crude way starts even before age 1. A very simple example, if I give you, if I extend my hand to a baby to hold her, the baby lifts the body and comes in anticipation. We all play very small games with children where we pat the hand and then we start crawling. The baby knows now that you're going to tickle and the baby anticipates and crawls back the body. We need to see all of these in a baby when they are developing. What may go wrong? Why are we talking about this? What is so important about this? If the theory of mind is not developing, then my child will not understand what are other people's feeling. There would be inability to take into account what other people also know. The child would always think that I know and that's the only truth. Inability to negotiate friendship by reading and responding to intentions. So we have many kids who come to us just for the reason that they are not able to adjust if their own best friend is talking to anyone else. They immediately start getting into a lot of conflicts because of that. Inability to read listeners' level of interest in one's speech, inability to detect the speaker's intentions, what they mean basically, inability to anticipate what others might think of one's own action, and inability to understand even the misunderstandings. The same child who went to, give the sweet box to her neighbor gave me a very big life lesson one day. She comes and sits with me and she talks in a very robotic manner. She's a very intelligent girl though, and she talks like this: Pooja auntie, why my mother does not want me to interact with my grandmother? I understand she does not like her mother-in-law, but my grandmother has not done anything wrong with me. I was quite touched by that dialogue, by that clarity. So I hope you all can imagine that how things can be black and white, but we so-called regular and normal human beings, we live in that gray area. We like that. Inability to deceive or understand deception, inability to understand the reason behind people's action, inability to understand unwritten rules, which are just learned by our experiences. Baron has done quite a good amount of work in that. I would really request all people who are working with children, or even when you are working with your clients in the therapeutic environment, do consider theory of mind as your main concept. I cannot go forward until I don't talk about what I gained in the last 10 years. As we know that mind is a bundle of experiences. Whatever I am today or you are today is only because of your experiences. That makes you different, or that makes you unique. These experiences, if they are not created in a right way because of any reason, whether it was your environment, whether it was your circumstances, anything you say, but this is what going to create you as you. Yes, not a big thing, but in autism spectrum disorder, experiences are limited due to poor social observation skills. The software to understand this world around us or to function in this world is not developed or is not age appropriate. They do not know how to see others' perspective, how to know that others do not know what I am thinking until I speak, until I express. They do not manipulate. They do not know spoken words have two meanings, and literal meanings can sometimes hurt others. We are lucky to have that basic software of social thinking developed in us without even our conscious effort. But even me and you, we have learned it through experiences. So you can create a robot with it, even a human being with it. How can you do that? I have kept a female's picture over there. Not that I do not like males. No, I do like them a lot. But for sure, females can create more experiences for a growing child. Create experiences. Please explain every possible thing to our children. Create experiences through your videos rather than putting them to any screen time. Can you make your own simple videos and can you show that to the child? Create experiences through verbalizing your thought. Do not assume that my child is watching me and can just think about it, can learn from this. Do verbalize, do talk about it. Artificial intelligence has different types, and I hope you all know that it does focus on how we think about our own thinking. Create experiences by playing on child's behalf. Do not always put kids together and then let them play. Do participate because you can be the right model for children. Create experiences by making your own jigsaw puzzles. What I mean to say over here, take experiences of day-to-day life. Create your word jigsaw puzzles. You can create the puzzles of daily routine objects. Ask them to solve that. Create experiences by creating social stories. I think a mother does that. But if you will do it a little more in a systematic way, I think so many problem behaviors of so many regular school-going children can be sorted out. create experiences by making animals to do that social story and role plays that again helps the developing mind. You need to inculcate right from the beginning that things are changing. Change is the only constant thing. Our children, many a times, they do not like changes. Or a person who would have poor theory of mind developed, they wouldn't like change, they like sameness. That's why ABCD puzzle can be my most favorite game. I would like to do only that. Self-knowledge that life goes on even with continuous changes. In fact, that's the growth. Understanding that things which are not in front of me, they still exist. They are not gone. Develop pretend play. Work on the knowledge of communication, not only communication. Just hiring a speech therapist and working on the articulation or vocabulary is not going to help. But knowledge of communication, that I need to communicate. There is a need or there is a motivation to communicate. Knowledge of secret, such a beautiful thing which creates surprises, which creates so many different human emotions. Knowledge of surprise, knowledge of humor. Do intentionally certain wrong things in front of them. Let them come and correct you. Develop or work on the concept of emotions. That's another very, very important thing, what we need to have. Do all the daily routine things on daily basis, because I think we all know that everyone has practice effect and that will make you a master. Disha, I would like to definitely take questions from this particular topic because there are many things which we might not be doing intentionally, but creating a lot of your confusions, lot of problem behaviors. I hope many of us who have gone through this 2020 experience where children were at home, suddenly our clinics are flooded with children who are having only difficult and challenging behaviors. Parents do not know what to do with that free time, how to create a structure when actually the structure is not existing. So I would be very happy to see if people have their queries and they would like to talk about that.
Yes, ma'am, we have one question. What's the mind and what is the brain? What the difference?
Okay, so I call brain as our hardware and mind is our software. So brain is same for almost all of us. But definitely how we use that brain to create our experiences is the mind. Disha, I hope I'm audible, Dia.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Ma'am, we have a question. Can you please give some ideas for developing TOM? What is that?
TOM, theory of mind. Yes.
Okay.
Basically, theory of mind in young kids, you can start developing with the play. There are certain prerequisites which we should actually focus upon when we are already able to see that the child is not very social, is not having joint attention. I hope people could make sense of joint attention. Joint attention is nothing but when you look at something as an adult, the child is also attending the same thing. So joining into your attention. And there are wonderful, tools and equipments available actually. There is something called TOMI, Theory of Mind Inventory. It is freely available online. Because of lockdown, I think they were so sweet that they actually floated the whole book. It's a beautiful book which is giving you so many ideas. How do you play with children to develop their perspectives? For example, it has a pic, a statue is there, and a child is standing over here and another child is standing over here. Now they just ask the child what this girl is able to look at. Okay? And let me tell you, when my children they see at who are having certain difficulties, they always say that the child is able to see this part. Why? Because they as a child are able to see at this part only. So changing the perspective, first of all. We can have lot of pretend play not only with the kitchen items, not only with the dollhouse, but just with the parents playing hide and seek. Hide and seek is it's a perfect thing to start with the theory of mind game. Object permanence, it's a technical term, and I hope many of you would definitely know about that. Object permanence is a beginning that whatever is not in front of me also exists, and that gives lot of scope for developing theory of mind. You know, more complex is you as an adult. I think we try to influence our children a lot, just with what we are thinking or what we believe in. We do not give any scope to our kids to generally, I am not trying to generalize that concept, but most of the time what I have seen, if a parent thinks about something very strongly, they want kids also to believe in that. But we never know if that is going to be right for this growing kid or not. Share your experiences, but doesn't mean that you need to bound them. Yes, if a child fails, I do share with them my own experiences, that what did I do when I was failing? How did I attribute it? How did I cope up with myself at that time? How crying is not always a very bad thing. So sharing experience is different, but convincing someone because of your experience is something which is not expected when you want to develop an independent personality. Other things can be, if you can get into the levels of hide and seek, I think I can explain you that. For example, with a young kid, when you are hide within the room just by covering your whole body with a transparent dupatta. Later, you can go for non-transparent bed sheet. Very gradually hiding behind the furniture items within the same room and calling the child's name. Next level can be, you can hide in another room, but is still calling the child's name. After that, hide in another room, but do not call child's name. No clue at all. Then you teach child also how they should hide themselves without giving any kind of clue. You might have seen my kids, when they are actually getting into this kind of play, they would hide, but they would keep talking. They would keep making noise because they don't know what would be this concept of being totally hidden or surprise. Yes, Disha, would like to take another query.
Okay, ma'am. So my son on autism spectrum do not like if I talk to my parents or his cousins, and he get anxious. What should I do for this? This is the next question.
Anjali, please ask once again, dear.
Yeah, my son on autism spectrum do not like if I talk to my parents or his cousins. He get anxious. So what should I do for this?
Very simple thing. Please create pictorial social stories. I do not know if the child is verbal, but definitely social stories is going to help this child a lot. So create a story in which mother talks to the child as well as to other adults or other children. My kids, they feel anxious only when they are not able to predict things. When they feel that whatever is happening around me is not something which I am aware of. If you make them aware, they start becoming very comfortable. Carol Gray has written a beautiful book on social story. I would really suggest that parents should read that particular book. See, when I say that you need to develop this human software, it's not going to be easy. I am not denying that part, because me and you, we learn just by random observations, and we learn so much. Now I know if Disha is smiling, what does that mean? I know already if people are writing something in the chat box, how it should impact me. So much of learning has gone in. But if I ask you that you need to develop this artificially, yes, we cannot be God or whoever is the Almighty. We cannot become that. It would be always limited. I'm not even denying that. But you make my child's life very easy. Make pictorial stories. Try to focus on what is supposed to be done. Do not try to focus what is not supposed to be done. I'll give you a quick example, and I hope, Anjali, this parent would get an answer. So about 2 years before, a child whom we were dealing with, mother comes and tells me, I cannot take this child to any of my get-togethers. Oh my God, he throws things, he keeps running around. It's miserable. I said, okay, done, ma'am. We are going to write a social story for you. We will do a lot of practices with you, and then I want you to try that out. So we did that in our process, and this mama comes back after 3 months for our review and tells me, what did you tell me? No change at all. He is same miserable boy. I said, please, can you show me what did you do? Yeah, I made my child sit and I told him, we are going to a party. You will not run around. You will not be doing anything wrong, whatever you know about. What my child remember now? Oh, running around is the recent topic in my mind. And mother was focusing that I should not throw. So whatever what the child is not supposed to do, the mother was trying to remind only about that. What the child is supposed to do, that she was not reminding. I asked her that we had written certain stories for you. Ma'am, do you think I can remember those stories? I said, sure, let's practice. Let's practice one more time. But social stories can do wonders. It can really calm down the child. It can really give a next level of control to the child, because it's a human child what we are talking about. We are not talking about any machine. This child needs to feel comfortable and not anxious in all the situations. I hope I could answer.
Yes, ma'am. We have another question.
Yes.
How manipulation affects psychology of the child with respect to their personality?
First of all, I don't know how they are defining manipulation, but yes, manipulation is a very important skill. Very important. In fact, we do train our kids how to manipulate to some extent. Now, suppose if we are talking about manipulation as done by a child who is very sharp, very intelligent, and he's always manipulating just to get his demands fulfilled, it's going to create definitely a personality who would be very dominating, and who would know that by hook or crook, I should just get my demand fulfilled. But if you are able to manage this manipulation in such a way that the child knows how on day-to-day basis they need to adapt. For adaptation also, definitely you do manipulation. How on day-to-day basis you're going to use these manipulation for their own betterment. It's not going to harm anyone.
Absolutely, ma'am. We have another question. They are asking for what can they do for anxiety?
What kind of anxiety there are?
What can I do for anxiety?
Okay, whoever has asked that question, can we ask them that, is it generalized anxiety? Is it the fear factor what they are talking about? Because if it is really an intense anxiety, we do need medical support also. If it's just an anxiety which an adult feels by getting into a new situation and all, definitely prediction, social stories, theory of mind, all of these things are going to help them a lot. If suppose we are talking about just a so-called normal adult who is anxious in all the situation, very simple activities will help them. First of all, if I am anxious right now, I cannot solve anything, and I must accept that. I can do deep breathing. I can focus on my thoughts. I can just sit, relax for some time, and then get back to my problem. Because if I am really tensed about certain things, I cannot really resolve any of that conflict at that given moment. We definitely need to know that we are talking about what situation is specific.
Okay, ma'am. So, yeah, we have few more questions if you have time.
I do have another 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. So, consistency is a barrier to any relationship. How do we keep ourselves motivated, or rather than find incentives in keeping a relationship alive, even when we are aware that of the dwindling bond? That is the question.
Wow, lovely question. Lovely question. I think, if we all are clear that while we are in a relationship, many of the questions can be answered immediately. Okay? So, I won't mind giving you my own example. I told you all that I am Bihari and married to a Malayali, deadly combination again. Whenever I was deciding to get into this relationship, I definitely sat with myself and I asked, why do I want to marry this person? Or why I would not like to get into this relationship? When my reasons increased for getting married with this particular man, then I decided, okay, even if he does all this negative, I need to remind myself that you married him only for this. Okay? I think this applies to all of us, because when we are, yeah, love is a spirit and love is blind, true. And no doubt, I was biased. But then now, whenever we get into fights, by the way, my husband is also a psychologist, Ragesh Ji Nair, and you know, guys, all our fights are very big psychological fights. But I always revisit to the same thought. So let's say you are already in a relationship and you never did such kind of homework, that why I want to get into this relationship and all. But certainly you can be now doing this exercise and ask why I want to move forward in this relationship. Kindly don't increase the divorce rate after this particular talk. Okay? So if you are clear that why you are into this particular relationship, then all the negativities would start looking little minor to you. Please, it doesn't mean if the person is physically abusive to you, alcoholic and not taking care, then you don't have to ignore. Or not even that, you have kids and for him you have to stay. No. Let me not become biased by talking about relationship just about husband and wife. I think relation of child and mother, we need to pay attention to even that. We are so much busy nowadays just for taking care of their daily needs that we are forgetting that it's okay if the child has not eaten one time in the day, but it's not okay if you have not spent some time with your child. It is not at all okay if you couldn't talk to your child or play with your child. Because don't forget, you are the first agent as a mother, as a father, to create this theory of mind. I'm not trying to say that theory of mind is the whole thing, just because artificial intelligence has also come into the picture. No. But theory of mind will give a secure personality to a child. This is a simple tool which you can develop, which you can manipulate, which you have control with. I'm once again trying to repeat, do not influence your children because of your own past, because of your own experiences. Try if the child can create something on his own. Be there to save your child. Be there as a best protector. But do not try to create the shields always. That's not going to help. So as far as relationships are concerned, I really believe that if you are very clear that what your perspectives are, and you are going to give certain space to the other person, you would really live happily.
Wow, lovely answer, ma'am. Whenever, when you started talking about relationship, our chat box is completely full, and they all are agreeing. They are telling that we are so blessed to have you as a speaker. Thank you so much for that beautiful description, ma'am. And I really love the way you were telling about relationship. It's your professional experience mixing with your personal experience, and even I am from Kerala, so I'm very glad to know that. Yeah,
okay.
your husband is
So
from there.
Anjali, meet me after the session. All the bad words, whatever to Ragesh I want to say, I'll tell you.
Sure, ma'am. So it was a privilege having you here as a speaker. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for sharing that insight with us. So our chat box is completely bombarding with messages. A lot of appreciation is coming up. Thank you so much, and thank you participants for sharing your opinions as well. So to value your time, we have
So
a
Anjali, I would really request you already have the PPT with you. I won't mind if people would like to have that few, but there are points which they can use. I just want to conclude with this. First, you be secure. Okay, this term is very strong. If you are secure, you don't allow others to affect you. You do not allow others to decide what you want to do, and you do not do wrong things, which is inappropriate, which is not social, I'm not saying that we have to go only by norm-based behavior, but whatever you do, you are able to sleep in the night then with that. So develop your own secure self. You will definitely develop other secured relationships.
A lot of key points which we can adapt in our life. Lovely points, ma'am. Thank you so much. And to honor your time, we have a small token of love as an e-certificate. I would request my technical team to please display the e-certificate for Dr. Pooja Janaya. Kindly accept that, ma'am, and this will be also made.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time once again. So lovely audience, I hope you all enjoy the session, and I am so happy for seeing that you are loving this session. So please fill the feedback form so we will get to know whether whether the speaker sounded good for you, and whether did it add any value to your life. So please share all the feedbacks. Yeah, definitely we will be sharing the PPT as well, and all the participants, we are live streaming in YouTube. In our YouTube channel, Dr. Shahid Cholay YouTube channel. So whenever you want to see these sessions, once again, if you want to see these sessions, it's always available on YouTube. So you can go and watch it in YouTube as well. So I would request my technical team to please post the YouTube link as well, the Shahid Cholay sir's YouTube channel's link as well, so that you can watch that video anytime. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye, you all.
Yeah. So we had many queries about, okay, we said that, okay, there is only, we will be providing only for 500 participants, and due to high demand, we have requested to World Book of Record Association, and they have agreed to give it to 700 participants. So if you haven't registered yet, please go and register soon, and it will be a e-certificate. Everyone was asking, okay, whether it will be a physical certificate, whether it will be addressed to your house or not. It will be a e-certificate which will be available in your dashboard. So everyone, I hope now now we have now we have finished many sessions, and it's time to take a small break. So now our technical team will be playing some videos. You can watch that about our master's program as well as World Book of Records certificate. So we will be back after a small break. Thank you.
Welcome everyone once again. Before inviting our next speaker, I would like to give you all a cue. What comes to your mind when you think of a word evolution? I'm sure it was a monkey and a man illustration that a lot of you thought about. But is that evolution all about? Definitely not. As much as we focus on evolutionary perspective about human physical nature, it is also equally important to understand how mental and psychological traits have evolved through the ages. I might not be the right person to talk about this, but Professor Ankit Gokul Gandhi certainly is. Ankit Gokul Gandhi is an assistant professor of psychology at Vivekanand Education Society College, Mumbai. It's a great pleasure that I am his student. He is also a wildlife photograph enthusiast with a love for African savanna. I welcome you, sir, to address the gathering.
Yeah. Uh, I'm just finding it difficult to start my video, actually.
No worries, sir.
Yeah, I mean, it's not permitting me. I think it's some admin issue.
Sir, yeah. Like we had
Yeah.
given that, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's great being here, and I really appreciate this initiative taken by the 3G school. And I really appreciate this slot that I've got to talk about a subject which kind of interests me. I'm not an expert. I will not claim to be an expert, but yeah, I mean, after reading this subject for quite a few years, I would say that it has really given me some insights, and I hope it would give you insights into the subject as well. I think you can see the screen, right? The presentation in front of you, everybody?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah. Okay. So, speaking of evolutionary psychology, all of us might have heard of Darwin, right? We might have heard of Darwin in respect of, biological traits. We have heard of Darwin with respect to why don't we have tails, why do we walk on two legs, etc., etc. But how often have we heard about why do we behave the way we do? Why do certain psychological traits, as Disha rightly put, why do they exist in us the way we do? I mean, we do indulge in sometimes irrational behaviors. We do indulge in behaviors which does not seem logical from a survival point of view. Our emotions like anger, like rage, jealousy, these are so-called unhealthy emotions, but they still do exist in us. And we often, you must have heard, when you speak of evolution, must have heard survival of the fittest, that line. But is that truly a right description of what evolution is? Survival of the fittest, or is it something else? So I will just try to shed this, few misconceptions. I will try to dispel them today as much as I can. But yeah, first of all, let us understand what is evolutionary psychology. So it is basically, a kind of an approach, a paradigm. It's a theoretical approach which tries to explain. It does not give you solutions. It tries to explain why certain mental psychological traits such as memory or language or perception and why do these adaptations exist the way we do. Now, what are adaptations? Let me clarify that term for you. Adaptations, what you see on the screen. Now, adaptations are basically solutions to specific problems. Like the fact that we walk on two legs is an adaptation. It is designed to solve a particular problem. The fact that you feel jealousy, let's say you are in a relationship, because ma'am was speaking about relationship in the previous talk before me. So the fact that you feel, let's say, jealousy in a relationship, now that jealousy is, you can say, an emotion which is adaptive in a way because it helps you to solve a particular problem. I'll come to that in this matter of time. So whenever we were living in the ancient environment, that is humans, when they have evolved across millions of years, all species have evolved across millions of years. When we were living in that ancient environment, that is on the plains of Africa, because as per one theory in evolution, we have originated out of Africa, right? So we faced certain challenges in our environment. We had challenges like getting food. We had challenges like rearing up our children. We had challenges like staying safe from predators. So we have, you can say, been born today with ingrained mechanisms, or when I say ingrained, I mean innate mechanisms since birth. that helps us, or rather helped our ancestors to solve those particular problems that they faced, right? Now, so if you were to say, if not a solution based approach, what is it? It is a functional approach. When I say a functional approach, it tries to tell us why does this behavior exist. It tries to give us distal causes. Distal causes means it is not giving us immediate causes of, okay, why am I feeling anxious or why am I feeling depressed? It is giving us distal causes. That is, if you are depressed or if you are anxious, there is a certain reason. Depression or anxiety or certain negative emotions or even positive emotions for that matter have helped your ancestors thousands of years ago to solve certain problems, and that is why those emotions have been passed on from generation to generation, and that is why you feel those emotions today. That is what evolutionary psychology will tell you. Yeah, next slide. Yes. So some mechanisms proposed by evolutionary psychology. So one of the mechanisms would be language acquisition modules. Like, why do we learn languages very quickly when you are, very young? Why do we struggle to learn any new language as we grow up? I think most of you might have experienced that when you were trying to learn a language, when you were in school, when you were very young, let's say till 8 or 10 years old, you could grasp language very easily. You could pick up new words very easily. But now today, as you grow older, if you try to learn a new language, let's say you try to learn German or French or any other language from scratch, you would find that, okay, it is very difficult for you to learn that language. You have to practice in a lot. You have to put in conscious efforts. But when you were a kid, you used to pick up language very easily. Some of you might have, read about Chomsky, the language acquisition device, which says that we have this innate module, like a mechanism, which helps us to pick this language. It's like a window. That window is open when you are a kid. Why? Because it helps you to develop communication and communicate effectively with others around you. Because as you are being brought up in a family structure, you need to communicate your needs as a child. You need to understand what other people are saying. So at that time, language acquisition is of paramount importance. But as we grow older, we have already learned the essential communication. Then whatever languages we learned is not necessary, but it is just useful. So after a period of time, this window of language acquisition device starts to close. And that is why we try to, we find difficulty in learning new language as we grow older. Then you have certain mechanisms such as cheater detection mechanism, which I'll come to that in some time. I will throw us a small task. We have something known as an incest avoidance mechanism. Now, many of you might have heard about incest. That is when we, marry or when we mate with someone who is related to you genetically. Now, the thought of that also evokes disgust in us, right? When you see on the movies or when you read something in any book where there is a mention of incest, let's say a brother and sister, indulging any relationship, the immediate thought that would come to your mind is, okay, how can that be possible? Like, that sounds very disgusting to me. The fact that it sounds disgusting to you has an evolutionary logic to it. Because if when you mate with someone who's genetically very similar to you, the profile is very similar, what will happen here is that the offspring, which is coming out of that relationship, that is the child, will not have enough genetic diversity. So the child's immunity is compromised and there are greater chances of the child suffering from any physical problems. So our brain is designed in a way which on an average, this mechanism which keeps us away from incestual relationships works and helps us to avoid the possibility of a child suffering from any problems. Intelligence or sex-specific mating preferences. Now, when you say intelligence, what is intelligence? I'm not going into that because that is again a very vast topic. But why do we have certain abilities and why do certain differences exist between both the genders? Now, let me give you an example. If I say a male and a female, do they have certain sex-specific abilities? Yeah, they do. Evolutionary psychology says they do. Like, for example, if we say females are better remembering locations of objects. I think most of you might have experienced that when something, in your house, you're not able to trace it, some socks or some handkerchief or whatever, you or your father are not able to trace it, the first person whom you would ask is mother, and somehow, surprisingly, she would always find it, right? You must have experienced that. Yeah. And it's like you say, okay, I was just looking at it, but somehow I didn't find this or whatever. I mean, you were lost and your mother just holds that key in front of you. That, see, I found it so easily. Now, that is what evolutionary psychology says, that experiments have revealed that women do tend to remember locations of objects, specific locations of objects. Why is that so? Because from an ancestral perspective, when men were out there in the jungles hunting, women used to go to specific locations in the jungles to pick out berries and fruits. So they needed to remember specific locations of certain trees or shrubs where they could find sweet fruits or flowers. So that is why this particular memory for locations is very finely tuned in women. But when it comes to, navigational skills, that is understanding the cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, finding ways, right? Usually, men slightly have the upper edge. Why is that so? Because when men used to go out to hunt in the savannas, they needed to understand the sense of direction, that, okay, when I go out to hunt, and they would, go long distances in a given day, and they needed to trace their way back to wherever they are staying, their cave or whatever that is, their settlement. So they needed to have a sense of direction about where to go, which side, north, south, east, west, following the the pathway of the stars of certain locations, the trees, etc. So they had that sense of navigation, which helped them to be a successful hunter, right? Yeah. Can I go ahead? Okay, let me give you that example of a cheater detection mechanism. Okay, if I tell you, which cards would you turn over to test the rule is, if there is a vowel on one side, there is an even number on the other side. You have to test the rule, whether the rule is being followed or not, or whether the rule is being violated. If I tell you, flip over any two cards, the card where you see an alphabet, behind that card there would be a number, and the card where you see a number, behind that there would be an alphabet. So if you were to test this rule, that you have to see whether, if there is a vowel on one side, there is an even number on the other side, which card would you turn over? E and 4. Okay. Yeah. So that is a very common response given. Most people would say the vowel card, that is E, and the even number, that is 4, right? Because you are looking whether that rule is being followed or no. You are looking for confirming evidence. Now hold on for a second. I will not say whether it is the right answer or a wrong answer. Can I go to the next slide? Yeah. Now if I tell you, test this rule, whether this rule is being followed or no. If a person is drinking beer, then that person must be above 18 years of age. Let's say, imagine you are a bartender, or imagine you are like a security of a bar where people come to drink, and you have to see, your management has told you to keep an eye out for people who are underage and drinking. And you have to see this rule, whether this rule is being followed or no. That if the person is drinking beer, he or she has to be above 18 years of age. Now, which cards would you turn over to see that rule? Yeah. 16, okay, 22, drinking beer. 2 cards you have to turn over, 2 cards. Okay, so yeah. Okay, let's say I'm a bartender and I'm turning over drinking beer to see what is the age behind that card. So let's say I turn the card and I see, okay, drinking beer, behind that there is someone who is, let's say, 17 years, which means the rule is being violated. So drinking beer would be the right card to flip, and 16 years would be the right card to flip. Why? Because I don't want that 16 years old person to drink what he or she is not supposed to drink. So I will turn over the 16 years old card to see what is the drink behind that card, whether that 16 years old person is drinking beer or whether he or she is drinking Coke, a non-alcoholic beverage. So if I turn over the 16 years old card and if I see beer behind it, which means the rule is being broken, right? So I can remove that person from the bar, right? So the point here is that many of you did say beer and 16 years. So here you actually performed well. Here you gave the right answer. So, but if you go to the previous slide, can you go to the previous slide? When the same logic, surprisingly, or rather I would say not surprisingly, expectedly, the same logic people are not able to use in this similar task, which is framed in an abstract manner. Most people would say E and 7. Why? Oh, sorry, E and 4. That is what most people would say. Why? Because they're looking for confirming evidence. What evolutionary psychology says is that we are not meant to solve this kind of a problem, because this is an abstract problem. This is a problem where our ancestors didn't face these problems in the ancestral environment. But the second problem, the beer and the coke problem, that is known as a problem where some kind of violation of a rule, of a contract is being taken place. So you have to detect that. And that is an essential skill for us as human beings. We need to detect those who are breaking rules. We need to detect those who are violating any social contract. Why? Because that is threatening to your survival. Right? So that ability to solve the other problem, that is the beer and coke problem, is somewhere innate in you. You don't have to learn that. But here, this ability for solving such an abstract problem is not really programmed into our minds. The right answer would be here E and 7. Because see, whatever is there behind the even number card, that is 4 number card, is not relevant to me. What is behind the 7 number card is relevant. Because if I, let's say, I turn over the 7 card, that is the odd number. And if, let's say, if I find a vowel behind that, behind the 7 number card, I find a vowel, which means the rule is being violated. Right? So if I want to test the rule, I need to seek out disconfirming evidence. I need to seek out falsification of the rule rather than confirming the rule. Are you following? You need to seek out evidence which is contrary to the rule to test the rule. But here, most people turn the cards E and 4, they seek out confirming evidence, which is not logically right. It's like this. If I say, if it rains, the floor is wet. That's the rule. Now, if you say the floor is wet, does that mean it has rained? No. What would you do? You would see that, okay, if the floor is dry, has it rained? Right? If you see in the news that the rain has occurred today, but the floor is dry today, which means something is wrong. The rule is being disconfirmed. The rule is being falsified. So you are not going to conclude that if the floor is wet, it has rained, because floor could be wet due to any other reason. Right? What would be unusual would be if the floor is dry and if it has rained, then the rule is being violated. Then you would wonder that how come that if it has rained, if the floor is dry, it should be wet, which means something is wrong. So you have falsified the rule. Yeah. Can I go ahead? Okay. Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say is that your brain's anatomy, physiology, and certain processes which occur in your brain are those which have enhanced the reproductive fitness of your long gone ancestors. Now, when I say reproductive fitness, what does it mean? Fitness does not mean in the sense of being muscular or being athletic. No, we are talking about reproductive fitness. That is behaviors which contribute to survival of the organism and his genes or her genes, and propagation, that is spreading of the genes. Those behaviors are likely to contribute to genetic reproductive fitness. So if I say, when I care for my child, I'm showing affection towards my child, I invest on my child, I am actually investing in the propagation of my genes. When I care for my nephew, when I care for my niece or my sister, they are also somewhere carriers of my genes, although indirectly. My nephew or my niece, somewhere to a certain extent, carrying copies of my genes. Maybe not as much as my child, but to a certain extent. So that is why I would even want to ensure that my nephew or my niece are healthy and they survive. Why? Because through them, my genes are propagating. But yeah, again, from a genetic point of view, I'm more likely to favor my child over my sister's child. Why? Because again, the genetic correlation is higher between me and my own offspring rather than me and my nephew or niece, right? So it's like this. Those who are inclined to be scared of strangers or to be scared of some strange looking animal, those organisms are more likely to survive. If you see the wild, if you ever watch documentaries on National Geographic or Discovery Channel, very often you would see that, let's say a deer gives birth to a fawn. As soon as the fawn is born, the fawn has not really learned in school what is a lion, what is a tiger, who is a threat for me. But as soon as the fawn registers that, okay, there is a lion or there is a tiger or some predator, he or she is likely to run. Why? Because there is some kind of an imprint in the mind of that fawn which tells him or her that, okay, that is some danger and that is a threat to my survival. You don't need formal schooling for that. You don't need to learn that, okay, XYZ stranger is a threat or a danger to me So that is why if you see babies, small infants, they are often likely to cry when they see a strange male, especially a male. Like if a man goes to a baby and the baby does not recognize the man, he is likely to cry, or the baby is like, she is likely to cry. Why? Because in the ancestral environment, it is often strange looking males, males of outgroups of some other group, which are threat to the baby. So this fear of strange looking males compared to females, this fear which is helping the baby to stay safe, is there in all of us right from the time when we are born. So you would see a baby crying more by looking at a male rather than a female, more likely, right? Yeah. Can I go ahead? Yeah. Is an adaptation always useful? So when I say adaptations, I just say that adaptations are solutions to specific problems that we face in the environment, right? Now, sometimes certain adaptations, they might have helped our ancestors in the past, but they don't really help us today. Rather, they might be detrimental to us. How? So I will give you an example. If I tell you to go to a restaurant and have some kind of fatty foods like French fries or pizzas, compared to some bland food like a salad, you are obviously likely to pick the fatty foods. Why? Because the taste for that fatty, sweet food, salty food, which is rich in calorie, is somewhere, you can say, innate in you. Somewhere you are not able to control that. Why? Because those fatty foods, the preferences for that food, helped your ancestors to seek out foods which were rich in calories. That was good for them at that time when food was scarce. But today, when we are living in a modern industrialized environment where food is so easily available, and we don't really hunt and we don't really travel a lot to seek out our food, we don't have to travel miles and miles like how our ancestors did in the African savannas. So really what happens is you are living a sedentary lifestyle, and on top of that your brain is telling you to seek out rich foods rich in calories. And how are you going to expend those calories? How are you going to burn those calories? And that is going to lead to other issues like metabolic syndromes, like diabetes, cancer, weight gain, etc., etc. So there is a hypothesis in evolutionary psychology known as mismatch hypothesis, which says that your environment, that is a modern environment that we stay in, and your brain's adaptations, that is the programming in your brain, which was actually suitable for a ancient environment, they are not matching, and that causes a problem. So the next time when you reach out for a French fry, tell yourself that, okay, I like this. It is not, you don't have to feel guilty about that. Many people feel guilty that they are not able to resist that temptation of a fatty food. But somewhere it is ingrained in your mind, my mind, everyone's mind. Why? Because it helped your ancestors. But if you are more aware of the fact that how it has helped your ancestors and how it is not helping you today, maybe you might be able to regulate your emotions or your temptations. Knowledge sometimes is a very powerful weapon. When you have knowledge or when you have insights over a particular phenomena, that itself is enough to, help you solve the phenomena rather than knowledge giving you the solution. It's always the solution coming from within once you're equipped with the right knowledge. Yeah, go ahead. So again, what happens is, this is very relevant today. Many people feel that something which is not natural is not good because, we are not evolved. Like nowadays, I want to point this out. Nowadays that many people are misusing the argument of evolution and saying that vaccines, the COVID vaccine, which is now currently, governments are insisting upon, they say that COVID vaccines are not natural. That is why they are not good. Now in cognitive psychology, there is something known as the naturalistic fallacy. Naturalistic fallacy says that it is wrong to believe that something which is not natural to us is not good for you. Yeah, I agree that COVID vaccines were not there. Vaccines were not there when we lived in the savannas. Vaccines came much later, right? But can we deny the fact that vaccines have helped us to eradicate diseases like polio or yellow fever in Africa or, smallpox, which used to kill lakhs of people earlier? So when vaccinations are being criticized, there is a certain segment of people who would say that vaccinations are bad. You should not vaccinate your kid, even against polio. Then somewhere they are misunderstanding and misusing evolutionary arguments to further their own cause. I would not recommend that as a person who believes in science. I don't have anything against people who are religiously inclined. That is not the question. The question here is that you have to keep your personal beliefs apart from science and what evidence points out towards. So the next time when someone says you should not go for a vaccine or you should not take the medicine because it is not natural, yeah, agreed. That is not natural. But can I say that is not helpful? No. Then look at all the statistical evidence which has really given us evidence of how yellow fever has been wiped out from an entire continent, almost wiped out, if not entirely, but reduced a lot, if not wiped out, from Africa. How polio has been wiped out from India due to vaccinations. So look at all the numerical facts rather than going by emotions, right? Yeah. Next. So I will not go into the technical part of this affordance management. So basically, you know, your mind understands that when there is an event, when there is a person in front of you or any event, there are affordances. Affordances as in there are possibilities that the event or the person can be good for you or the event or the person can be bad for you. Now, I want to discuss this with respect to stereotypes or prejudice.
Sorry to interrupt, a general reminder.
Yeah.
You have a couple of minutes to wind up the session, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, last point, then I will wrap it up. So, speaking of stereotypes and evolution, often, you know, why stereotypes exist? Stereotypes exist from an evolutionary perspective because we have categorized people from time immemorial. Why? Because we have limited information processing capacity. And stereotyping people, according to evolutionary theory, that is categorizing people as in-group versus out-group, us versus them, has helped our ancestors to stay safe from out-group members, has helped our survival. But does that mean it is justified? No. But it does make sense to understand from a theoretical perspective that why, especially during the pandemics, why was so much negativity towards particular religious members? Why? Because when pandemics come, they offer the possibility of death, right? Many people die, and death makes us more, you can say, salient about threats. So whenever there are people who are not belonging to your in-group, but they are belonging to an out-group, other country members, other religious members, you are more likely to, you know, turned on by that switch which says stay away from them, right? And that makes you automatically cautious or prejudiced towards those people. But is that right from a moral point of view? No. But this is what evolution says, that happens because of these reasons, because that helped your survival of your ancestors, and that is why it is there today. Yeah, with that, I think I will wrap it up because we don't have time. You can go to the last slide. It has my contact details for anyone who might want to contact me in the future. Yeah, so I'm Ankit Gokul Gandhi, and I am an assistant professor in Vivekananda Education Society, Mumbai. These are my contact details. You may contact me ever if you are fascinated about evolution and you want some kind of help or any resources. That is my email ID as well, right? With that, I will wrap it up. Yeah. Any questions? You can share the presentation. I think a presentation is there. I am permitting the presentation to be shared. Yeah. Any questions?
Sure, sir. We are sitting, sir. So thank you so much. It was a detailed explanation of everything. Okay, we are getting so many appreciations for your presentation, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
So like we are getting so many requests for sharing the presentation as well. Definitely, we will share that.
Yeah.
And you can always find find the same in our YouTube channel, 3G School of Psychology YouTube channel. The same session will be available in YouTube channel as well. So someone is asking what about plastic surgeries?
Can you be more specific in the question?
I don't know, like the person who posted the question, can you please? Okay, so I request, sir, we are running short of time. So I would request all the participants to please post your questions in our in the feedback form so that we will give that to our speaker. And
yeah, surely.
Can we do that, sir? Yeah.
Yeah. I'll answer those questions. I'll try to answer those questions. Yeah. But I would request that specific question should be there. I mean, if you say plastic surgery, I mean, I'm not against plastic surgery. If it is required for saving a person who is suffering from burns, obviously you need to have a plastic surgery, right? That is a personal nature. Evolutionary psychology does not offer any moral standpoint on any particular procedure, right? You don't expect evolutionary psychology to say this is right or this is wrong. Evolutionary psychology just says this is why you behave, and that is how your ancestors behave, and that is why you are likely to behave in certain ways. Yeah.
So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time. And to honor your time, we have a e-certificate for you. I would request my technical team to please display the e-certificate for Ankit, sir.
Thank you so much.
This will be
I
mailed to you
humbly-
as well, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you so much for your time.
Your questions can be mailed to me. Thank you.
Sure, sir. We will do that.
Yeah.
Thank you. So moving ahead, we have one more interesting speaker, many more interesting speakers, and to invite the next speaker, I invite my co-host MC Disha. Over to you, Disha.
Thank you, MC Anjali. So now we are moving ahead. It's an honor and a privilege to welcome and introduce our guest of honor for the day, Dr. Jay Madan. Jay Madan is a renowned name in the field of astrology and Vastu consultancy. She is a well-known motivational speaker, transformational life coach, corporate trainer, relationship counselor, spiritual healer, graphologist, and face reader. Over the course of the last 12 years, she has helped many individuals, industrialists, and corporates with her specialized counseling for problems related to health, wealth, job, career, marital issues, and many more. We really are fortunate to listen to the Lady of Fortune talk about the topic mental health through meditation. I request to take over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
So good afternoon to all of you. I hope you're having a beautiful time and a wonderful morning, and all of you are enjoying here a lot. So because we have limited time, and I would like to, close it in 14 minutes, not 15. So my name is Dr. Jay Madan. I do astrology, I do Vastu, I do all of it. But here we're going to talk about meditation, something that is very close to me, which is attached to me. And I do believe in the whole way it works. How does it work? And the moment we talk about meditation, there is a certain stress everybody has, and we feel that ये तो मुझसे होता ही नहीं. I'm unable to concentrate. मेरा ध्यान नहीं लगता. I can't focus my mind. I have 200 thoughts running in my mind. So there is too much of stress and anxiety when it comes to the point of meditation. That's not true. So meditation and medication comes from the same root. This is the same root which keeps us sane. So what is the purpose of medication? It heals your body. It heals you physically. Similarly, meditation heals you mentally. We all understand that. But hota kahan hai? I like it. I understand, but it doesn't happen. And especially children of your age, it's a punishment. So if we tell students of your age, let's sit for meditation, they feel, isse acha to mujhe bhindi khilwa do. I can have pinda tori. Don't ask me to meditate. So it is a stressful thing, which is understandable. But why do you feel that way, and how do we change it is something that we need to understand. I started my meditation when I was 13 years old. So I bunked my school for the first time and went for a Reiki workshop. There I did Om meditation. So we should do things which are not religious specific. This is my first respect to you, that meditation is not something that a Muslim can do, a Christian can do, a Sikh can do, or a Hindu can do or not do. I mean, it's same for everyone. It's like you can't have a paracetamol tablet. A Hindu can have thinking mera fever utrega, and a Muslim eating ki Hindu ka utra hai to mera nahi utrega. It is not like that. A medicine will work same on everybody. If the conditions of the body are same. Similarly, meditation also works in the same way. Now, let me explain it to you why it is important. So our brain is a very interesting instrument, and it's very scientific. So now that we understand that brain has two hemispheres, and who knows it better than psychology students here? Right hemisphere of the brain and left hemisphere of the brain, which is cross body. So your right is managed by your left, and your left is managed by your right. So this brain, left brain, is something which is very manipulative. It has a lot of analysis. It is the masculine part of your side. And this brain, the right brain, which is operated by left, is your brain, which is more emotional, more creative. And we have always seen, in Hindu culture, we have seen Shiv and Parvati together, which is called Ardhanarishwar. Actually, there's no Ardhanarishwar. Why a woman and a man would be joined together? On the physical level, yes, we know they do join together. But on the mental level, it is your own brain. It is your midbrain activation. It is your midbrain activation. It is your left brain and your right brain together. But why are we talking about meditation and why is it even important? So here I'm going to tell you something. When you meet people and you feel that this person is relaxed, this person is easy, the person is the tone of the voice, the way the communication is. There's a lot of easiness in the communication, like I am talking to you right now. This is the brain wave that I might be into when we are into beta. So our brain waves are divided into 5 different forms. First is called gamma. Gamma is like like a drum beating. It's 30 hertz and plus. When does that happen? You know, when we have anxiety in life, suddenly there is a announcement in your college that there's this sudden examination, and if you clear it, that is where you go to the next level in college. So everybody will have panic. People will open books, check, do, write exam. The panic situation where we come into the fight or flight mode is the brain level where we are at gamma. Most of the people who are now listening to me and trying to understand, concentrating on what I'm saying, would be just sitting like that and hearing and listening and understanding what I'm trying to say. This is where you are in actually beta brainwave, where we just concentrate. Our attention is very high. You know, something new is happening. You want to learn something. You have interest in someone. You want to notice. You want to concentrate. Our body language goes like that. You know, like watching a cricket match. You don't miss a ball. You know, you just sit like that, and your concentration is super. This is the brain wave where your brain frequency is between 13 to 30 hertz, right? This is where the beta is there. This is what we need in our everyday life. When you are studying, you need to be in beta. When you are in panic, you need to be in gamma. But if you are every day in the same mode, you actually go mad. Because what about the creativity? So here, this is the next level where meditation takes you instantly. It's called alpha brainwave, which is between 18 to 13 hertz. What is this alpha about? You know, now, like if I start talking to you, in which I take pauses, my eyes don't blink much, I am at ease. Every word that I am saying is clearer, is making an impact to you. This is where the mind comes into alpha frequency. Now, this is the brain frequency that is very creative. This is where the creation happens. You've noticed people who are writers, poets, or you for that matter, if you're going and doing some research, you need silent time, you need me time, you need good ambience, you need relaxation. And that is where your mind, your juices started flowing and you're able to create something, right? This is where meditation takes you instantly. It's magical because it lower downs your breath level. Your breathing becomes easy, it is comfortable, and it is shallow. This is where you should immediately go because of the alpha brainwave. Now, the next level is where the magic happens. You know, it happens to you kabhi kabhi while eating the lunch time, or if you have a heavy day or busy day, you suddenly feel so tired that you just want to sleep and take a nap, like a real nap. And this 5-10 minutes of nap is so energizing that you feel completely amazed. You feel so focused. You feel so refreshed. This is where we feel and we get into the mode when we sleep at night also. It is called theta brainwave. So theta has frequency from 4 to 8 hertz. This is the time when we are little conscious but not very active. We are aware but not super aware. This is the frequency where meditation takes you if you practice a bit longer. But isse hoga kya? Why do we need to go to this frequency? Any pain, any suffering, mental or physical, any anxiety that needs to be taken care of, washed off, healing, the body and the mind healing, the emotional healing happens when the brain gets into theta brain frequency. This is where meditation takes you. And when you notice how your body reacts when you are in theta, you can immediately come to that cycle. That is what big yogis and siddhas used to do. It's not magic. It's understanding your own body signs. How we simply understand, like for me, I might be allergic to chole, you might be allergic to wheat, somebody's allergic to milk, lactose intolerance. we all understand our body, our food, कि ये खाएंगे acidity होगा, ये खाएंगे problem होगा, इससे खाने से ये problem होगा. You know, so the way we understand food for our body, the moment we understand reactions of our body, what calms us, what breathing pattern, what position, what, you know, position of spine, what exactly calms us down, nothing in the world puts you into anxiety. And that's what mental health is. See, physical health, there are two aspects to it. No, one, we are ill and we are taking medications to take care of it. We are not well and we're taking medication. The second thing is that, you know, you do things as a preventive measure, you know, to be healthy. You know calcium is important, and after 40 you start taking calcium pills. You take more of vitamin D, you take more collagen to increase your skill, you know, your skin, the suppleness of your skin. You take vitamin C for immunity. So we do a lot of preventive things for health also. Similarly, meditation is a preventive thing for your mental health, but also a curative thing if you have depression, if you have anxiety, if you get into panic mode very easily. And there are different meditations to suit you. Basically, I would put it into two categories. First category is for people who are hyperactive. They need to go into active meditations like jumping, dancing, exhausting their body, and then getting into it. The next one would be passive meditations. You know, in passive meditation, we go to a phase where people who are very calm and relaxed usually go and meditate, and actually they sleep. They don't meditate. So don't confuse yourself that meditation 5 minute kara or neend 40 minute liya, to thinking, oh, I meditated for 45 minutes. No. In meditation, you are aware. That's where the difference is between meditation and sleeping. Now, the fifth brain type or fifth brain wave is called delta wave, which is the frequencies between 1 to 4 hertz. This is the brain frequency where our mind goes in coma, where you're not even conscious. In meditation, also this stage comes, which is called surti lag gayi, where you're just lost. You don't even have idea of garmi hai, sardi hai. Your body is not even responding with your mind. You know, you're so much into it. That is what the delta is. And also during very, very deep sleep, when it is sleepless moment, you go into the delta state a bit also. By meditation, you become master of your mind, not slave of your mind. And we as human beings, this is, I think, what we are born for. Anything you want to achieve in life, a good married life, a good relationship, happiness, good work, success, money, any damn thing, anything, it cannot be achieved unless and until your brain is not sharp and well equipped to support you. And to get its support, you have to be a master, not a slave requesting for it. And to be a master, meditation is the easiest and the simplest tool. So it is part of your healthy lifestyle. It is not something jisko humko booda hokar karna hai. No, no, no. It's a stupid and a funny concept. Even a 4-year-old child should know, because this is the time your subconscious mind is very active. This is the time you should learn and know the skill. So here am I, you know, selling you all the art of meditation to be a evolved person. With this, I think I have 2 minutes for 2 questions. If you have any, please feel free to ask me. Hello. Yes, I can read the questions, so you can send it across. Maybe if the...
Yes, ma'am, we do have some questions. Can I
Please.
read it for you?
Yes, that'll be very nice.
Someone has asked a question, how to do meditation daily?
So ideally, I would suggest you that you should go on YouTube. You will find a lot of meditation links. The best one that works for everybody is chakra balancing meditation, because your mind is very busy noticing the vibration and the colors. It's very engaging and very evolving. Like a little child has paintbrush and a big wall to paint on. It is very, very interesting. People who don't want to do it, I would suggest try Yoga Nidra. It is the easy way of relaxing your mind. Once you understand, it's like addiction. You can you can't leave it, unless meditation doesn't want you to leave it. So try to understand how it works on you.
Ma'am, we have another question. Is there any other way to increase our power of subconscious?
Yes, affirmations is another way by which you can increase power of your subconscious mind. But affirmations दिन भर मंत्र जाप की तरह नहीं काम करता है. It has to be at a certain point of time, which is early morning when you're lazing in bed. जब आप snooze का button अपने alarm पर दबाते हैं ना, that is the time when your subconscious is very active, where you like abhi nahi, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. That is the time. And when you're dipping down to sleep, when you're just getting into the sleep mode is also when your subconscious is active. Any seed that you plant at that point of time activates in your subconscious mind.
Thank you, ma'am. We have another question. How do I meditate without any disturbing thoughts?
No, disturbing thoughts to rahegi. Gautam Buddha said that if you don't have thoughts for 60 seconds, you are an enlightened master. And I'm sure you're not, neither am I. The point here is that what do we realize? What kind of thoughts we have? We are so scared to see our own mind, but we want somebody to love us unconditionally. तुम मेरी बकवास सुनो, पर मैं अंदर अपने अंदर नहीं जाकर अपनी बकवास सुन सकती. That is what we do to ourselves. So it teaches you to love and accept yourself.
Okay, ma'am. So there are a lot of questions. We'll just go with the last question. How to learn and how long we must meditate?
We can start from 15 to 20 minutes, but sleeping time is not counted in meditation. You have to be aware and active. Every day it is important, at least for 40 days, so that your brain develops a neuron pattern to get addicted and accepted by it. So if you skip a day, we're back to zero. And to begin with 20 minutes.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us a valuable time. It's our privilege to have you here and for addressing, enlightening, and so beautifully about the meditation and reinforcing us to start picking up that habit.
My pleasure. I hope few of you do that.
Thank you, ma'am. Sure, we will. We have a e-certificate for you as a token of love and gratitude. I request our technical team to display.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I
take care.
Bye, ma'am. Take care.
Take care.
Now I would like to invite co-host MC Riddhi to take over the session. Over to you, Riddhi.
Thank you so much, MC Disha. Next up, we have Divya Jain with us to talk about creating outreach. Divya Jain is a sport and counseling psychologist with the Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences with Fortis Healthcare. Practicing in the field of mental health since 2010, Divya is the head of psychological services for the Fortis Mental Health Program and is also a member of the Medical Commission of the Indian Olympic Association. She works with an eclectic approach towards the treatment of stress and lifestyle-related mental health concerns, while also specializing in psychological skills training for performance enhancement and mentoring for elite and young sports persons. She has also co-authored books on life skills for children and teenagers and Laugh and Learn with Dr. Parikh, a mental health comic book. I request you to please deliver your speech, ma'am. Please come over the board.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I've been working in the field of mental health for about 10 years now. And when I first started working, I remember when I took up the field of psychology, I thought that, what does it mean to be a psychologist? You have your little chamber in your basement, you have a clinic, you go sit there one by one, you have patients coming in, you spend an hour with them, they go out and you feel like you've helped someone. Similarly, you have about 20, 30, 40 such patients who you work with over a span of many months, sometimes years. And that is how the field of psychotherapy, counseling actually works, right? But here's the contrast to that, right? If we look at the prevalence of mental health problems in the world, depression is the single largest illness in the world. Close to 300 million people in the world suffer from depression. There's another 260 million people who suffer from anxiety disorders. 800,000 people lose their lives to suicide every year. If you look on average, 1 out of 4 people at some point in their life suffer from a mental health or neurological problem. And those figures are truly staggering. And yes, mental health problems have been there for a long time, and yet sources of distress are things that are increasing. There are so many pressures that we're experiencing, whether it's work pressure, study pressure, this is board exam season, appraisal season. There are conflicts, whether within an interpersonal environment, what we're watching in the media. And COVID has brought with it a lot of its own mental health challenges. The amount of isolation, the social isolation that we have experienced. We took relationships for granted, and suddenly we were locked into our own little homes, our own little shells, unable to meet people, interact with people. And the mental health challenge that is going to follow COVID is almost being treated as a pandemic of its own. So on one side, there's the fact that depression is the single largest illness, the prevalence of mental health problems. On the other hand, is the availability of expert, which is just so limited. So statistics currently say that there is close to an 800% shortage of mental health experts in the country. This includes psychiatry, clinical psychology, counseling, psychiatric social workers, psychiatric nurses, the entire spectrum of mental health. It's close to 800%, right? There's a 300% shortage of psychologists. There is a mandate that every school in the country should have a counselor, but I don't think that there are actually enough counselors to be able to look at every school. And one counselor per school also, frankly, when you have 3,000 children in that school, how much can you really do in that sense, right? So there's a significant shortage of mental health experts, and even the experts who are present are largely present in metropolitan areas, right? So your Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Calcutta, these places will have a lot of mental health professionals, and it's not going to be that hard to actually get access to someone and seek help. But if you go off into the periphery, you go into smaller towns, smaller villages, they'll be like, you'll have to travel sometimes hundreds of kilometers to actually have one single appointment, one single consultation with a mental health expert. So even the people who are there are restricted, right? And then there's yet another challenge on top of that, that even in places where there is care available, there is just not enough awareness that there is something that you need help for. The stigma about mental health continues to exist. So statistics say that in developing countries, about 5% of people who actually need help end up consulting someone. The remaining 90% don't, either because there's no one available, there's no access, because of the costs associated, or just because not having the awareness or the stigma that's associated. While we talk about this in developing countries, even in other developed countries, so to say, the stigma is still very much present. Even in countries like Australia, for example, 75% people don't seek help simply because of the stigma of what people will say if they find out that someone is consulting. You don't talk so openly, right? If you have a headache, if you have a stomach ache, if you found a great dermatologist, you'll talk about it to your friends and you'll tell them, oh, why don't you see this person? But if we're going to see a counselor, chances of us opening up about it and talking about it, not really going to help. And so after looking at this entire landscape, right, you realize that just sitting in your chamber, just seeing those 6, 7, 8 patients a day is just not, it's not enough. I don't think it's good enough, right? It's one-on-one counseling, while it has its place, it's not, I don't think it cuts it when there's the gap that kind of exists. And it's so what we have decided as a part of the Fortis National Mental Health Program, our vision is for all of us to be able to take out about 20% of our time and dedicate that to reaching out, building more awareness, being able to reach more and more people, so we can look at these twin challenges of the access as well as the awareness. So just to give you an example, there was a therapy session before this that ended at 3:30. There's this fantastic conference happening where I'm getting a chance to speak to thousands of psychology enthusiasts, psychology students. And then there's another therapy session that starts at 4 o'clock. And it was just about taking out that tea break time, talking to people in that time, and then continuing what you're doing, right? So, and I'm pitching this idea because there are a lot of psychology students and professionals here, and I would urge all of you to take out 20% of your time. And I think that that's been one of the most gratifying things that we've done, because now if I imagine myself sitting in my chamber, just doing one session after the other, I don't think professionally it'll be as gratifying, and I don't think personally it'll be as engaging as having a team of 80, 100 enthusiastic psychologists with me, all of us traveling to different parts of the country, doing webinar after webinar, and just trying our best to make sure that we reach out to more and more and more people. So I'm going to share a few things that we've done and a few ideas that we've had about how we can create outreach. And when I first got this topic, I thought that the topic was creative outreach and not creating outreach. And I actually preferred the creative outreach because I feel like there is a lot of creativity, a lot of out of the box thinking that is required for us to be able to actually do some of this work. So we've been working extensively with the community. So what that means is schools. Schools is a fantastic place because half of all mental health problems actually begin by the age of 14. So if we can create more awareness, reach out to school teachers, school students, we can really make an impact on the grassroots. We've been working with corporates extensively. We work with a lot of NGOs who are working with different sections of society, working a lot of train the trainer models. And my personal favorite, something I'm very committed to, is actually working in mental health in the field of sports. That is an area that has been neglected significantly. But I feel like, I really want to see India winning a lot more of those medals. And I feel like if we can encourage people to play sports, it'll be so much better. It'll take off so much the pressure of other things. It'll take off the pressure of academics as much. It'll encourage more and more people to go out there, healthier, better life skills as well. So with the community, certain areas that we've been working with is building awareness about mental health outcomes. So with working professionals, it's about mental health outcomes where companies, corporates can actually look at how happy, how healthy their workforce is. We look at a lot of life skills training, building self-awareness, critical thinking, creative thinking, empathy, assertiveness. So in this case, we use a life skills and application format, right? So rather than taking a lecture on critical thinking, we teach them about media literacy, how to look at media messages that you get, how to evaluate what you're seeing on social media. If you look at building assertiveness and empathy, then we talk about bullying instead. So we have our Bully to Buddy program that's well established, and we're also going to be doing a lot more work about bullying. And any of you who want to join us, please feel free to send us a message after this, and we will definitely love to have you on board. So rather than talking just about assertiveness and empathy, we talk about how to prevent bullying within classrooms, within the school environment. Early identification is the key, and for that, we've also launched this concept called the mental health curriculum for schools. Right after my session, I think there's another session which is going to go into details about the curriculum, but it's essentially about bringing mental health literacy for people to have the right words, the right terminology, to not use words loosely, right? We end up saying, oh, that person is a psycho, oh, that person is OCD, oh, that person has this, that. These words don't help. They create so much stigma. Most of the times when we're using it, we don't even know what it actually means. So to be able to bring that sensitivity for people to understand what these things mean, what the experience of a child might be, so that we can be more sensitive about these things. So that's the mental health curriculum. And from a very sort of selfish kind of way, I feel like I thoroughly enjoy taking these sessions because I find that there have been times when students have come to us after like 8, 7, 6 years and told us, hey, I attended that workshop of yours then. It made an impact on my life and I thought I'm having a problem, so I'm going to come to you. And so I found you. And the number of times that has happened is something that is so, so gratifying. So for the last 10 years, we've been working extensively with taking workshops in the face-to-face kind of space, something so taken for granted earlier. So we used to, you find 20 schools in one city nearby, you drive down a team of 3, 4 of you, you stop on your way for a cup of tea, you go, you take workshops, you have lunch, you come back all in a single day, you have a great road trip as well. And because we wanted to expand that reach, we've also started a volunteer program. So for people who have a master's degree in psychology, anywhere in the country, north, south, east, west, center, anything works. Join us for our volunteer program, where in places where we can't reach and you're there, we will work together. We will provide you with our modules, our trainings, and you can definitely join us for that. What the last 1 year has done is that it's brought the digital space to us. And that has just kind of shot up the reach. We've been able to reach heights that we did not think was possible, the number of people we've been able to reach out to. So in just these last 10 months, we've done, I'm sure, easily over 1,000 webinars, right? And again, you just take out that 1 hour between your sessions when you would probably have a lunch break or some break or something like that, and you talk, and you, in one conversation, you end up talking to 1,000, 2,000 people. I believe this conference has about 10,000 people who I'm hopefully reaching out to right now. Just in the last year, it's been 100 million lives that we've been able to touch simply through the digital medium. When it was in the physical space, there are, of course, limitations, right? You have to travel back, fewer people at one time. So this is something that I think for mental health, this digital transition is something that is very, very exciting, both in terms of conducting outreach programs, as well as being able to reach out even for therapy sessions for people who are not in some of these metropolitan states, and to be able to work with them is very, very gratifying as well. The other area, which is my favorite area, is actually promoting psychology to budding psychology students, because I think that is the need of the hour. When I was in school about 15 years back, I ended up taking psychology, and all of my teachers were so worried. My family members, my neighbors, my uncles and aunts, they were so worried because apparently I had potential, and I had ended up taking humanities instead of science. And not just had I taken humanities, my God, I had taken psychology, and people were worried that something would happen to me. And that's the kind of stigma that we've gone through. So many schools don't have psychology as a field itself. So many colleges don't have psychology as a field. And if we don't encourage more kids to take that up, how do we bridge that 800% gap that exists, right? So some of the things we've done, we launched a summer internship. For the last 3 years, we've done it offline, and we've had 5,000 students. This year, we did it online, and we had about 16,000 students join us from across the country. So they got a taste of what it's like to work in a mental health setup. They got to interact with people, whether it's a psycho-oncologist, an art therapist, a psychiatrist, a sports psychologist, a clinical psychologist, right? To encourage them. We also got them to make their own mental health projects that they spread awareness to for their peers, their friends. We started Psyched, which is India's biggest and also most fun psychology quiz, where we have, again, thousands of kids from across the country who are competing on psychology facts, trying to be the winners. We started off with, 200 schools, 230 schools, 49 cities in year one. Within 4 years, we reached, we reached about 12,000, 15,000 students, had more than 1,000 schools coming in from lots of cities and districts that I didn't even know existed on the map. And not only are people attending it, you have people telling us, hey, I've been preparing for this since 9th grade. And then we've had principals tell us that I didn't have psychology as a part of a subject in my school, but after this, I realized that this is something that I want to have. So this is our way of making psychology more cool and more popular and more fun. The name of the quiz is Psyched, PSYCH-ED. And we also have our own annual conference that we do, which is to encourage research for young budding psychology students, because I think that is something that is significantly lacking. So that is about promoting psychology to young people, for more and more people to take up this field. I think that will be the most exciting thing that we can do. And the last area that I want to touch upon is an area that I personally have a very love and hate relationship with, and that is social media, right? And social media is just expanding more and more and more. And I'm someone who, yes, when I was 20 years old, I was very excited about Facebook and things like that. And by the time I was 23, 24, I was over it, right? I'd rather have face-to-face personal conversations. These emojis had really started irritating me. The thumbs up signs, the LOLs, the OKs, very frustrating, right? But social media is here to stay. Social media is evolving further and further. It's not going anywhere, right? So it's one thing for me to sit and talk over a Zoom call or sit and talk at this conference. And yet, if my target audience, if young people who I want to reach out to are on Snapchat, then guess what? I need to go on Snapchat, right? I don't have the option. I can't be on Facebook when someone I want to reach out to is on Snapchat. And similarly for different demographics. So to be able to understand what each social media platform can actually offer to us, who can I reach out to on this particular social media platform, and how do I use that best? Because that's where all conversation is happening, right? I think there's a lot of random things that also happen on social media. It can sometimes really suck up a lot of our time. We don't realize where it's gone. Sometimes there can be trolling, there can be negativity. There are concerns about mental health when it comes to social media as well. But since people are on social media and social media is not going anywhere, what we can do is we can join in the bandwagon and we can actually promote a positive narrative about mental health, creating that awareness. So use those same aspects that we have. And the last thing I want to say is that, we're all psychologists, budding psychologists. We need to be ambassadors of mental health in every aspect of our life. We need to be ambassadors of mental health on our own social media handles. We need to be ambassadors of mental health in our own personal lives. If we're going for a meeting, a party, a get together, we need to remember that we are psychologists. The language that we use, the effort that we use, the dedication that we have towards mental health is something that needs to stay across the board. So those are my thoughts on creating outreach. And I think there were a few questions, so probably we can take those up now.
That was really indeed an amazing session, ma'am. Though the chat box is filled with the they're really excited to know about how to enroll or join for the buddy program. Will it help in office scenarios? This is the first question people asking about it.
So that's very interesting. I think that bullying is a problem not just in schools. Bullying happens in the form of ragging in colleges. Bullying and harassment also takes place at workplaces. And it's actually a significant mental health concern at the workplace, which is something that's not really taken very seriously. So yes, definitely bullying has a role. And if there are people who would like to partner with us and do some work in bullying at the workplace, we would be more than happy. If you'd like, of course, one wishes that we aren't on social media, but if you are, you can get in touch with us on any of our handles. We're on Instagram, Fortis Mental Health. We're on LinkedIn. We're on Twitter. We're on Facebook. We have 2 handles. We're on Quora. We're on Reddit. We're on Snapchat. If I've missed anything out, let us know. You can also write to us at mentalhealth@fortishealthcare.com. That's our central kind of email ID, and someone from our team will be able to get in touch. So yes, anyone who would like to partner with us for a volunteer program, for our advocacy program, please feel free to reach out. The more the merrier. Need lots more of you.
So amazing session, ma'am. And the chat box is fulfilled with the praisings about how clear you were with your thoughts and the things you have put in such a right way. So thank you so much, ma'am, for an insightful session.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Divya ma'am, and thank you, Priti. So we have a small announcement for our giveaway. 3G International Psychology is giving a giveaway of Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees, 50 free ebooks, and Canva premium account. All you have to do is go to our official Instagram page, 3G School of Psychology, tag 5 of your friends, and don't forget to tag our national leaders as well. So if you want to apply for the World Book of Records e-certificate, go to the website and you will be seeing a button called Apply Now. So you can apply for the World Book of Records e-certificate there. And due to high demand, we have increased and we have requested World Book of Records Association, and they have increased for the participants. The first 700 participants will be getting the World Book of Records certificates. So if you haven't registered for the same, please go and register soon.
Also, I would request our technical team to please present the e-certificate for Divya ma'am as a token of gratitude for her.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enriching our knowledge with your valuable words. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Riddhi. Thank you so much. So I would like to introduce you all to the revolutionary master's program of MA Psychology with 100% job guarantee. So you can apply now for the same in www.3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters using the scholarship code of 3G IPC 2021 and get scholarship up to 40,000 rupees. So I will just show you how to do that. 1 second. So you can log into 3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters. And here you can see our scholarship code 3G IPC. You can type 3G IPC 2021 and you can register for the same Zoom. So if you are registering within the next 3 days, you will be getting a scholarship of 40,000 rupees. So what you are waiting for? Please go and register soon, guys. So anyway, thank you so much. And we will be playing a couple of videos now, which will explain about our master's program. Over to technical team for the videos, please. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, guys. So like we were getting many requests about the quiz, which we postponed because like now we had many interesting sessions, and now it's time to activate your neurons. So we will be casting a poll where you can give answers for the same. We will be asking some questions related to psychology. I hope everyone will be everyone will enjoy this session. So I will launch the poll now. So you can. Okay, so the poll is live now, so you can launch, you can share your answers here. The first question, Freud was the founder of a form of talking therapy that aims to help the patient to coax unconscious desires into the conscious awareness. This form of therapy is known as option A, behaviorism, option B, humanistic therapy, option C, transpersonalism, option D, psychoanalysis. Okay, I will relaunch the poll. Yeah. Now the poll is live and you can cast the poll. Psychoanalysis. Okay, I'm getting many answers. Okay, so you can share, you can cast the poll. So you will be also getting the results. How many answers you know correctly? So dash is the belief that the mind is fundamentally different from a body. A, mindism. B, dualism. C, centralism. D, specialism. Rosario is telling option D. Yeah, let's see. Kirtana is also opting for option D. Okay, dualism. I am getting so many answers. Okay, thank you. Next question. Which school of psychology believes that this is impossible to objectively study the mind? Option A, functionalism. Option B, behaviorism. Option C, humanism. Option D, Gestalt. Okay, please don't use the chat box. Please use the polling function so that you will also get to know how many questions you answered right. Yeah, thank you. Next question, another term for reinforcement is A, stimulus, B, reward, C, psychoanalysis. Okay, so Lana is friendly, always willing to help others and compassionate. We would expect Lana to score highly on A, extraversion, B, agreeableness, C, neuroticism, and D, openness to experience. Okay, if you're not able to see the poll, please, you can post your answers here in the chat box. Okay, so the MMPI is used to measure A, unconscious drives, B, big five traits, C, personality and psychological disorders, D, leadership potential. Okay, like which question I have to repeat? Sixth question, the MMPI is used to measure A, unconscious drives, B, big five traits, C, personality and psychological disorders, D, leadership potential. Okay. Seventh question, social learning therapy was developed by Albert Bandura, option A, option B, Alfred, option C, Sigmund Freud, option D, James Lange. Okay, I'm getting so many answers. Thank you, participants. And next, eighth question, mental examination include the following except A, appearance, B, thought, C, cognition, D, diagnosis. Ninth question, being in love is biochemically equivalent to having severe A, generalized anxiety disorder, B, obsessive compulsive disorder, C, substance abuse, D, drinking caffeine. Caffeine. Okay, so thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for casting the poll. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you all enjoyed the questionnaire. Yeah, thank you. And we have one more announcement to make. Okay, if you are a person who is interested in career coaching, and if you want to become a futuristic and new age career coach, you can join 3G Advanced program. The 3G will be providing with all tools required for career coaching, including branding kit, psychometric tools, learning resources, presentations, and website. You will be fully equipped to begin your career coaching journey right after 3G Advanced program. So if you are interested, please go to our website and register for 3G Advanced program. So now over to technical team for the videos, please. Thank you.
So actually, I just saw the poll results. Almost 110 people voted. Majority of the questions were right. For example, the first one, you said about the fruit. The Freud's, as you may know, Freud is the one we have like most respected in the psychology field. So the first one, majority have answered the right answer, the psychoanalysis. Second one is dualism, of course. Third one is behaviorism. Yes. Fourth one is also right. Everyone has answered reward. But fifth one, I think like majority of you know have known about big five personality traits. Being friendly and always being into help others, it is not extroversion. It comes under agreeableness. So the fifth question's answer is agreeableness. And then MMPA is used to measure personality and psychological disorders. That is right. Yeah, social learning therapy was developed by Albert Bandura. That is also right. And yeah, mental state examination. Actually, it includes appearance, thought, and cognition. It doesn't include diagnosis. MSc does diagnosis. It does not include diagnosis as a part of it. So and then yeah, being in love. It actually the statistics. Actually the research says being in love is biologically equivalent to being in a severe obsessive compulsive disorder. As you may all know, being in love is chemically equivalent to eating a chocolate, but it is biochemically it is equivalent to obsessive compulsive disorder. So hope you all guys had enjoyed this polling session. We will come up with more interesting topics tomorrow. Thank you.
Request technical team to please play the videos. Thank you. Lined up, we have many more interesting speakers. And to invite the next speaker, I invite my co-host MC Riddhi. Over to you, Riddhi.
Thank you, MC Anjali. We now have Mimamsa Singh Tawar with us to talk about the mental health curriculum. Mimamsa Singh Tawar is a clinical psychologist. She is a cognitive behavioral therapist working in the clinical space using evidence-based treatments with adolescents, parents, couples, and families. She holds an MPhil in clinical psychology. As the lead clinical psychologist, she provides clinical supervision and assistance to psychologists to enhance therapeutic care across centers. She also leads the 40 School Mental Health Program with a sense of passion for enhancing the mental health in children. She has a keen interest in qualitatively improving the skills and well being of adults who work with children. She has co authored the parenting book, Raising Confident Children, a 52-week guide, and a lot more books. I request you, ma'am, to please come on the board. There you, ma'am.
Hello, good evening to all of you present here. So I am going to be talking about first a brief, very brief, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. Just talking about very briefly in terms of, and you've heard already Dr. Parekh and Divya from our team talking about our programs and what we've been doing. I particularly head the school mental health program. I am a clinical psychologist myself. And as a part of the school mental health program, we've been working with schools for more than a decade in making mental health awareness across schools, amongst students, teachers, parents. And this is something that we've been doing absolutely free of cost, because our vision is to create mental health awareness across the country in schools. And we strongly believe that if we want to bring about a change, and bring about and change the positive narrative around mental health, the change happens through young people. And this is the reason why young people need to be aware of what mental health is and have the right kind of knowledge about mental health and mental illness. And so
Ma'am, in case you're speaking, we are not able to hear you. Okay, I think there is some technical glitch. Okay, so meanwhile, I would request our technical team to please play the videos until our speaker is joining back. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sorry
ma'am.
about the internet connection was a little stable, knowing that network stability is a little issue
No problem, ma'am.
today.
Yeah.
So continuing from where I left is, so we've been working with schools and we strongly believe that children and the significant adults around children, where they spend around 13 years in school needs to be and is one of the safest and secure place, a secure base for young children to grow. And over there, if we bring the element of mental health and we talk about that, I think we are going to make a significant change and a much needed change when it comes to mental health. So the reason why mental health curriculum is needed in schools is, let me bring about certain facts. So the fact is that 10 to 20% of adolescents experience mental health conditions. And suicide is the third leading cause of death among 15 to 19 years old. And if we talk about the age group when half of mental illnesses actually begin is at the age of 14 years. So you can actually imagine, and these are all statistics from WHO. So you can imagine that if we are able to diagnose mental health conditions at an early age, early identification is going to help us, bring about a much needed intervention at an early age. And we will be able to deal with mental health issues at a much earlier stage in life than waiting for them to grow as an adult and keep on struggling with mental health and mental health issues. We are very much aware of the stigma that has been prevailing with mental illness, and there are multiple reasons of why the stigma is there, and I'm going to be talking about that in my conversation today, that why stigma is prevalent, and it's across the globe, it's worldwide. And if we talk about how many people actually who are struggling with mental illness able to seek treatment is only 75%. So we can look at why and how stigma actually acts as a barrier as well. And of course, accessibility and care are other reasons of why treatment is not available. But for us to be able to understand that, because of stigma, help seeking does end up becoming a barrier. And there are multiple socio-cultural factors and other factors which are prevalent for keeping the stigma as a perpetuating factor. So what are the things that have changed for an adolescent in today's time, for the youth in today? Heavy demands that the modern life play. We have so many things even at an early age that we have to look at, whether it is our academics, whether it is competitions, whether it is the pressure that we feel of people doing so many things at a young age. People are achieving big goals, doing big things, and that also creates an unnecessary pressure on our mind. And then of course the lifestyle change that has gone through, changes in the family structures that we look at. We look at dysfunctional relationships. The whole meaning of relationships have gone through a lot of change. and the rapid socio-cultural changes, negative peer influences, whether it is substance abuse, whether it is pornography, whether it is anything else. We look at negative peer influence as well, whether it is bullying, and rising aggression and violence in the society. There is so much that we see on news, on happening around us. I mean, just recently we saw how violence and aggression was represented in our country, and that also tends to have its own mental health impact. So watching news and taking a lot of download from that can also be a trigger for us to not understand as to what's actually happening around us, and can trigger anxiety in each one of us. And then, of course, the social media, the kind of social media intrusiveness which is happening in our life. And it's very, very important that we understand that how digital media is here to stay, but yet it is becoming intrusive. No matter how much we try, but we are unable to sort of stop our own impulses and urges to be there on social media, to be feeling that we may be missing out on something. The feeling of connectedness that we feel because of social media existence, even though we may not be really connected over there, but we still feel that there is a connection. And that's actually the irony of social media. I mean, it has its own positives, but it also has its own negative for that matter. And excess of anything is, of course, harmful to us. So it's very important that we understand the kind of changes that young generation has been going through, and the kind of communication gap that it has been creating amongst young generation. Communication is getting impacted. People don't talk directly. It's either through messages. It's even communication with our own parents, with our own grandparents. That's gone through a lot of change. So all of these things has its own psychological impact, and how mental health issues have been becoming on a rise. And so, which is why, if we want to sort of create a certain kind of a change in our society when it comes to mental health, and if we want to break the stigma for any topic for that matter, which has been prevailing, and today we are talking about mental health, it has to happen through education. Because the right kind of education and awareness and information on any topic which has been stigmatized for a very long time is the right way and the right channel to be able to break that stigma. Stigma happens wherever there is lack of awareness. Stigma happens when we have preconceived beliefs and notions about a certain subject, a certain illness, because again, there is a preconceived notion, and where we do not have much information about what is right and what is wrong. And so the mental health curriculum is what we came up with. It's a manual which has 5 modules. We had published and written it in 2018. It has been published by Macmillan, and the manual modules. One of the modules is, and I'm going to talk about the modules over here in very, very brief. So one of the modules which is there is understanding mental health and mental illnesses, recognizing the signs and symptoms, which means we train teachers on recognizing the signs and symptoms of what are mental illnesses, whether it is anxiety, depression, different forms of anxiety disorders, mood disorders. Very brief, very simple way. Teachers are trained on this. You can get the manual from Macmillan. You can reach out to them. The manual particularly has 2 sections. One section is the information for the, and the other The second module is rethinking the social language, destigmatizing mental health, which means if we talk about stigma, the reason why stigma prevails is because of the kind of language that we use. We all are aware that how insensitive we can be when we talk about mental illness. And we all have certain notions about how people with mental illness have been seen for the largest time. Media has a role to play in that. Earlier, if we talk about, evolution of mental health for that matter, in the earlier times where there was very, very less and science wasn't so evolved, we would hear and see how people with mental illness were treated. And over the years, of course, science has evolved, and which is how the treatment has changed, the awareness has changed, but still there is a long way to go. But somewhere we need to question and break that belief that people with mental illness are crazy, wacko, all these words that we use to define them, and how it becomes a kind of an identification for them. It also, the social stigma that has been individual who's struggling with mental illness sort of tends to also stigma, where you begin to.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Schools, if they get to know that I am they are going to discriminate.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. Ma'am, I think bandwidth level is low. So could you please try switching off your video for some time? Because no, we are not able to hear. The voice is breaking in between.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, ma'am.
Social stigma that's prevalent. That's also one of the reasons of why people hesitate to talk about mental health and mental illness. So it is very important that we take active measures and active steps to break the stigma by bringing the right information and knowledge. And so this module of we need to know what are the right words to talk about and refer to people with mental illness. It is very important that we give them the same amount of dignity, and we also give them the same rights that we show as a matter of respect to any other individual. So 1 in 5 people, if they are suffering with one form of mental illness once in their lifetime, they are people like you and me. So all these notions that we've had when it comes to mental illness, we need to really rethink about it. So the choice, the kind of mental health and mental illness related perceptions and beliefs we've had, it's time that we begin to sort of give that a backseat and break free from them, and actually accept that mental illness and mental health is a part of our day-to-day life, and it's like any other illness that we have. So mental illness and mental health has a word health attached to it, which means it is about our well-being, it is about our health, and mental health is something which is very integral part of our day-to-day life. Just for a moment, think about it. If your mental health is not keeping well, it is going to impact your relationships, it is going to impact your work productivity, it is going to also have effect on your physical health. So it is very important that we recognize the importance of mental health over here and the core integral aspect of our life that mental health plays in our day-to-day life. The third module is help seeking, which means if we are able to deal with stigma, we will be able to encourage people to seek help as well. And that is going to happen if we change the narrative around mental health. And that is going to happen if we are able to break the stigma. So we need to continue to have more conversations. We have to be mindful of the fact that when we are in a group, we are talking about mental health in a lot more positive way. We don't, we are mindful of the kind of words and language that we are using when we are referring to people with mental health and mental illness. We must be sensitive towards, mental health and people with mental illness. We must also talk about stories of recovery. That's very important because if we are going to continue to talk about how people are, still they are on medications and there is no recovery that happens and there is so much dependency. If we are going to continue to have that negative narrative, then there is going to be stigma and there is going to be a lot of barrier in help seeking. So which is why it is very important that we change this narrative and we talk about mental health in a lot more positive way. We talk about stories of recovery. If any one of you have struggled with mental health or mental illness, or anyone, it's important that we talk about how therapy is helpful, how treatment is helpful, how recovery is something that happens. So those stories are hopeful stories that again creates a positive narrative around mental health. In schools, in fact, there are studies to show that even students, they hesitate to go to a counselor because of the same kind of stigma that one can have. So because you fear that your friends may actually begin teasing you, they may call you certain things, they may think that you're weak, and which is why you're going to a counselor, is why they avoid going to a counselor in school. So which is why it's again important that we do talk about mental health in a lot more educative way, and mental health literacy is the way forward to bring about the right kind of significant change that we need when it comes to mental health. The fourth module that we have is building resilience. And resilience is something that we all can learn. I think in the last 1 year, we've seen how we all have been able to learn resilience as a skill by dealing with such an uncertain, difficult time in our life. And we all have actually developed that skill to be able to survive a difficult time period like this, which was uncertain, we were all unprepared for. But with the help of our support systems, with the help of being able to work and take one each day as it is coming, we were able to absolutely bounce back with the kind of difficulties and challenges we were facing in our day-to-day life. So again, resilience as a skill, how can we develop that in our children, in our classrooms, talking about that, talking about stories of resilience, talking about stories of hope, making them think critically about what is optimism, how can one develop optimism, who is an optimist. It's very important that we talk about these concepts in our classrooms. And lastly, well-being, bringing well-being as a culture in our schools, in our classroom. Well-being, again, is a very important aspect of our day-to-day life, and we have to give it the right kind of importance. And that is going to happen if we are all able to work collectively about keeping mental health and emotional well-being as a priority. So it's not just about scores, it's not just about academics, it's not just about who came first, it's not about number of medals and trophies that you've had, but it's about overall growths that you've had in the individual during this time, in your child during these 13 years that they are in school. It's something that can have a wonderful impact, a positive impact that schools and schools can bring about in children, and which is what we need to understand. Our role, our significant role as educators, as parents, as teachers, that we can, and as counselors, as school counselors, that we can have on young children in our schools. If we are able to give mental health a priority for them, well-being a priority for them, and we are able to invest with the right intent in their life skills, in building that mental health literacy, and giving them the right knowledge about it. So, as my colleagues out, that how important it is for each one of us to actually take some time out of our usual work to really invest with a sense of passion in our day-to-day in mental health. If you are really passionate about it, if you have a sense of purpose, if there is a goal, and if there's something that you really care about, then you must invest some time out of your day-to-day life bringing about the right kind of change for the purpose that you really feel connected with. And that's everything and everyone in our team has been doing. Apart from our clinical work, all of us spend some time out, in fact 20 to 30% of our times out in different forms of bringing about the awareness in mental health, whether it is schools, whether it is organization, whether it is awareness through social media, whether it is NGOs, community, and which is how we are able to make a 360 widespread change and awareness on mental health. So I urge you all to recognize what your sense of purpose is, in which direction you want to invest your passion and your energy. And if you are able to do it, never in your life will you feel that you're purposeless. And that's exactly what you need to do. And that's how we came with mental health curriculum. India has its first mental health curriculum. And you can always have this manual from Macmillan. They've been our publishers for it. And please go through the manual. If you are a school counselor and educator, we would be happy to do do this session and training for teachers in your school. Like I said, our school mental health program is completely pro bono. We don't charge schools for any workshops, any trainings that we do. And there are gazillion topics that we have, even for students, teachers, and parents to be trained on mental health and life skills kind of topics. So please feel free to write to us. You can reach out to us on mentalhealth@fortishealthcare.com. Or you can also call us on our mental health number, which is 9811806117. There are multiple ways of how you can connect with our programs. We'd be happy to connect with you. So anything with schools, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'll be more than happy to support you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a wonderful session. So the audience are asking for the name of the manual. So can you please repeat the name again?
So the name of the manual is Mental Health Curriculum.
Okay. And they're asking, is it available on Amazon?
It is, no, it's not available on Amazon. It is something that you can procure from Macmillan. It's Mental Health Curriculum, a curriculum for teachers in the classroom.
Okay. There's one more question. It's like, teenage minds are usually fragile. Can the internal voices or mental unwellness of the clinical psychologist dealing with the disorder or the flaw in the method employed can worsen the state of the child? And if yes, so how can this be avoided?
I'm sorry, the voice broke in the middle. Can I'll probably look at over there.
Okay, ma'am. It's in the Q&A.
In the Q&A, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, teenage minds
the
are
last question.
fragile, and the internal voice mental ill health of the clinical psychologist dealing with disorder or a flaw in the method employed worsen the state of the child. If so, can this be avoided? I didn't understand the question very well.
And maybe they are asking that if the clinical psychologist itself is unwell.
Right. I'm okay.
Yeah.
So,
and if they adopted the wrong method.
Right. What we need to understand is that as clinical psychologists, we are trained to keep our biases away. So, if we know we are burnt out, then of course we are going to take our breaks and not get into therapy like that. But anything that we are getting affected with, although that's part of our training. So, we are trained into not getting infected by anything what the client brings to us. Similarly, even our belief systems, our own biases is something that we have to completely keep outside of our, session. And that's exactly what the training is about. It is a non-judgmental space. It's a space where there is expertise, there is training with evidence-based treatment and techniques. At the same time, how do we continue to be empathetic? How do we continue to be non-judgmental in that space? That's part of our training. So no, that should not happen. If at all that is happening, then I'm sure that the therapist or the clinical psychologist would be aware and would obviously withdraw from that particular, taking on that thing forward and taking care of their mental health as well, because it is very essential even for us as mental health experts to take care of our mental health too. So yes, if we recognize there is something that might be happening and we may not be able to, go ahead with any kind of, work, then of course one takes breaks. It's like, how in any other job, if you think you're burnt out, you take breaks, you take care of your mental health, and then you resume back. It's the same way. Okay, I see a question. How to motivate someone to take up therapy if they are having a bad experience with therapy? Well, I think we all need to be a bit patient when we are getting into therapy. If there is something that you've been having as an experience which is not very good, then it is very important that you also talk to the therapist in terms of what you're struggling with in that therapeutic setting. And if you continue to still feel that it's not working for you, then of course, a change of a therapist is something which is recommended. But yes, because therapy is a process, you have to give yourself a little time, and you have to see your sense of comfort, which is built in the therapeutic relationship with the therapist, because that's the most important part in therapy. You are able to only bring about a change if you have a strong and a good therapeutic relationship with your therapist. So it's very important that the moment you recognize something is coming in as a part of the barrier for you to perhaps talk about to your therapist, then you must be open about it. You must discuss this as a part of therapy. And if you still feel it's not working out, then of course, one can always look at changing the therapist.
Okay, ma'am, we have next question. How to cure a person who eats raw rice?
Okay,
Not
so
boiled
I'm
rice,
not
raw
cons-
rice.
Yeah, I'm not going to consider this as a mental health problem. I think we have to look at it. I mean, it could be something else, and it needs to be looked at and spoken to about with a physician. If at all there is something that might be happening from a mental health concern, then a physician should be able to recognize that this is not to do with health, or this is not to do with just a eating habit, but this might be something happening as a result of something else. So and one needs to just go to a mental health expert then.
Okay, so we have one more question. What if the client is not comfortable sharing details to a stranger who is a therapist?
In fact, that's the reason why you go to a therapist, that they don't know you. They are not going to have any bias towards you or the environment that you come from. And that's exactly the reason why one must engage in therapy if there is a need, because you are getting a non-judgmental space. The therapist is not going to advise you. It's not going to give you suggestions. It's not going to tell you should be doing this or you should be doing that. It's a process where you collaboratively work on whatever problems that you bring in. So it's important that if you recognize there's a problem, you must start therapy.
Okay, ma'am. So we have one more question. How can we stop a person who is seen twirling her hairs always? I think plucking her hair always, one of them.
So, okay. So if that's coming in as a part of compulsion, and that's one of the conditions under mental health, mental illness, which is trichotillomania, which is again plucking the hair, and you then see, there are patches of baldness that one can see, or sometimes very lightly one can see that there are patches which are happening. Then again, you need to reach out to a mental health expert. If it's just something which is happening, it could also be part of anxiety, or it could just be otherwise a habit formation. So it's important that before we reach out to a diagnosis, we talk about it to an individual. If they are saying that it's something troublesome and they're not able to deal with it on their own, this means this is something out of their control, and they need to reach out to a mental health expert.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. And we have another question. Is it possible to completely be cured from a mental health condition, like, for example, anxiety?
Absolutely, you can have an absolute recovery from from mental health illness. There are certain times where there might be just a very small percentage is something which you are able to manage, and that's how we have to look at recovery. There is treatment and there is recovery which is possible, but what is very important is to be very consistent and regular with the treatment once you engage in it and you start with it.
Okay, ma'am. So what is your opinion about psychological diagnosis from Google? That is the next question.
Should not be happening, because Google is not our mental health expert. It only gives you the information. We still have to filter it, and the right person to filter that information is your mental health expert, your doctor. So that's where you should be going, actually.
Okay. So what is the right time period to inculcate the awareness of different disorders and the symptoms to recognize them? That is the next.
So like I spoke about our mental health curriculum, so what we did in that is from grade 9 onwards, we've spoken about disorders in a very simple terms to talk about mental health disorders, what they are. But younger than that, so from age group of 6 to 8th, we've spoken about stress, that a child needs to know what are the signs and symptoms of stress, rather than just talking about disorders in big jargons. They need to recognize what are signals for stress, and the moment they realize that they are undergoing stress, then they reach out to a counselor, a family member, or a friend or a peer, and they take care of that.
Okay, ma'am. So next question, how to make a career in clinical psychology?
So you have to do your bachelor's with counseling as your specialization in 3rd year, or in applied, I think you choose it in 2nd year. Then you do your master's in counseling or clinical psychology, and then you do your MPhil. You can also do a PsyD. And with the changes in the policy that is coming in, I think a PhD or a PsyD is something which would be preferable ahead. But right now it's BA, Masters, and MPhil.
Okay, ma'am.
An MPhil from an RCI registered organization that gives you RCI registration. That is a must.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And next question, are personality disorders treatable or manageable only? Can we treat that or no, only we can manage it? That is the next question.
So they are manageable. Yes, there are certain aspects that we treat, and there are certain aspects that an individual learns to manage, and that again, it's a part of long-term therapy that one engages in.
Okay, ma'am. So next question, how can we enter your training program? So that's the question.
You can always write to us on mentalhealth@fortishealthcare.com, and we would be happy to get back to you. And whatever program we think you fit in, we'll certainly take you on.
Okay, ma'am, that was a very detailed session. I have to say a lot of things were covered in this session. Thank you so much. And all the participants, they are also happy. They are asking more and more questions. We would love to hear from you more, but because we are running short of time, that's the only reason we are ending the session. Thank you so much, ma'am. And as a token of love to honor your time, we have an e-certificate for you. So I would request my technical team to display the e-certificate for Mimansa, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
This will be mailed to us as well, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I hope everyone had a brain full of information. Okay, so it was a very insightful session. A lot of informations were shared with us. So this is 3G International Psychology Conference 2021, and this is the first day. We will be having this conference on 31st of January as well as February 1st. And we are happy to announce the giveaway of Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees, 50 free ebooks, and Canva premium account. All you have to do is go to our official Instagram page at 3G School of Psychology. Yeah, I will repeat, at 3G School of Psychology. You can go to our Instagram page and you can tag your five of your friends. Okay, so please don't worry if your questions were not answered. You can always put that questions in the feedback form. We will get back to you, and you can also share your opinion, your suggestion, your questions, everything you can share in our feedback form. So please fill the feedback form for all the speakers, and please go and tag 5 of your friends at 3G School of Psychology. Go to the Instagram page at 3G School of Psychology and tag 5 of your friends. Awesome prizes are waiting for you. And please don't forget to tag our national leaders at Irfana Izzat at Irfana Izzat Cholail, then who is the CEO of 3G IRPS, Joel, who is the head national leader, Nishi, who is the head national leader, Preshika, who is the national leader and creative head, Deepak, who is the national leader and event organizer, Harini, who is the national leader, Soham Das, who is the graphic designer, Disha Sharma, who is the event coordinator. I would request my technical team to post our leaders' contact. So if you have any queries or if you want to connect with us, you can always go and message us in these social media handles. And if you want to apply for the World Book of Records e-certificate, go to the website and you will be seeing a button called Apply Now for World Book of Records certificate. So we have increased, due to high demand, we have increased the limit to 700. So the first 700 participants will be getting World Book of Records certificate. And I would also like to introduce you all to Revolutionary Masters program of MA Psychology with 100% job guarantee. So you can apply now for the same at www.3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters. I repeat, you can apply now that on www.3gschoolofpsychology.org/masters. I would request my technical team to please post a link for the same in the chat box. And you can use the scholarship code 3GIPC2021. I repeat, you can use the scholarship code of 3GIPC2021 and you will be getting a scholarship up to 40,000 rupees if you are applying within the next 3 days. And let me also make one more announcement about our advanced program. So this is a brand. Okay, so if you want to be a career coach, you can join our 3G advanced program. 3G will be providing all tools required for career coaching, including branding kit, psychometric tools, learning resources, presentations, and website. So you will be fully equipped to begin your career coaching journey. So right after this 3G advanced program, you will be fully equipped to become a career coach. So I would request my technical team to please post that link as well. the link for 3G advanced program, link for a World Book of Records certificate, as well as link for master's program. So everything will be shared here, and please do fill the feedback forms, guys. So without much further ado, let's move on to the next interesting session. And to invite the next speaker, I invite my co-host MC Rishika. Over to you, Rishika.
Thank you, MC Anjali. It is now my absolute pleasure to welcome our guest speaker for the day, Nimisha Verma. Nimisha is a metaphysical anatomy practitioner and is an intuitive holistic coach. She is a boundless lover traveling across the globe to share her mystical energy through the art of storytelling and building holistic communities. Nimisha is an alchemist who believes in bending and blending realities using the power of the subconscious mind, helping people transform their lives through emotional freedom on a psychosomatic level. She is a certified metaphysical anatomy practitioner and a mindset coach who is helping people liberate themselves from the generational trauma and open their hearts, mind, and body to create more safe spaces for each other. Being a social entrepreneur and a change maker, she has facilitated workshops and seminars at various institutions and international organizations to guide the young minds unlearn their limited beliefs around success and tap into the resourcefulness of their beings. She is here with us today to talk about emotional health and metaphysical anatomy. I request you to take over from here, Nimisha.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, Rishika. Hi, all the awakening souls. Before we proceed, I would really like to share some seconds of silence with you so that I can create an energy circle with all of us that binds all of us together in a safe space. I also need to know if I'm audible, visible. I hope. Yes.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible and visible, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you so much, so much. So I'm going to take few deep breaths, and if you are here in this very moment and you are ready to let go of all the thoughts that are not helping you right now, you can close your eyes and breathe with me 3 times. Yeah? Perfect. Let's do it, guys. So we are going to inhale deeply through the nose and exhale through the mouth. Okay? So on the count of 3, we will inhale together, long and deep. Hold it and then exhale. 1, 2, 3, inhale. Hold. Exhale through the mouth. Once again, inhale. One last time. Inhale. Before we proceed again, I would like to express my gratitude. I am truly grateful that I've received this opportunity to connect with you all. And to begin with now, I'm opening my eyes and I'm opening my heart to all of you. So I am here, I am present, I am open heart, open mind, open body. I am ready to receive and share. Okay then, to begin with, I'll introduce myself as a lover. I am a lover. My name is Nimisha Verma. And I am trying to create a global change by building safe spaces wherever I can, however I can. I still need to know, I hope I'm audible, yeah? Yes?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Yeah.
Amazing. So yes, I am here. I'm here to be in service. I'm here as a change maker. And I believe that what we do not define us. And we are here just to really understand ourselves better every single day and create a safe space each other so that we all can really grow to evolve together, awake together. And that's called you all awakening souls. We are all are awakening. We all are going back home. And here I am. I'm here to tell you that I am using some tools that are considered as a part of alternative medicine, alternative psychology, So here I am, I think I'm representing the alternative world. At the same time, let me here tell you that science and spirituality, in my opinion, are no different. They are just the same. Science is just a more structured form of spirituality. And spirituality is just a more dynamic and flowy form of science. And both go hand in hand, specifically for the coming generation. And as a practitioner, I use tools like metaphysical anatomy. I use tools like storytelling. I use tools like journaling, NLP, EFT, emotional freedom technique. And here I am trying to really make sure that we open our heart to knowing our body more, that what tools can work better for us. Metaphysical anatomy is just metaphysics. It's physics. It's knowing that every emotion you feel makes itself home in your body. And that's why lately I've been really exploring around and focusing more on womb healing, epigenetics. And of course, facilitating so many safe spaces and meeting so many people, I have realized that we all are just trying to heal ancestral trauma. When I say ancestral trauma, basically every single thing that we have been carrying from our parents and they have been carrying from their parents. So it was just passed down from generation to generation to us. Again, epigenetics. We all study about it in science. And womb healing is specifically not just for women, because even men have womb. So, and this journey was very personal to me because I realized that I had a lot of fear of abandonment. And my journey to heal it basically made me realize that, wow, okay, fear of abandonment actually is experienced by a lot of women because it has been passed on from their mother. And every single thing that we feel when our mother is carrying us in her womb, we absorb it, we feel it, and we really, okay, I'm not on full screen. How do we do this?
Ma'am, you are, ma'am. We are able to see you.
Okay, perfect. Just a second. Yes. So as I said, that I'm trying my best to create safe spaces wherever and however I can. I've been traveling across the country, facilitating sharing circles, one-on-one sessions, and a lot of workshops in universities and schools all across the country. And of course, international organizations. I love interacting. I love conversating. I love storytelling. I love how words have so much of strength that they can move us. And when we move, everything around us moves. I completely believe in power thinking rather than positive thinking. Positive thinking is more or less about whatever's happening to me is happening to me for good. But power thinking is about I will make things happen. I believe in myself and I will make things happen. And that's why I believe when we talk about healing, most of us, we don't want to heal. And I tell you, I'm not speaking in a manner where I'm literally pointing finger. I'm not attacking anybody here. I'm saying the attachment that we develop to that comfort, to that victim identity, that self-sabotaging behavior is the reason why sometimes we just, attach ourselves to that misery, that, mere to peech mein dard jata, I have so much back pain, or, I can't breathe, I have anxiety, So when we really give ourselves that identity itself, we start defining ourselves using that, and that keeps manifesting and manifesting. So I also work around abundance mindset. I work around wealth consciousness a lot. So these are multiple things that I'm really, really happy to, I put it under the tag inner work, because this is all inner work. And inner work is this beautiful journey of transformation, where you start learning that growth needs you to get out of comfort zone, that growth really wants you to question your own beliefs and your fears and your insecurities, that where are they coming from? And how can you reparent yourself? Reparenting is like when you know that you're here in the center, and on your left is the wounded inner child, the child that wasn't heard, seen, taken care of, and loved. The child from age 1 to 7, when our subconscious mind is the most active mind, and everything that we see, we hear, and we experience becomes our blueprint. And so if we are experiencing that time a lot of limited beliefs around abundance, money, if we see our parents struggling with money or they are too busy earning money, we grow up thinking that money is that evil thing, like money is the reason why my parents do not give attention to me, I don't think so I'll be able to afford this, or you have to work hard to get money. So all of these are limiting beliefs, because we are raised in a certain manner where we are taught all of these things, but these are just beliefs, limiting beliefs. So we have to unlearn them, because what is this? This is just programming, programming with your thoughts and your emotions and your spiritual body is equals to your physical reality. So when you change this programming, basically when you change the roots of the tree, you change the fruits of the tree. Simple as that. And what is the root? Everything that you have to change in the visible world, you have to change something in the invisible world. So you have to change your thoughts, reprogramming, as we say, because what is this? This is just information stored in yourself. And we can replace information. We can always replace information. And just like physical trauma as well, psychosomatic trauma, that's what metaphysical anatomy is about, that everything that you feel gets stored in your body as a memory of yourself. You can tap into that memory and you can release it. That's how you heal your body. So if you have limited beliefs around wealth, you can release the limited beliefs around wealth when you really reprogram yourself. Repeating is the mother of all skills. You keep repeating affirmations to yourself. I am surrounded by abundance. I am receiving all the love. I'm taken care of. I am growing. EFT is a really good technique that I practice and I use as a tool that helps you out reprogram and also calm down your body if you're having anxiety. In fact, I was using it a while ago to do some breath work. Breath work, again, is a lot of physics, science, everything is mixed here. That's why I love the culmination of science and spirituality and so many modalities that we are yet to explore. And I tell you what, we're Indians. And right now, across the world, people are literally using the tools that we are ignoring because we're just taking them for granted. All the Ayurvedas and stuff, and naturopathy, and all of these Vedas, all this in knowledge and wisdom is being used by my Australian friends and my friends in Canada. And they have created such amazing courses out of it. And I love how they're doing it because they're leaving it, they're empowering people to really heal themselves. Even me, I do not diagnose anybody with anything. I literally equip them with everything that they can use to self-heal. We are all self-healers. Our body is so intelligent. Our body knows. And that's what we have to do. We have to literally just align people with their bodies. That's what we have to do. We do not have to disassociate them with the trauma. There's no need of disassociation. You have to complete the trauma cycle. You don't have to stick to the survival mode. We're stuck in survival mode. And since the primitive time, our memory is like that. Our instincts are like that. If I say, oh, you'll be like, there's threat, there's danger. And your instinct is to like save yourself, And that's what happens as growing up. If we go through something traumatic, we develop some coping mechanisms and defense mechanisms. And it becomes our blueprint. And these instincts are numbness, freezing, flight and fight mode, escape, like running away, literally, and nausea. These are all the instincts. These are all those reactions that your body gives every single time you come across the same threat that you don't want to experience anymore. Your body is in survival mode. It wants to survive. Now, the problem is that earlier, Maybe it worked for us, primitive man, right? They were just trying to save themselves from the animals. But now it doesn't work for us. We are living in a conscious society. We are building a great future for our coming generation where they feel safe emotionally, mentally, and physically, right? We are doing this. We are taking responsibility. This generation, I believe in you. I believe in me. We are the bridge between the past and the future. We are taking care of all the things that we do not need to pass on to the coming generation, right? We want our kids to bloom in so much of security in their body, in their heart, and a beautiful community where they feel held, safe, seen, and loved. They don't need to isolate themselves to be awakened. They don't need to. We can grow together. We can create a safe space for each other. So I was here when I heard somebody ask the question that how do you convince a person to take professional help? And I tell you, you know why most of the people, they avoid taking professional help or seeking help? Because they fear that they'll have to go through that entire process all by themselves. Most of them. That's so sad, right? Even me, like, if I go back in time, I think most of the people, yes, even including me, I fear that I'll have to go through all of those dark things, memories, and that traumatic, phase all by myself. Like I have to do all the inner work by myself. That's so scary, right? So how do you, if you really care for someone and if you really want them to take professional help, I say, tell them that they're not alone and that you will go with them while they seek help, that you'll be around no matter what, that you tell them that I wish I could help you, but I'm not equipped enough, but I assure you that I'll be with you throughout the process. Let's find the perfect modality and the perfect therapist for you. Even if in the initial 15 minutes, you feel like, no, this is not my vibe, or this is, no, I don't feel safe here. We'll change your therapist. We will do a research. Let's sit down. Let's bring your laptop, sit with this person. Make this person feel held, safe, secure. And let's do a research. What do you feel? Let's see what are your emotions. Is it more psychosomatic? Is it more like, do you have pain in your chest? Are you finding it difficult to breathe? Or do you have problem with your periods? Do you experience a lot of pain during your periods? Are you not getting your periods regularly? There's so much, right? So you write it all down and you see what all options you have. Do not play around with your mental health and your body. If you really are taking this seriously, then you better take it seriously. Then you do a research. You explore as much as you can. Yeah.
Just a second. I just wanted to say we're running out of time.
Yeah. So I'm just closing this session, and with just this message itself that, please, you're not alone. Just know that. And we're all here for each other, and we're building a safe space for each other. And let's make sure that we do everything that we can to come out of our limiting beliefs, our fears, our insecurities. Because this is how we reclaim our power. We have to go back home to ourselves, our body. We have to hear our bodies and our heart. We have to move freely. Okay? So yes. Wow, I told Rishika that I'm such a storyteller. I'm going to start and I'm like, oh, yeah. So I just want you to know that I'm truly grateful for your existence and I'm here. You can always reach out to me. I'm there on Instagram and I try my best to really put some content out there that can guide you. You can always take a one-on-one session from me. There are sessions available in my Instagram bio. There's a link that you can find. And I have recently launched a course 2 days ago. It's called Reclaim Your Power. So I'm helping all men and women to experience sacred brotherhood and sisterhood, to really align with their higher self, a self which is free in their body, mind, and soul. And we're all in this together. We give each other safe space to release, cry, laugh, feel anger. Just allow yourself to be and also nurture ourselves collectively. So yes, I repeat again, the website is reclaimyourpower.in. And you can always reach out to me on Instagram. My email ID is teamnimishavarma@gmail.com. You can always connect with Rishika again. If there's any other information you need, I'll give it to her. And lots of love. Lots of love. Thank you so much for having me here. It was lovely, lovely, lovely sharing and receiving from you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nimisha, for such a deep, empowering, and eye-opening session. Even though it was a very short session for just 15 minutes, you certainly have positively impacted the audience already. Just look at the comments and you know it. And I see why you are an intuitive holistic coach, because the way you talk was so intuitive, so real, so live, and so genuine. So thank you for that. I'm sure it has made the audience reflect back on themselves and their lives. As a token of love and appreciation, we would like to present you with an e-certificate. I now request our technical team to present the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Nimisha. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
Okay, lined up, we have a very interesting session coming up. And to invite the next speaker, I invite my co-host, MC Joel. Over to you, Joel.
Hi all. So hope you guys are having an amazing day with amazing sessions and all. Can I get a yes or a boom in the chat box to know that you guys are very much excited to move forward to our last session? Okay, cool, great. Thank you. So next up, we have Robert Jerus, our last speaker for the day, to talk on the topic optimizing relationship. Robert Jerus is a certified human resource professional. He's a consultant, counselor, speaker, and author. He has spent over 25 years as a professor before devoting himself to full-time emotional intelligence, communication, and optimizing relationship performance. He is the founder of Success Dynamics International, and he's worked internationally coaching and training salespeople to develop resonance, rapport, and relationships to accelerate sales achievement. He is the author of 10 books, including Mind Matters. We welcome you to the conference and request you to take over from yourself. Welcome, Robert Jerus.
Thank you, Joel. It's my honor to be here. I'm delighted to talk about relationships today. It's one of the things that people tend to overlook and assume that you're going to get right automatically, and we don't. We've got a lot of relationships that just aren't fulfilling. They aren't satisfying. They go nowhere. Then we have other relationships that are really create the quality in our lives. Well, here's one of the big secrets, which you should recognize all the time. When people talk about happiness, success, value in life, it comes through two things. And I'm not about to say possessions and money. It's all about the relationships you have and the experiences. It's about people. It's about connections. So I wanted to take the time, and I was privileged to be able to do it, to talk to you about how your mind really works with relationships, how you connect with people, how you can optimize those connections, how you can make them better, how you can get them where you want them to be, and don't just drift and have them accidentally. You can make those connections how you would have them be. Now, what I'm going to do is a little bit untraditional. I'm going to start with telling you what the basics of the relationships are. And then we're going to move from there and adjust to where things are going to be better for you. Now, the first thing that's going to be part of every relationship you have is you. I always love it when I get to do counseling with people and they start complaining about all the different people that they've had poor relationships, unsuccessful, unhappy relationships, things that didn't go where they were hoping they'd go, but they were disappointments. And the first big secret is to tell everybody that the one thing in common of all the bad relationships you've ever been included in is you were there. So the opening question is, how are you doing? Are you ready for the relationship? Are you ready to connect? Are you comfortable with your relationship to yourself? And I try and warn people of that's the primary relationship. Are you getting along with yourself? Are you someone who is worth knowing, someone who can bring value to my life, who can contribute, who can get me excited? Or are you someone who's going to drain my energy, who's going to be dependent? We all add value. So we need to be self-accepting, self-appreciating, confident. We need to recognize that value, that life, those things we add to others. But yet we need to be conscious and assertive. We need to recognize where our boundaries are. There are people who just drain you. And if you keep giving and you keep pouring into that black hole, you'll find yourself exhausted and tired, hurt and offended. And yet there are other people who seem to add life to you. They make things better. They get you excited. They make life go where you want to go. So we want to be self-aware. What kind of a person are you? What are your feelings? What's your moods? What's your personality? Who fits well with you? Who doesn't? And then we want to self-manage that. How do you handle yourself? Are you controlled? Are you disciplined? Do you understand your goals? Are you somebody I can trust? Are you somebody I can depend on? Do we have fun together? And it's about how you control yourself. Very often people think of the people they want to be in relationship with. If I can get someone who will complete me, if I want to get someone who will give to me. And that's kind of the wrong emphasis to your relationship. You want to be the other way around. Think first about giving, serving, contributing, making other people better. And then you're going to find out that you're going to receive a lot. It's actually kind of a funny paradigm, but I like to warn people early. The more you give, the more relationships, the more friendships you have, the more you'll get. And you get those relationships by empathy, connection, social awareness. How is the other person thinking? How do we get along? How do we manage those relationships at the highest level? Do we handle conflict? Do we collaborate? Do we set up relationships that are fulfilling, lasting, enduring? Or are we just transient? Now, what's interesting to me is when we start looking at this whole matrix, the 4 areas of a relationship, very often we get lost. The internet, computers, get us to think of things that aren't real as real. I've had a lot of people come to me and tell me, I'm extremely popular. I've got 5,000 friends on Facebook. I kind of scratch my head, say, 5,000 friends? That's incredible. You have 5,000 people that you know very well. I see that you know this person in India. Tell me about him. Well, I've never really talked to him. I've never really met him, but we're Facebook friends. I'm not sure what that means as a friend then. If you've never talked, you've never met the person, you've never exchanged any thoughts, any feelings. But yet we wind up going to conferences, places. We'll pull out the phone, the cell phone, and ask the magic question, are we friends? And through the magic of the internet, the answer is someone will look at the computer, they'll look at Facebook, they'll look at LinkedIn and say, yes, we certainly are friends. I see you on my friends list. Well, that's much more about it being an acquaintance than a friend. So we start by asking the magic question. And again, I'm using Facebook as a paradigm to try and warn you. It asks, are you in a relationship? And it seems to have this magical, mystical quality of a relationship. And if someone is in a relationship, we immediately think of relationships as an intimate relationship, lifelong relationships, deep connection. But yet we've got many, many relationships. That's what makes your life go around. So the first thing I'm going to tell you is when you think of a relationship, expand your thoughts. My relationships are my connections. I have a relationship with myself. I have a relationship with many people I do business with. I have relationships with people I've just met. I have deep relationships with my wife and my family. So we've got to figure out exactly what's the context and the content of that relationship. So we start by trying to figure out, what do you want to get out of it? What are you giving? How is this going to serve you in the future? Well, when we start looking at relationships and social intelligence, it's predicated on your soft skill. Can you communicate? Do you talk to people? How much sharing do you do? Is it at a deep level? Is it superficial? If someone just meets me and starts talking at a very deep level, I'm uncomfortable. I expect to get to know you first before we have these deep, intimate conversations. On the other hand, if we've known each other for a while and we are very close friends, I expect you to tell me what's going on, communicate with me, share thoughts, reach out, tell me what's happening. So we start looking at your thoughts, your behaviors, your communication. How close are you? How distant are you? How formal is this? How informal? Are we social friends? Are we very close friends? Do we do a lot of things together? Is it just transient? And hopefully you start recognizing the different relationships you have. What's been interesting is scientists have looked at this and said you have about 250 people you're really connected with. You know them, they know you. That's kind of an interesting number. When Facebook says we can have 5,000 friends, and the scientists tell us there's really only about 250. And then we can move to one level beyond that. How many really close friends do you have? Frighteningly, the answer is about 6. The better I know you, the more I connect with you, the more I resonate with you, the more we share things, the better we're connected together. Where do we start? Connect with me on LinkedIn. We can be connected there, and then we can see where it goes. We can develop a friendship, we can develop a closeness, or maybe we can just develop a professional understanding. Now, I like to try and warn people, this sounds simple, but it's not. It's very complicated in the mind. You recognize people, you recognize gestures, you get to understand what's happening with them. So we've got 3 separate types of intelligence running together, confused, definitely interrelated. So let's start on looking at what these things are going to do for you and look at what they're not going to do for you. The first one I want to start with is relational intelligence. This is the ability to relate, connect, nurture the interpersonal skills. Can you communicate well? Can we talk together? Do I understand you? Do you understand me? Are we simpatico? Are we attuned? It's fun to talk to you. It's comfortable. We're empathetic. You're an easy listener. We get along. We understand each other. These provide basic value, some kind of enjoyment. They help you develop. The more you develop your relationships, your connections, we're made to be people in relationship. That's what's been so hard with COVID and the isolation that this has caused. When people are isolated, we don't function nearly as well. We're made to be social. So when we can't reach out, we can't connect, we can't see each other, we really do suffer. If you look at the pandemic, you start seeing statistics of suicide rates, people feeling isolated, people feeling alone, people feeling stressed, people feeling depressed. Depression is the #1 diagnosed mental illness in the world. So we start looking at the fact that we need to be in relationships. We need to be connected. You never know when it's going to be too late to reach out and connect with someone. It's amazing how we take things for granted and we don't develop those relationships. So we want the basic relational intelligence, the ability, the soft skills to reach out, to connect, to nurture one another, to laugh together, to smile together, to share sorrows, to share joys. Then we move down and we think about collaborative intelligence. Can we work together? Amazingly, businesses suffer when they start talking these days about being engaged. More employees are disengaged than engaged. People come to work, they put in the hours, but they're not really there. Their head is there, their hands are there, but their heart just doesn't ever appear. They're sort of like robots. The company gets the same attitude. Well, I can replace you. You're just a number. There's someone else waiting just outside the door. So you're not important. We're not important. Nobody's important. When you want to succeed at the highest levels, we collaborate. We generate synergy. We work together. We get things that are beyond my imagination, beyond your imagination, but yet together we can achieve things that we couldn't. I hear so much with artificial intelligence, and it's so exciting to think about computers, but computers are tools. People are collaborators. They're partners. We get synergy together. We get inclusion. We get mutuality. There's common memory. There's sharing. We have goals. We have community. We're about unity, diversity, collective wisdom. We share memories together. Does this work? No, it doesn't. I've been impressed by so many people I've gotten to meet in India. You folks are, especially the young people that I've gotten to know, are so much better on the computer than I am. And even better, I've been able to reach out and have them fix my computer from the United States all the way to India. It's great. I love the collaboration. And then we go to the third part, social intelligence. Are you socially aware of people? Are you empathetic? Do you understand how they feel? Every now and then we're tempted to just say, oh yes, of course I do. I'm an empathetic person. I care. I'm compassionate. I'm invested in humanity. It sounds so wonderful. But are you? Do you recognize your communication is visual, auditory, and in words? They're all important. Is it safe to talk to you? Or are you going to laugh at me? You're going to make fun of me? Do you feel like a friend, an ally, somebody who's on my side? Or are you going to be someone who dismisses me and belittles me, makes my ambitions go away? So we start asking questions about, what's your culture? How do you think? What's your frame of reference? Every now and then we automatically assume that we understand each other, and we don't. We wind up with a frame of reference based on your age, your education, your social context, the people you know, the relationships you've had, the company experiences you have. We are all so much more than we just look like originally. So for social awareness, I need to know who you are. What's our context? Yes, we have a relationship. I have relationships with thousands of people, many of whom I've never even met. Some people I don't know call me a friend. Hey, that feels good. I like to have lots of friends, but I like to create harmony. I like to have some balance in my life. I always kind of laugh a little bit when people sit and say, I've got 50,000 friends on LinkedIn. I've got 30,000 friends on this media or that media. I'm older than most of you, and I laugh because I grew up in New York City. And everybody sits there and says, I want to get more likes. I want to get more people connected to me. I want to grow my influence. Well, you grow your influence by connecting to people, by adding value. When I grew up in New York City, I had a telephone directory. Some of you may actually remember phone books. It listed about 14 million people in New York City. They were all alive. I had their phone numbers. I had their names. Did I know 14 million people? Not even close. So we start looking at the people who are relevant to me, who bring balance and direction to me, who bring quality to my life. Understanding. This includes cultural intelligence. It includes academic awareness. It includes learning. It includes growth. So we put the three of them together: relationship intelligence, collaborative intelligence, social intelligence. It's going to be about your personal partnerships, your business partnerships, your relationships, your close relationships, your distant relationships. How well are you connecting with people? Is this nurturing you and serving you? Or are you an island somewhere? Well, some of us, just because of our personalities, are more extroverted. We like more relationships. We like more connection. Some of us are a little bit more withdrawn, quiet. They don't like as many relationships. They want to be more distant. They want to be more defensive, more closed. It's up to you to choose what you want to be and who you want to be. But you need to start cultivating these three intelligences and recognizing that they're major priorities in your life. We use a system called Spectra to tell people this is how you need to understand things. This is your person to person. And by the way, we're getting much more person to person in the world. When you go on media, when I go to buy something from you on the computer, well, what do I see immediately? The computer, the artificial intelligence, the algorithms are wonderful. They're able to tell you, because you looked at this yesterday, we can offer you the following things. We think these may be something you'd be interested in. And it's right more times than not. So does the computer really know me? Not really, but it's able to analyze some of my behavior. So think Spectra. We start with, what's the situation? What's your social awareness? What's your understanding? What are our connections? What are our expectations? Are you delivering with integrity on those expectations I have of you? You said you were going to be available. You were going to show up. You were going to do this. Do you keep your commitments? Or, no, I better be very careful about what my expectations are. So situational is going to talk to us about, is this a business relationship? Is it a personal friendship? Is it both? How deep is it? How often do we connect? What are the appropriate things? We've got so many issues about sexual harassment and bullying and everything else that are simply just inappropriate communications. We don't know what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. So we're looking at, as some of you already noted, this becomes your social intelligence. It becomes conscious. It becomes subconscious. We wind up getting some of these that get buried with us. And then we get other things that are extremely important. It's possible to remember people from long periods of time. So we get situational. Then we get our perspective. What's the context? Do I understand myself? Can I give myself? Can I share myself? Am I someone who can engage with you? And am I someone who is open to that engagement? How do I value myself? How do I validate myself? Do I see myself as being a good person, worth knowing? Hopefully you validate yourself and you see yourself as someone who can contribute, someone who can make a difference to me, someone who's worthwhile for me to know. If you don't see yourself as worthwhile, if you don't have that basic confidence, self-esteem, and you come towards me and you say, hi, I don't like myself. I don't enjoy being who I am, but I want to meet you. Why should I like you? Why should I enjoy you? So you've got to like yourself. Generate your perspective. When we move to the E in the spectra, empathy, engagement, expression. Are you sharing? Are you real? Are you who you say you are? Are you someone who's mentally, emotionally engaged with me? Are we really communicating, or have you really left? People talk about making people in their company more engaged. I want to make my employees more motivated. You can't make people do anything. They choose to be, they choose to do how they are, who they are and how they want to be. So we want to get that engagement happening. We want to invite engagement. We want to encourage it. We can't demand it. Then we get into the question of expression. Once I was asked the magic question by someone, does emotional intelligence, does this work in all the countries? And I almost was ready to laugh. And the answer is, anywhere people have emotions and relationships, it works. However, if you're able to take me to a country where people don't have emotions and they don't have relationships, it's going to fail miserably. However, expression is critical in the Spectra system. You'll find out that some of us are very visual, are very free to express emotions. As soon as you see them, they're going to give you a hug, they're going to have a big smile, they're going to act extremely delighted to see you. Conversely, there are other people whose personalities are simply more withdrawn. Maybe they'll give you a handshake, a quiet, shy smile. They express themselves a little bit differently. They're not going to use words, maybe they use actions. There are many different languages we use to tell people we care. There are many different languages we show people we care. So it's a matter of how do we express it? The magic parts of this. Are you interested in the other person? Conversations are two ways. Are we listening? Are we sharing? Are we letting go of that conversation periodically to let the other person interject and get involved? Do I really care? Am I really interested? Or am I simply waiting my turn to speak? How's our interaction? Do you think of how I feel? Do you care? And then, like it or not, we invest in those relationships. We invest our energy, our time, our resources, our effort. Those are real things. The more you invest in that relationship, the harder it is to let it go. The more important, the more significant it's going to be to you. So we start looking at the time, the quality, and superficially the quantity of those relationships. How well connected are we? Oddly enough, years ago, I would have said, obviously, you have to meet people to be friends. Now, through the miracle of the computer, the internet, I've got a number of people that I consider very good friends that I've never met in person. The C component. Do you care about other people? Are you considerate? Is it hurtful when I talk to you? Do you slight me? Are you constructive? Are you relevant? Do we connect? Do you add value to me? Mary Kay and all sorts of sales courses will tell you, make somebody feel important and you're going to do better with them. Yes, it's true. When other people feel significant, valued, important, they really get more connected. You care about me. You're considerate. You've chosen words. You've chosen things that relate to me. You're not just in your own world. Then we move to the T in the spectrum. Is your relationship transactional? And there's nothing wrong with transactional relationships. Every now and then, people use words as pejoratives and condemn them. When I go to the grocery store and I buy groceries, I have a transactional relationship. Can you show me where the fruit is? Can you help me with this? Here's the money. Here's the transaction. It's done. It served all of us. But it was simply transactional. And then in leadership these days, we talk about transforming. The best leaders, the best people in your life are going to function personally, professionally. You're never going to be the same after their relationship. You're going to be transformed. You're going to be able to develop more. The possibilities are going to emerge. Relational, is this giving me an advantage? Is it giving me quality? And then finally, the A, are you authentic? Are you who you really are? When you have to put on airs, when you have to fake it with people, when you can't be who you really are, when you can't share that genuine person you are, your relationship is going to suffer. It's going to be very limited. So we want to be authentic. We want to be assertive. We want to self-protect. But I do want to have those relationships. Now, some of what we're asking is, are we prejudiced? Yeah. We all have internal bias. Self-awareness, getting to know yourself, getting used to yourself, that's going to be able to allow you to expand and enhance where you are. Once you're aware of your limitations, your barriers, your struggles, you can overcome them. But if you can't get rid of the barriers, if you're not aware of them, I don't know how you can deal with them. So you want to recognize your limitations. I've had some friends in India ask me very bluntly, have you been here? And this tells you my age right away. I laughingly have told people, I've been to Bombay, but I've never been to Mumbai. Some of the young people have scratched their heads and told me, it's the same place, I don't understand. But the older people recognize that when I say I've been to Bombay, but I've never been to Mumbai, it's my simple way of saying that's how long ago it was that I was there. Is the country the same? No. In fact, I've gotten to talk to friends in India, people that I know and really enjoy, who were never there when I was first there. So we start looking at the spectra system. We look at your dynamics, the care, the collaboration, the connection, the higher level factors. Now, here's where I'm going to generate some sadness with relationships to you. Very often we reach out to someone that we were connected to years and years ago. And we find out the same dynamics just aren't there anymore. We're not close anymore. We're not relevant to each other. I've still got friends, connections from high school days. It's frightening to say it, but that's over 40 years ago. They've changed. I've changed. We're not relevant to each other. Yes, there are still memories. There are still important things we share, but our lives have gone in different directions. There's still an old warmth there, but we're never going to be what we once were for each other. Look at the magic that we ask people. I love quotations, by the way. A new friendship opens up new doors and possibilities. Very often, the best friends wind up telling you things about yourself that you didn't even know about yourself. They know you. They see things. They share. They share your joy. They share your sadness. Friends multiply your joy. They divide your sadness. Now, here's what I'm going to encourage you to do. I like to tell people to take notes, write things down. It makes it more relevant to you. Every now and then I'll hear someone say, you know, I met this person and they were completely useless to me. We didn't have anything in common. How much of a chance did you get it? There are about 250 people each and every one of us knows. So if you know that many people, you probably know someone who can help me. If it's not you, it may be one of your close connections. Maybe you can connect me. Maybe I can connect you to someone who can help. So what happens is we need to figure out who you are. What's the context? Let's share those relationships. Let's deepen them. Quality connections are worth much more than quantity. So here's where I'm going to encourage you to take some notes for yourself. Write it down. Try and make a point of meeting some new people every day. I usually tell people that I work with, make a point of meeting anywhere between 3 and 6 people a day. Well, I can go to a networking event and I can meet 50 people there. Really? You're back to quantity, not quality. Meet with 3, 6 people. Have a conversation with them. 5, 10, 15 minutes. That's all it takes. The better you get to know them, sometimes those conversations only take 2 or 3 minutes to reconnect. Meet with them in person, online. Make those connections rich. Can we see each other visually? Better. In real time? That's good. Can I just instant message you? Okay, that works too, but it's not nearly as good. How about simply sending you an email? Okay, a little bit less close, but we're still reaching out. Better than nothing. Can I send you a letter? I guess these days there are still letters, but we really don't get many of them. So make a point of meeting 3 to 6 new people every day. Write some notes. Note what's important to them. What do they want to talk about? How are things in their lives? Get used to creating some good questions for yourself. Where do you live? What do you do? What do you like to do? What makes you smile? Look for questions you can ask without being intrusive. Even when we start talking the simplest questions, what's the weather like? Are you having a good day? It shows some care. The better we know people, the better we can craft questions, the better we can engage, the better we can connect, the better we can develop those relationships. Now, here's the priority. Don't just ask the question. Listen for the answer. So many times we're in a hustle and bustle that someone asks a question and we don't wait for the answer. We simply go our merry way, allowing that, well, this person asked a question and that was good, but I didn't hear what the answer is. Big mistake that we often make. We'll look for things that we disagree with. You find what you look for in people and relationships. If I look for disagreement, if I look for those biases I have, if I look for those stereotypes, I'm going to find them. If I manage to overcome them and look for things we have in common, things we share, things that are similar for us, we get connection. Differences create distance. Commonalities create connection. It's pretty simple. But yet so many people get so confused. We look for things we disagree with. We look for things that separate us. Look for the commonality. Look for the connection. The better you know each other, okay, then we can talk about differences. We can explore, why do you think that way? But look for common first. Even put down some notes. I really like this about so-and-so. We share the same thing. And you're going to find out you empathize, you connect, you relate better to people you share things in common with. Open that dialogue. Don't just connect once, nurture it. Call them back. Write another note. Did you remember their birthday? Their wedding anniversary? Maybe an important holiday in their tradition? Connect. Connections are opportunities. Reach out. Go where you want to go. Amplify them. Now, what are we looking at? Let's develop those relationships. People have asked the magic question about prejudices, biases. I need to know them to overcome them. So we wind up looking at this nice little staircase model. It's typically how we do connect. We initiate the contact. Somebody sends me a friend request on LinkedIn. Okay. You look like I might be able to do something for you. You might be able to do something for me. You look like a real person. So we've initiated things. We're connected. Let's experiment. Tell me about yourself. Hey, that was interesting. Or, we're not really connecting. There's no chemistry here. There's no vibrance. We're not really relating much. I talked to this wonderful person, and he's telling me that he's a professional in India in cricket. I hope some of you guys enjoy sports and cricket, but I'm an American. My first response was, I have no idea how cricket is even played. Can I look for separation there? I certainly can. I could have immediately told that person, I don't understand cricket. I don't know how it's played, and we don't play it in the United States. However, I was looking for connection, not distance. So let's experiment. Let's intensify. Tell me how the game is played. I really don't understand it. This person was able to spend about an hour explaining to me the basics of cricket. I'm not sure I understand the game yet, but it was very interesting for me to understand the similarities to sports that I'm familiar with. So we connected. He's a friend of mine. I'll usually ask him at this point when we chat, how are you doing? How are the wins and losses? Talk to me about your statistics. Then we start differentiating. What makes me different? Now our bonding was about validation, connection. The downward part of the staircase is we're letting go. Our relationships aren't the same. They're changing. They're modifying. We're drifting apart. Maybe things are becoming more different than similar. We've got less relevance to each other, less connection. We differentiate. It's stagnant. It's not going anywhere. We avoid people. People talk about politics. I don't like to talk about politics. It generates more separation for me than connection. So people who want to talk about politics generally aren't close to me. And then eventually the relationship terminates. Maybe we had a nice professional relationship. You and I were connected at work. I changed jobs. You changed jobs. The relevance is gone. So we're starting to connect and recognize that relationships come, they go, they come together, they drift apart. Well, I try and warn people, you've got healthy relationships. These are validating. They're constructive. They make me a better person. They expand my possibilities. These are great. I enjoy them. I don't know about you, but I can tell you very bluntly, I'm a person who needs people. I need my relationships. If I have to sit by myself all day, okay, I'm going to get a book and I'm going to read. Maybe I'm going to listen to music. Maybe I'm going to find a film to watch. But I've got to be connected to humanity. I love communicating. I love talking. Are you respectful? Now, even if I have a bias, and some of you have asked about prejudice and bias, I can still be respectful. If I recognize that certain words hurt, offend, I avoid them. I validate friends by treating them like friends. How much can I trust you? How much can I share with you? Can we enjoy our time together? Then we get a lot of relationships that have hit this unhealthy category. We're not communicating. It's not growing. It's not going anywhere. It's just there. Well, when was the last time we talked? I don't know. Maybe 6 months, maybe a year ago. That's not a sign of a healthy relationship. Maybe you're taking me for granted, a little bit disrespectful, not thinking of me as an important person. You've lied to me. We have an integrity breach. I've worked as a marriage counselor for years. And one of the things I've always tried to warn people is trust is usually the last bond that we form with people, but it's also one of the most fragile. So when people are disingenuous, they lie to you, they're not honest, you can't trust them, that really hurts the relationship. Then we have, at the far end of the spectrum, the abusive relationships. They're dysfunctional, they're difficult, they're toxic, they're hurtful. Somebody hurts my feelings regularly. It seems that it may almost be deliberate. The more times we talk, the more it's uncomfortable for me. Those are abusive relationships. Is somebody verbally abusive? They tell me how unimportant I am. They tell me, you really don't matter to me. They tell me, I'm ugly, I'm stupid, I'm this, I'm that. Those are abusive relationships. We can be physically abusive, emotionally abusive, verbally abusive, but we need to take care and recognize what's happening. Is somebody controlling you? Are they manipulating you? Pressuring you? There's a lot of stress in this relationship. It takes a lot of work. So we start asking, where are we? How do we fix the relationship? How do we get it from abusive to healthy? Or can't we? Some relationships really just need to be left behind. Well, this is all about emotional intelligence. You need to be self-aware. You need your self-esteem, your character, your integrity, your mindfulness. Who am I? What's the context? Assertiveness. Normally, we wind up looking at self-management and asking, are you timid, shy, withdrawn? Or are you demanding, domineering, aggressive? Actually, you need to find that nice middle, the assertiveness in between. We want to be people that other folks can know, like, and trust. That's the magic dyad with our relationships. I want to be someone you feel you know. I know Bob. I like Bob. Hopefully you're all sitting there telling yourselves how much you like me. Do I trust him? Well, we wind up looking at these things and saying no, like, and trust are continuum. It's not all or nothing. You trust me. How many of you people want to just send me all of your money and say, Bob, just take care of this for me? Hopefully you don't trust me that much. You don't know me that well. Does this person make you happy? Do they make you sad? How do you feel when you're around them? Are you optimistic? What's the quality of the relationship? Is it adding value, compassion, kindness? Oh, I can always call my friend Joel for a few kind words when I'm down. Or aren't they available for that? Are they appreciative? Are they sensitive? Are they aware what's happening? So we're looking at context, content, positive relationships, negative. Are we comforting each other? And this is the know, like, and trust. Some of you folks come from a sales background. Well, who do we want to do business with? I want to do business with people I know, like, and trust. That's the salesman's saw. All things being equal, I do business with people I know, like, and trust. Take it to your relationships. It works there as well. Who do I want to have relationships with? Who do I want to talk with? People I know, who I'm comfortable with, who I'm relaxed with, who feel familiar, who I can share stories with, who share their stories. We can laugh together. We can joke together. We can sing a song together. Those are the people I know. The people I like. We've got common interests. We share things together. They make me feel good. They make me feel important. They listen to me. They smile when they see my face. I know Bob, he's a friend. I like people who smile and look like they appreciate me. They're warm, they're fun, they're energetic. They're going to offer a few kind words to me. Encouragement, praise. By the way, I don't know about you guys, but I can always use a few kind words. Praise always feels good. We don't get as many kind words as should be. Are they optimistic? Are they looking at the future? And then we go to the trust boxes. Do they deliver on their commitments, on their promises? Are they professional when we connect together? Do they show confidence? Do they look like someone who is bringing something to the relationship? How's our integrity? Can I trust them? What can I share with them? Are they competent? Are they able to do what they say they can do? Every relationship is going to have limitations. If Joel calls me and asks me, can you teach me cricket? No, I can't. I'm not competent there. If I can fake it, he's going to know I'm faking it pretty quickly. We can recognize relationships, look for allies, persistence. And what happens is when we trust people, not only do they have the reputation for integrity and delivering, we've got the experience with them. Relationships always travel hand in hand with experiences. Now, if you're going to invest in yourself, we're going to have good relationships. If you don't invest in you, our relationships are going to be taxed. They're going to be strained. So we want to have that self-interest. I don't want to be in relationships that are harmful to me, are hurtful to me, are damaging. So we're going to have some self-interest in that relationship. And yes, you should have it. I want to exercise self-care, self-awareness, self-management, self-leadership. I want to be who I want to be. On the other hand, if I'm isolated, self-centered, selfish, self-serving, disconnected, that's going to hurt my relationships. So the more I move towards indifference, that balance isn't going to form relationships well for me. Then I'm going to be with you. Am I empathetic, self-sacrificing, sharing, attentive, emotionally invested? Do I validate you? Do we care? Or do we have relationships with weak boundaries? They're burdensome. It's all about you. It's all about me. If it's not balanced, we're not going to do well. I've got to be someone I'm not to have that friendship with you. Well, some people get codependent. So we want to figure out, how much am I investing? How much are you investing? And we want to have that balance. Again, we go to quotations. Steve Covey talked about collaboration, synergy. We need friends. People are made to be social. We work together. Again, some things for you to do. Look for icebreakers on those relationships. Initiate connection. Don't just ask someone to connect. Say, when can we talk? Can we chat? Can we get to know each other? How can I help you? What can I do for you? How can I be of service? Look for some icebreakers. When you look at somebody's profile on the internet, look for something you can ask about. Wow, how long have you been doing this? I'm really impressed that you know such and such. Look for people that you know together. Generate some goodwill. Now, here's an exercise that I tell people, it's worth the time. Write a list of 20 questions, open-ended questions, ones that are not invasive, that you can invite someone to self-disclose, share, tell me about yourself. Write those 20 questions down. Have them at your beck and call. They'll make those initial relationship for you. Let people express themselves. What's your favorite movie? Tell me about, where do you want to go on a dream visit? What's your favorite place to go in India? What do you like about it? Tell me about where you live. What's your favorite book? What stories do you like? What's your favorite food? Wow, explain that to me. What does that taste like? Talk about sports. If you were a millionaire, what would you do with all the money? How would you spend it? If you could meet someone for only an hour, who would that be? What would you talk to them about? So we've got a whole array of creating questions. So I'm going to close with this because I know I'm running out of time. And I'm going to recommend that you take time to get to know yourself. Write a journal. Invest in the relationships. Make those connections for yourself. Invest in the people. Let them know you're important. And reach out to people. You never know when it's going to be too late. You never know when they're gone. The opportunity is past. Let people know you care about them. Let people know they're valued. Let them know that they're special. They're special because they're my friend. Acts of kindness, compassion, connection, they have value beyond measure. So with that, I'm going to encourage you to connect with me. Not just a link, but really connect. Hey, let's have a conversation. I'm on WhatsApp. I've had friends in India who taught me how to work it. I didn't know how to do it, and yet one of your friends there literally showed me how to work the whole application. I love it. I'm not great on technology, but I am great on connection. And boy, do I like friends. Reach out. Let's make it personal. Joel, I'm going to turn it over to you and silence myself. If anybody has any questions or things that they want to pursue, you can catch me personally, or you can talk to Joel.
Thank you, sir. So, for the participants, if you have any questions or any queries regarding emotional intelligence or optimizing your relationship with somebody, feel free to text him through LinkedIn. We'll be dropping us the link in the chat box. And to conclude the session, sir, it was a really an amazing session. You told about the value of connections. Like in LinkedIn, to know the value of connection, I connected you through LinkedIn. I texted you regarding this wonderful opportunity, so that we want people like you to the knowledge that you have gained through your experience is more valuable to the people who are new to the field of psychology, sir. And like the value, I mean, instead of quantity, the quality is being more focused here to create a good essence in life. And that quality has attracted me much in the session, sir. And the value of the connections. And there's some saying called, we should know when to leave a relationship. So you explained in an amazing way, like staircase is a way to leave out, stepping down. Yeah, that's really cool, sir. Like knowing when to leave is through a staircase down by avoiding them or removing them out of our life. And also you told us an amazing quality a person should have, being an icebreaker, like initiating few conversations, staying it connected with the new people. I mean, with the new people, not with people who have already done a lot of things. But when we are connected with new people, you told about the ice-breaking sessions that we can connect. And yes, sir, so it was an amazing session. Our participants really enjoyed it. They were like saying that it was an amazing, informative session. Like because it was a 1 hour PowerPoint, I thought people might get bored and all. But they were really engaging, and they felt, they were saying heartful thanks to you, sir. Your amazing session regarding optimizing relationship. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being here, and thanks a lot. So, like
my honor, Joel.
Yes, sir. So I would like to present
hopefully you can tell some of the other people. You reached out and we've chatted, and
yes,
I do consider you a friend, and I've enjoyed our relationship.
Yes, sir. So we have an amazing connection relationship through LinkedIn to get this amazing opportunity to you guys. So I guess you will be the participants to do the same to create new impactful things in future. So I would like to give you a small token of gratitude, sir, like an e-certificate to you, sir. So I'd like to ask the technical team to present an e-certificate for Robert Jaros. Thank you, sir, for being here. It is an honor to have you here towards our International Psychology Conference. Thank you, sir. Moving on to, I would like to call upon MC Anjali to take over the MC.
Thank you so much, Joel, and thank you so much, Robert, sir. It was indeed a privilege for having you here, and we all enjoyed your session. It was really beautiful to hear from you. Thank you so much for coming, sir. And Yeah, so like would love to hear from more and more from you, and even the participants were engaging, really engaging. But due to the time constraints, like no, we are moving ahead. Maybe like no, maybe in another occasion we can hear more from you, sir. So thank you so much once again for being a part of our program. We are really honored with your presence, sir. Thank you. So guys, so like I would again, so here we comes to the end of the first day of the conference. This was our last speaker. I hope you all enjoyed. So you can share in the comment box which session you enjoyed a lot. Was it informative? And you can share all your feedbacks in the feedback form. Okay, you like the feedback form is provided in the chat post, so you can share your feedbacks, feedbacks in the feedback form where like where the speaker sounded good, was it informative, whether they added some value to your life. So you can drop all those comments there. And Prabhu Shankar is telling Nimisha was the best. Allowed the conference. Kudos to 3G team. Thank you so much. And for the official closing, I would invite our MC Joel, who is a public relation event specialist and a head national leader at 3G School of Psychology. He is one of the top 52 contingent of the NSS Tamil Nadu Republic Parade 2020, Vice President of Rotary Club of Madras School of Social Work, and also been awarded the Raji Puraskar in Scouts and Guides. So everyone, like he is our national leader, and you can connect with him in Instagram at mentalist_. So over to Joel now for the
Thank you,
official
Anjali,
closing.
for the amazing intro. And I'm not a real mentalist. I like it so that I can be one in my future. So yeah, so I hope everybody loved the conference. It'd be great if I could say some yes or amazing, boom, or yay in the chat box. So it'll be really happy for me regarding this. And yeah, so thank you all. So it was a great opportunity and for me to take an amazing, to take the lead for this International Psychology Conference. Like what I thought was like in the field of psychology, during this quarantine, we have been going through and attending a lot of internships and sessions through webinar, through Google Meet, through Zoom and all, like 1 hour sessions and all. So they'll be sending you the link and they'll be getting the e-certificates, those kind of things were happening. So, but in those sessions, was it actually worthwhile? Because the way that the webinars and sessions were conducted was like, there was some small thing missing over there. It's not about learning psychology, is not about knowing the symptoms, knowing these disorders, these some criteria. Psychology is about us, our instincts, what we truly feel, and what is right or wrong. Everything is our own perspective. So when we designed this International Psychology Conference, like Irfana gave me a task of creating this International Psychology Conference to be the best in the world. Like it should create an impact. And we are not trying to limit anything like, okay, this might not work it out. This might not go well like this. So we were trying to create an impactful thing which helps everybody in the field of psychology who's trying to pursue that. Our main focus is to build a gap between the knowledge and the understanding that we have in psychology. So yeah, we focused on making it interactive. We had already kept a lot of internships. Why we created a 1-month internship. Deepak, the national leader, and his team, amazing team, created an amazing internship program, which is focused on creating interactive sessions. We created debates, conferences, debates, and sessions where the students were able to interact and know what profession, how their life will be if they're choosing like an MSc counseling or doing their clinical psychology. And we were focusing on bringing speakers who had the talent and experience which is beyond their degrees that they're holding. Like I saw people like who had done a psychology and applied psychology in their PG. So they have experience in 30 years in clinical psychology. But when they're coming in front of the public, they say that it's okay, don't call me as a clinical psychologist. So it's kind of depressing for me to hear those experienced people saying that you don't have to call me a clinical psychologist. That's too bad. So we can't be sticking on to our degree, college degrees, that what we have done. It's based on what we have been doing and creating value with people. So we focused on bringing interaction among the conference to psychology students, to people related to psychology, like anybody else who wants to learn about psychology and come into this 3G School of Psychology platform and learn it directly, face to face, in a bold way. So that's all from my side. So I'd like to move on to MC Anjali to introduce my other head national leader.
Thank you so much, Joel. Thank you so much for joining with us. And it's like, no, we have another national leader, okay, young national leader, Nishi Priya. She is the head national leader and she has presented 3 papers at national and international conference. She is also a member of Junior Council and the head of Speakers Club. So she will be speaking more about our master's program. So warm welcome, Nishi, and you can connect with Nishi in Instagram underscore Nishi underscore Priya. So everyone, let's welcome her with a virtual round of applause. And this will be, we will be soon ending the session after Nishi's speech. Over to you, Nishi. Thank you.
Okay, so hey lovelies, I am Nishi and I am the head national leader at CG School of Psychology. All right. So I am excited right now and I'm so happy, and I take this moment to appreciate all of you for being such lovely audience. Oh my God, from the moment you were continuously pouring love, you guys are epic, you guys are dope. So let us big round of applause for all of you guys. You are so amazing. I love the energy, I love the enthusiasm. You all are great. All right. Okay. So let me also take this moment to remind you that we have program tomorrow as well. So don't sleep tomorrow thinking it's Sunday. All right. So don't forget that we have amazing speakers lined up for tomorrow, and you guys should be present there and listen to them, get a lot of experience. As Joel said, that there's a difference between learning everything and there's a whole difference. And so grab your pajamas, have a peaceful night so that, you get up refreshed tomorrow. All right. Okay. So before we leave, just let me know your moment of the day. I mean, what was that one thing that went and inspired you, so that, we can, we will feel that the purpose of this conference is fulfilled. So please let us know that what was the moment of your day. Nimisha, okay, even I loved her, man. She's amazing. All thanks to Reshika. Jai Madan, ma'am, another great speaker. Robert sir rocked. Joel, take the credit. Pooja ma'am, all right. Positive psychology was great.
Vinesh Sukumaran sir, yeah.
Yeah, Vinesh Sukumaran sir. Nimisha, oh my God. Nimisha. Okay, what was the one thing that you're, taking away from this conference? The one thing. Irfana. Joel, see, you have a competition here. Fan followers of Irfana. Robert Jerus, positive psychologist Robert Jerus. He's amazing. Everyone, your smile? Okay, thank you so much. To love who you are. Yeah, that's something we all require in our life. To love, yes. Cool. Divya. Yeah. The whole team did amazing. Joel. You won't trust me. It started in October, right? We got connected. November. Yeah, and it went on for 3 months. We sacrificed at sleep. Then we built the whole network at starting, right? We had no idea what to do, what not to do. And then it kept on. And today, right, after I see everything, okay, I got an hope that, no matter even if you start from very small, at the end, if you have a very positive incentive and if you have a good intention, you can reach it. Joel is great.
Yeah, I would like to say, the biggest supporters that I would say is our volunteers, especially our state leaders, our college leaders and all. They were so, we had how we structure this to create a lot of participants is we had state leaders who've been supporting us. So we'll be having every night at 9 p.m. we'll be asking their update. Guys, how is the work going? How is the internships going? So
and they will be so patient to listen to us. Every day we will call them and annoy them. Do this work, do that work, and they'll respond to us so positively.
And also the way we were creating for me and Nishi, we're just students. We're doing our third years and second year. Nishi's doing a second year in psychology. And our whole team consisted of college students only. And Irfana gave us the support, the backbone, the main resources. You use whatever you want to make this an amazing big event. And Irfana has been, always a big support.
She's the Elon Musk of 3G.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, go ahead. Like,
Go,
she always
go.
says a yes to, beyond the limits. And she actually, I feel that Irfana has given a lot of opportunity, like spreading our wings, ability to spread our wings and create something amazing. So yeah, like, we have still 2 more days to talk about this.
All right, Joel. So can I talk about the master's program, if you don't mind? Yeah.
Okay then.
So this conference is gonna be epic, and also I like to remind you about the master's program. So if any of you have any doubts regarding it personally, professionally, please get in touch with me, because this master's program is gonna be amazing. Just look at the way we have planned conference. So master is a huge thing. You can just imagine the way that we are gonna plan it. It's gonna be epic at every level. You will be getting so much practical exposure. And to tell you a very honest fact, even I'm gonna do my master's here at 3G School of Psychology, and I know that the competition is very tough. And I said, Irfana, that please take me because I'm the head national leader. And you know what she said me? Compete with the students and get a place. Fight for your spot. So after a year, I'm also in the list of the competitors. All right. So you can also get in touch with me. I'll help you out throughout the process. And if there is anything that you want to ask me, you can, get in touch with me through WhatsApp, Instagram, LinkedIn, and I'll be more than happy to help all of you. All right, guys, have a very great evening. Just all of you, don't sleep tomorrow because it's Sunday. We have a conference waiting. All right, then. Bye-bye, everyone. I'll type my WhatsApp. Anjali, can you just put my Instagram link here? I'll type my WhatsApp number here.
Sure.
Yes. So this is my WhatsApp number. You can get in touch with me any time, and I'm always available to help you, support you, guide you. Okay, then. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. So see you guys tomorrow then. Bye-bye.
Over to technical team for the videos, please. Thank you.
dance music.